I think we're back. I think we're back. Dropped down the output to 720p just to make things a little smoother for a long stream like this. Normally it's fine, but you know, internet is internet. Should have probably wired up before I did this.
Always wire up, kids.
All them wire up kids with their low latency fighting game. All right, but yeah, the stream is back. Yes.
I hope the other team's okay.
Oh, gotta scan
We'll
these
find them.
aliens.
Well, I don't have Sam here,
Oh, the
but I
cat
tried
are
to make
so
sense of it.
dumb.
They're DNA based, and their armor reads as some kind of bone. But the genetics are all over the map.
Ah, I guess life took a different turn here, huh?
Are you playing this on a PS4 or PS4 Pro?
I'm playing this on a PS4 Pro.
Okay.
So it does look pretty good, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a good looking video game.
I had not. Am I going backwards?
It is a good looking video game, but it has a serious problem with landmarks.
I mean, yeah, that's more of a design problem.
Yeah.
Something
Problem.
flying around in the
Yeah.
sky.
It kind of a problem. It's not a problem with this game in particular. I think it's a problem with a lot of the Frostbite and just video games, like AAA games in general these days, are very good about looking great, but not very good about having like distinct landmarks.
Yeah, I think I just went backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, like readability is pretty low in a lot of AAA games.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's something that Breath of the Wild does extremely well. Just have like one or two very distinct standout, you know, structures. Yeah, or even something to make one cave distinctly different from another.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting AC Valhalla, because that seems like the Assassin's Creed game that... But I think I'm just completely done with Ubisoft icon barf style of design.
Like, I am too, but like, I kind of want to play that game anyway. 'Cause there's something about like coming home from work and being too tired to do anything, but still wanting to do something that makes the icon barf easy to get into. That's why I played a ton of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I can just come home and go do these things. Yeah, which is not great game design, but it's just so much easier to get into than, say, coming home and sitting down. I don't know, Divinity Original Sin or Polaris or something that I'd really like to get into.
Oh, that's right, the organic cover. This game is
I count one left to go.
functional.
I have found it to work okay.
Yeah.
It might not work so great when you're dashing in the middle of the battlefield all the time, though.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're doing this.
Did Captain make it?
Alright.
Yo.
Hello.
Okay.
Tell them you summoned him.
No
He's
vital signs.
smelled Andromeda
Just shot
thousands of
cold
miles
blood.
away.
No, for real?
He's trying to
Oh,
surrender.
oh.
Why kill him?
I love this
Would we
game. It's
treat
my
them any
favorite game on the
different if they showed up
Citadel.
Earth, armed to the teeth? Maybe not.
17 is best
Isn't
top
quite
10
an
games of
option.
the year, and that person is me, no one else.
How's it going, Helmer?
We'll come back for his body when we
Great.
find the other.
Actually, I'm doing pretty
Hope
good
Ria's still alive somewhere.
overall. Yeah.
Still, take a look at this architecture. This is really something.
All right, yeah. Is the stream nice and consistent for people now?
It's smooth. It's
All
smooth
right.
for
It's
me
got
at
a-
the moment.
Nice amount of contrast on it, I'll say.
All right,
But
that's
it's
good.
just the one.
Yeah. Like the color balance
Never seen anything like it.
is
I need
alright.
to. I need to play this game. Does this game have? This game has HDR support,
left
doesn't it?
some
On
years
PC.
ago, right?
I feel like yes, it does.
Yeah.
One of the
Our
4
long-range
games
scans wouldn't have shown
in
this.
existence with HDR support.
Structures, that tower.
This.
You have to play it on
Maybe none of
Linux
it
to
was
get
cool
proper
left
HDR
off the way.
support.
I'll tell you that later because I have a Linux partition.
I hear Windows is not so great with
Yeah, that's
You can just end it right
HDR.
there. Windows is not so great.
Yeah, Windows not so great. Does the fire? There, my question answered.
more like wind blows, am I right?
Sure.
Hey, look, flares going up over
yeah.
there.
And Mike
Could be
and
our people.
dollar
I'm looking
sign.
at them.
There, watch out! What is this thing? I think it wants to eat us!
Do you have an
Okay.
assault rifle at this
dead.
point?
Just
Whatever
just
it
got a
was.
pistol.
How did it cloak like that?
I feel like there's an assault rifle somewhere in this level that I felt like just appeared in my inventory. I don't remember where I picked it up.
I don't know if you might get it when you reach like the people and you have to like do a mission here. Have you done that? No, you haven't. No. It's after you
No.
find the Pathfinder.
You don't want to know what my rider looks like. It's gonna be.
As
a
the
fun
foremost
time.
expert,
This place is taking a beating from the storm.
the foremost expert on
Along with
Mass
everything
Effect
else,
Andromeda, I know everything.
Are you an apologist for this game?
Well,
Oh, you don't even
what's
know.
home. Doesn't look like a home.
The-
at
I
all.
spent, I think, 3 hours filibustering on the unofficial Giant Bomb Discord Game of Year podcast
Sorry.
2017,
The one-
trying to get
Never
this
heard of that.
game.
So what's it
Yeah,
for?
trying to get this game
doesn't
onto
look
the
like the other
top
structures we've seen.
10 list.
Different design.
I don't know if I actually think it's that good of a game, but it was a
Must be a way to
very,
get some lights
it was a
on.
bit. I won't call it good, but it was a bit.
Do you ever use the whole mantling system here? Because I feel like just jumping and dashing forward is much more fun,
Yeah.
much faster.
Never.
and-
Only if you need to glitch up
Yeah.
like surfaces. Wait, are you male rider or
I
female
am
rider?
Heathcliff Rider.
What? Okay, is that
I
like
let
a
people
donation goal?
donate.
Oh,
I let
great.
people donate for
Yes.
the name.
Nice.
And
Can you turn off your helmet or something and show your character?
No, male rider never looked that bad, like looked that wonky. It was
Oh.
female rider that looked
Yeah.
super wonky.
Sarah
By
Ryder does not.
default.
They definitely like fixed some of the shading on her face,
Yeah.
but
The-
it still looks wonky.
The Scott Rider in this game reminds me of the guy who plays James Holden in The Expanse.
James Holden, Expanse. All right.
Like it's the awful like the douchebaggy stubble.
What are you doing?
Yeah. I see where you're coming. Got a real nade shot looking, you know.
Yeah.
That can't be good.
Matthew
Great.
Hogg.
That's a great TV show, by the way. Also a fantastic series of books.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's a generator.
Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't it?
I've heard good things.
Maybe it did something.
Maybe I'll watch it at some point. I have not watched TV. I have not watched TV in ages.
TV is hell. So many goddamn ads.
Weird.
There's
worst.
too many
If I'm gonna watch
shows.
something, it's gonna be on a streaming service, so I don't have to watch
Oh yeah,
Whoa.
that's what I mean.
Guess a circuit overloaded.
I
Even the equipment's out to get us.
ads.
yeah.
You know what the weird thing is?
Yeah.
You have to pay for cable.
Yep.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah,
parents pay for cable.
I have been arguing with my parents about getting, well, mom specifically about getting,
I
about
guess
getting rid of
that
cable.
her
Like, why
argument
don't-
is about she
I
wants
gave
to
them an-
come
I-
home and turn on TV and not think
No,
too much, not have to decide.
No, I've
Okay.
no. I managed to convince my dad, but my mom's just like, and she keeps acting like she's gonna do it, and then she doesn't do it. But yeah, I'll show them. Like,
Maybe.
I gave them my old
Then I got
Xbox
hit by a
One, and I was
tornado.
like, here, you can hunt through, Amazon Prime. You can do all your YouTube. You can
Weird.
Hulu has a bunch of stuff. it's gonna cost you less money for all this, and they're like, yeah, sure, and then
Hulu is definitely not gonna cost you less money soon.
I mean,
They
yeah,
How much is
Just
Hulu
like-
gonna be?
They're raising it to like almost $100
What,
a month.
A year?
a month. Yeah, it's like I think it's going up to like 60, 70 or
year
80
or
dollars.
a year?
I think isn't it a month? Isn't Hulu already
I can't
like?
imagine paying that much
Why
money
would
a
you
month
ever
for
pay
that.
$60 a month for Hulu?
Why would you ever pay $60 a month for
'cause it
cable?
has, like,
People do
TV
it.
or something, right?
Huh?
Anyways, the most I am paying for a streaming service is $10 a month for Verve, and I haven't watched very much anime recently.
Yeah.
Is
I mean,
Verve?
Keep your life anime free.
Verve is it is Crunchyroll and High Dive and a bunch of original shows. Like the McElroy's show is on Verve now.
Oh right, yeah, that did happen.
That did happen, yeah.
Whatever the...
It's
Some
pretty
serious
good.
energy on
It
the
might
other
be the
side.
last
It's
McElroy
Friday.
thing that I really love.
His wounds look... Doesn't say much.
They had good
other than it's
bits.
not organic.
On that.
I
And it's
was
about the same
I was
age as an
unsure about whether I had to
Suppose it was
finish this
Garnier?
room or not because I left it and that guy over there, Liam, was like, hey, you don't reckon there's anything else in here, do you? And I went in there, and didn't find anything else, so I just left and
Yeah.
have to
I think
progress.
scanning only really gets you XP?
Yeah.
Not totally sure.
be
I didn't
honest,
use the scanning
I-
function too much.
I have excised most of this game from my memory. Oh, what?
I definitely had a bunch of side shit I could have done when I
Yeah.
completed the game, but didn't feel compelled.
Yeah, I think this room is optional. You don't seem to
Yeah.
need to do anything in here.
I think I spent too much time on that fucking... Like the pirate planet, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
I
have
spent
no
way
idea.
too much time on that goddamn planet and not enough time on like the swamp
Lost
planet
in
or the ice
hinterland.
planet. Well, it has like all the driving space, right? And you
Yeah.
can go a bunch of places and there's just shitty side
still
quests
crappy.
that don't tell you anything.
That seems to be this game.
Heads up! They were waiting
No,
for us.
there's some good stuff in here.
Damn!
I think honestly all the main quests are good. And most of the like character quests are very good.
Are these things stalking us?
I don't like the writing in this. It seems like it's trying to evoke Mass Effect without actually. It is toothless. It has no.
It's characters.
take no
Yeah, I mean,
legs.
okay, this game has like 3 good characters, and the rest of them are very bland.
A path
And
down the
they
line.
haven't had like 3 games to establish who these characters are.
I mean, yeah, but you know,
They're just kind of like remixes of the earlier characters.
I've been watching Mass Alex, and it's sort of just because you know I was thinking about playing Mass Effect. I don't want to do that to
Hang
the
on, Clem.
collection,
We got you.
but
Keep your head down.
I was watching Mass Alex, and
Box them in.
within the first few hours of that game, you've come across
We're
some
clear.
just much
Thank God. I was tapping my
more
mic,
interesting
hoping someone would
characters.
notice.
I think this game would have been way better
Yeah.
off if
Where are the others?
right from the start it sent you
Killed
to the
Crow.
Nexus.
Our fish are alive, back at the crash
Instead of this, you
Scarborough
like say you come to
Needs help.
this
I'll check around
planet,
for
you
supplies.
see that it's kind
Then
of
head back.
messed up, and then you,
Stay put when you get there.
you
We'll look
say,
at my
hey, let's
dad's
go to the
stuff.
Nexus instead of
Good
landing on
luck.
this planet that doesn't
Can't
appear
wait
to be
to get
what we
off
thought it
this
was.
Oh yeah, no, this
And
this section is way too long.
Yeah,
In-
but like you get to
um,
the Nexus,
like-
and then like
Yeah, you don't get to the Citadel for quite a while.
In
in
Mass Effect
2, right? Or no, you go to Omega first. even,
no,
right?
in Mass Effect 2 it takes a little while, but in I'm talking about
Oh.
1. Like in 1 you do the mission on like that game pretty
Yeah.
much
the
launches you
desert
straight into the mission on
You do the
what's it
desert
called?
mission, right? The desert island wreck.
No,
What's the first
on Mass
mission?
Effect 1.
Mass Effect 1.
I'm talking about the beginning of the game.
Yeah, but what's the first mission?
It is
Something Prime. It takes place on a colony. Eden Prime, yeah. There's a colony,
and that's like
and
in
there's a
just
big
an hour,
like
and then you're in the
there's part of the
Citadel.
Reaper.
Good way to
Yeah,
break your neck.
like that game gets
Eden
to
Pri- is
the
it
good
Eden
part.
Prime?
Yeah, that game gets to the good part real quick, and the good part is like a bunch of immediately interesting characters and situations and dialogue that sets up the whole.
Oh yeah, you're on the stupid like garden
Looks like a whole patrol.
thing. Right, yeah.
Yeah, within the first 3 hours of that game, you've got
Don't want them to drag us off like Grid.
not necessarily. Don't give up till you're falling over. Never mind, you're dead. But no, within the first 3 hours of the first Mass Effect, you have set up like these big like galaxy spanning issues that like reverberate through the whole trilogy. And I'm not saying that stuff doesn't happen in this game, but it feels really toothless. Like, let's see, who's an early character? Like, not in this game. I'm talking about original Mass Effect. I'm trying to think of an early party member. Yeah, I mean Ashley is interesting.
Kind of
I
sucks.
suppose. She kind of sucks. Yeah, but like she's not.
I'd say Ashley and Liam are. Liam is definitely a better written character.
Caden and Ashley aren't the most interesting characters.
No.
Like, you get on the Citadel and you meet Rex and you meet
Oh,
Garrus that first run on the Citadel.
I mean, Garrus and Rex are like. We're top two in my mind. In Mass Effect 1, we're top two. I ran through that whole game with Garrus.
And you meet Tally.
Yeah.
You have to do like an investigation to find some evidence for Saren, being the bad guy.
Yeah.
This game seems like muddled and.
This game does not know what it wants to do. It is super unfocused.
This game was also made
they-
in like the course of 18 months. Like the final version of this game was only shoved together in 18 months.
You're
And
pretty
it-
good at this, right? Huh?
Yeah.
I think like
Thanks to go to Mass Effect Relay.
the good stuff in this game comes from
Wish we'd had one for the
like
Arks.
isolated. Well, okay.
I wonder what these
So
guys
I
were
think the
doing.
main quests or the main
Crash
missions are paced
one of
quite
us.
well. They have interesting mechanics. They're done well. Some of the character missions are like interesting and they develop the character right, like standard Mass Effect stuff. But all the side stuff is just bland, bad, time waster.
Yeah. I mean, I have no problems with the mechanics of this game. There's
It
things
plays
that I
well.
like.
It plays well, I think.
Yeah.
Like gameplay-wise, on a mouse and keyboard, I like this game.
I mean, I messed with it with a controller too. It seems to play just fine on a controller.
This game, the part where you played this game is, funnily enough, the least offensive part of it.
Yeah.
Anyone there?
Cora, we read you. You're alive.
Shuttle repairs are underway.
I think
but we're
this
surrounded.
game
They're not
needed
friendly.
to have like
On our
a
way.
Witcher
That
3-esque
point marked.
long development period.
I mean, yeah, the EA wasn't interested in spending
Looks like a whole
5 years
patrol.
making a game.
Yeah, but like it's
the-
kind of trying.
Cover
It's
the
like a lot of the
obstacles,
missions.
Push them back.
It's like they didn't give any time. Like, okay, yo, you have to finish like 4 side quests in like a day as a developer on this game.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what are we gonna do? Oh no, this guy died because an alien raider came and killed him. Oh, we're gonna do 4 of these missions on this one planet.
I'm on it.
Cool. And it's trying to be like in other games where it happens like dynamically, right?
Plenty of those.
Quote unquote dynamically. Stumble upon something.
Did either of you play the multiplayer all that much? Because like
I
Master
never
This
played the
game?
multiplayer
No.
for this
For the other
game.
games, yes.
I played a lot of 3 multiplayer. Back in
Yeah.
the heavy
What did we
days.
ever do to them?
Well,
Well, that settled that.
man, I played 3 at launch and did not
You're the
play
rescue,
3
right?
again until last year. With all, the first time I played it was
Oh, right.
base launch,
Helmer,
no
this is what
DLC,
my
no
rider looks like.
anything. We have to level up first.
Oh. Okay. Sure. Okay. I just went with the default Sarah
You
Ryder.
know, it's a charity stream.
Yeah.
Gotta do something fun.
I still need to play the DLCs for 3. I only played Leviathan. How long is 3?
I never played the DLC for 3.
It's
supposed to be really good.
worth it. Yeah, like the DLC for 3 is what makes that game.
How long is that game so you can get to the DLC parts?
Solid. It takes about 30-35 hours to finish it. You probably
Okay.
be at the DLC. Ballpark guess 20 to 25. Maybe
What if
30.
I have to save?
If you have a save before the point of no return, you should be able to just go do them all.
Probably don't.
How
It's
is
on. I
everyone?
think that's on a different
Still in one
Origin
piece.
account to the one I use
We
right
got
now.
here just in time.
Oh boy.
Where's my dad?
They're coming out with a
You've been
collection
scouting ahead
early next year
while we fix
or
the
sometime
shuttle.
next year.
Is it
so
on console?
It's no
I-
consoles and PC, I think.
Is it like a
Ryder?
proper
There's
remaster?
weapons and ammo.
We don't know. All we know is that
Stop
they're coming out with a collection. It might just be. We know it's going to be
Did these things try
everything,
talking to you at
but
all?
it might just be
Barely a
like
word.
the games packaged in one,
Then
you know,
start
bundle,
shooting.
Yeah.
What
or it
about
might
you?
be a whole
Ah,
thing,
ah.
but we don't know yet.
Enemy ship
I
on
mean,
the
what if I
way!
just like generate a
to
save from
cover!
Mass Effect 3
Go,
and played
go!
in New Game Plus with all the weapons? I should get me there pretty fast.
I would just wait till the collection.
Yeah.
Here they come!
That's probably.
The first time that thing moved, I thought it was just bugged out, but apparently that's just how they move.
Yeah, it's got the anti-gravity tendrils.
It just slides through the air.
Let up!
Yeah, but look, those things are moving. The little
Lightning zap their
Uh
shuttle!
huh.
Harry, you guys okay?
This is pretty good.
Not
left
dead yet.
trigger action.
I mean,
Heads
that's
up!
what this
Another shuttle
sequence is.
incoming!
In this weather?
Guess we got their attention.
Yeah, my
Are those
charge.
I wish. They've got some weird cloaking
Jesus,
ability.
head-
You're shitting me!
And Liam's here being useless.
Sound off!
I'm here!
Still alive.
Here!
Present!
What are Liam's powers in this?
Grenade.
He's basically Cajun.
Soldier.
I can't get a beat on those
Yeah,
things!
right. Oh yeah.
And then Cora is the biotic Asari weave.
There's
Yeah.
too many of
Like,
them!
hey guys, did you know I trained with the
Just keep
Asari? I'm
firing, we
basically
can
an
do this.
Asari.
Where the hell are you going?
The fight's back here!
Oh, I die.
Wait, what class did you pick?
I haven't gotten to the class yet, but
Enemy ship on the
I
way!
picked biotic charge for
Get
my
to
starting
cover!
ability.
Go, go!
Vanguard?
Vanguard.
Yeah.
Here they come!
But yeah, the class system in this game is actually semi-neat, but like
They got
everything else
balls
in
to
this
try
game
and
does not
answer.
necessarily reach its potential because there's no reason to ever switch classes.
Yeah. No, I think I started pretty safely. Had like the
Lightning
armor
zap their
ability,
shuttle!
had the charge, had like, you know, pole or whatever,
Yeah.
or spike.
Harry,
I don't
you
remember.
guys okay?
Not
The
dead
one
yet!
to get people out of cover.
Yeah.
Shockwave thing.
Sure.
Since when do rocks float?
You might need to be somewhere
Just
else.
go with it.
Heads up! Another shuttle incoming!
Just
In this weather?
Guess we got their
always be
attention.
charging ABC.
Are those dogs?
I wish. They've got some weird cloaking ability.
You need a shotgun.
You're shitting
Yeah,
me!
I do have a shotgun. I just don't remember how to switch out weapons on mission.
Sound off!
I'm here!
Still alive.
Here!
Present!
I can't get a beat on
Did
those
anyone
things!
watch the Math N 7-day thing that Bioware did
There's too many of
with
them!
Austin Walker
Just keep firing! We can do this!
Nah.
doing a Omni Blades in the dark with both Commander Shepards?
I saw some of it. I haven't finished it.
Man, these guys
That's
don't
all the
have to fight.
N7-day thing I looked at. 'Cause I knew nothing else would be relevant.
Yeah.
Wait, what's Omni Blades in the dark?
So Blades in the Dark is one of those rules-like tabletop RPGs about running a
Oh,
guild of
okay,
thieves.
okay, yeah.
And so he ran that in the Mass Effect universe, and Jen Hale played Valerian,
Liam, enough!
Right.
And what about the dude?
and Mark Meer was a
I hear you, but this
Vorcha.
isn't the time to lose our cool.
I love milk
Now
drinks.
What has that dude ever done anything else? I've never
Fisher's
seen him
wounded.
or
Sit
heard of
tight.
him doing anything
Raise
else.
with There are
So
shuttles and
in
pieces.
the remaster, Baldur's Gate Remastered, Markmere is the voice of the Sun Monk.
Oh, the guy I walked past him was like, yeah, I don't really want him.
You're like,
Take cover!
that, okay. Since we're talking about weird BioWare games, the Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition is probably the way to play those games in 2020.
Don't worry, it's not contagious.
Like,
Before they
no
attack
fuss,
us,
don't have to download,
they
fiddle
managed to
around
fix
with
our
8,000
comms.
mods.
You're a lifesaver. Now just take it easy.
But
Sam, are you there?
the stuff they added in that game sticks out like a sore thumb.
The Pathfinder needs to speak.
Yeah, I dropped Nira as soon as I could. Although honestly, I wish I could drop Denny here too.
Yeah.
We have wounded crew. The good news is our shuttle's been repaired. We can get back to the Ark.
That game gives you a lot of characters, though.
Yeah.
Our wounded can't wait much longer.
I
Do you have
don't-
something in mind?
I don't really like it when RPGs give you a new character like 30 hours
We're talking
in.
about weather.
Oh yeah, that game has that problem.
Yeah, like if you
All the characters you get in Act 5, you can get in Act 5.
Sir!
And it's like, why would you ever put
Can you
TX
two
in your
manage
party?
I can keep her
yeah,
stable.
like I do think it's like
Let's move.
interesting to introduce like a late game like surprise character like Logain or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's kind of a bonus thing because I've already spent
Sam, do you have the
hours and
Pathfinder?
hours investing, time and energy into specking out these characters the way I want them. I'm not going to go unless he has something amazing, unless he's unique like Magus from Chrono Trigger or something that has some really special skills that are useful and not just some obtuse thing.
Yeah.
Give me your character selection within 10 hours and no more after that.
Yep.
Marking the nav point on your map.
Doesn't look far.
Let's make this quick.
We have to get there
like
before
a
the
good
storm hits. No detours.
late game
What was my
character,
dad scouting
but only if it's justified
He was trying to get
story, like
readings on that tower.
Amanjaro in
Well, the
Neverwinter
network
Nights
puts you near
2 is pretty
Exercise
good.
caution. The storm front is already gaining intensity.
What about
Nice to have you back, Sam.
now this
How about some good news
is
next
Mass
time?
Effect, now they're an RPG. What about Legion? He gets introduced pretty late.
Yeah, Legion is an awesome character that I wish was introduced
Earlier.
quite a bit earlier, so we could explore him some more.
You get him in like the second
right.
to
We don't
last
have much
like.
time.
Yeah, if you want
you
to,
get him at the end of the second act, right? Or something?
if you want to beat that, if you want to get like the best ending of that game where everyone survives,
Somebody was pretty
you
clever
have to
with
do
these
a
rocks.
very specific series of
Only way to
missions with
survive
Legion.
here.
Yeah, you have to
John,
do
shit, you want-
like his
We're
thing.
close.
It's pretty much
The halfway
easy,
shows my
right?
dad's up there.
Yeah.
It's like
Because Legion joins
I've
you on
done
the
it
bigger
where
IFF
everyone survives.
mission,
I don't remember the
Yeah.
specific.
and after that, the crew of the Normandy gets taken.
Yeah, and you can only do 2 missions
Yeah.
after they get taken before people start dying, right?
Yeah.
And then
You have to do-
you lose Kelly.
Yeah. I used to like sit down like every other day and just complete Mass Effect 2
Yeah.
for a while.
That game.
Oh, of course.
every other day.
Look, it was like what? When did that come out?
Oh,
Game come out? Like
Tuesday, time to play Mass
2010
Effect.
I don't think they're
was
native to the
Mass
planet.
Effect 2.
They're not.
Early-
I was
yeah,
what,
early-
like 12,
Like they've been
probably.
studying the planet.
You know,
Jesus
I
Christ.
just come home, you know, sit down.
Way to
I
make
just
me
sit down
feel-
someday, like, oh, Friday. I got off early of school,
It
you
seemed
know.
important.
I was getting ready to graduate high school.
12 in 2010?
Well,
I was
right
born
now,
in
Oh God, I was-
1998.
we're in trouble.
I was in
Sweet
college.
baby child.
Sir, you said you had an idea about the
I've been
weather?
hearing that for
It's the
quite a
dark
few
energy
years
cloud
now.
behind
I'm used to
Hyperion
it. Yeah.
It's affecting the whole planet.
I come home, you know, from a Friday,
That.
sit
The
down,
tower
turn
is
my
called
Xbox
to
on,
back the clouds.
beat Mass Effect
Together
2, and then like,
represent
you know,
the entire climate
I really want to play that game. Yeah,
directed
it's pretty good.
energy.
Yeah, enjoyable experience.
Suggest if we
Play it through again, you know.
Shut it down.
I could get it. I got it down
Goes
to
away.
4
Something to get
hours,
us out of
and then
here.
I started speedrunning it a bit on
We just have to get
on
past
PC, you know, and then I kind of
It's
lost
a hell of a
passion for
gamble.
it. But
But we won't know until we get in there and try.
it's a good
Cool.
game.
Mass
I've
Effect
beaten it
passion.
over 30
It'll be a
times.
nasty fight the whole way.
That's impressive.
If the riders
I
are
don't know if it
game,
is,
so am
but
I.
thank you.
But we risk turning a skirmish with these guys into something worse.
It's
It's
them
a good
or
game.
us. Oh, it's
I don't
them.
know if I like it as much now, but
Arguably the
They've been
the
working
best
on
game
that.
of that
Just need to
generation.
change the
I
map.
would definitely say so.
maybe Dark Souls is
Yeah.
the best game of that generation, but
Hell no. No way.
we have one of the handful of Dark Souls haters here.
No, I just don't care much for it. Wasn't my thing. I didn't have the same fucking religious experience with like game difficulty that like every other game person did.
It wasn't it took me a while to get into that series. It wasn't a religious experience or anything for me, but it was like nobody really made dungeon crawlers like that. And that's what Dark Souls is. I don't want to dance around the bush here. It's pretty much just a dungeon crawler.
behind you.
But like we weren't getting any AAA things like that at all. We hadn't had any
Here they come. Now we've got their
while.
attention.
Yeah.
Watch the lightning!
And Dark Souls came along, or well, Demon's Souls came along first, and then Dark Souls came along, and it's like suddenly everybody wanted another one of these.
We don't want to get bogged down out
I think the cultural, we talked about this a little bit before, but the cultural transition
This went
of
south in a
Demon
hurry.
Souls being like, what is this weird Japanese action RPG of people made after breaks?
Go, 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 go!
To everyone's like, oh yeah, of course, yeah, you lose all your experience when you die. I understand this. I ate those for breakfast.
Like that game, Sony didn't even want to publish that game over here.
Atlas
Atlas
published that
had
game
to
in
do
the
it.
United States.
After it had already been patched up and the whole zeitgeist in Japan had gone.
Everyone importing the Southeast Asian version of that game that had English. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It just didn't do it for me.
Weird game from
Yeah,
the developers of
understandable.
Ninja Blade.
Very weird game from the developers of Ninja
Or developers of Cookies and Cream.
The developers of Lost Kingdoms, the game I've been streaming recently.
Ninja Blade is not a very good
Kingsfield.
game, and I will stand by that.
Ninja Blade is garbage.
It's one of those
Bam.
games that like
Biotic
you're
amp
browsing
interface mode.
the Xbox Live demos
Keep up!
section at like
Ninja Blade.
7 p.m.
Is that a game with like
I'm here!
a half-naked chick on the front of it?
No, Ninja
gotta
you're
try
thinking
going
of,
Any game from that era.
I'm thinking of
if
Yeah, Heavenly
you're thinking
Blade.
of Manetica or
Have to
X-Blades.
keep an eye on our flank.
Okay,
Heavenly
X-Blades. I think X-Blades is what I was
Let's
thinking
get
of.
inside.
901.
Okay, yeah, X-Blades is what I was thinking
If
of.
there was ever
How's
going to
your
be a
dad doing
wheel
all
of
of this?
dubious
He's like a
character action
machine.
games,
No idea.
X-Blades and Blades of Time or whatever it is.
apparently Blades of Time is better.
One of those games is supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah,
Like
like
gameplay-wise.
X-Blades is apparently garbage, but
And then
there is
what?
someone in the Giant
We'll know when
Bomb
we get
Discord
there.
who swears by Blades of Time as being like not as bad as you think it is.
There's a lot of bad game apologists on this Discord, me included.
I think
Yeah,
it's
this game is
telling.
bad.
Sam, give me engineer
The-
profile.
Yeah, sure, I
the
don't
guy
know.
with the anti-road avatar.
Squad,
Sure.
on me!
You could always play some Piano 3 now that you have all that retro stuff.
Now
Sir,
that I
where are
have,
you getting these
well,
profiles?
if someone
Little
wants to
help
look
from
up the
Sam.
prices for Piano
What does that
3 on eBay,
Have you ever?
This looks like a control center.
Probably
Keep
expensive
up
because
like
it was one of those
You heard
Capcom
him.
games.
They tried to kill that shit.
Capcom 5.
Not over yet. I need
Street
to get
Killer
through
7
that.
recently too. That game is quite strange.
Piano 3 appears to be thereabouts $50.
Nope. I will not pay that much for a copy of Project Number 3.
For how much?
About
50 American
bucks.
dollars.
What now? I need to decipher the
Oh
language.
no. Ugh. I'm disgusted by that
What were
price.
the other games? There was
I-
Piano 3, there was Beautiful
What's the plan here?
Joe.
They'll surround us
Killer
in no
7,
time.
Resident
Resident
Evil 4,
Evil
Dark
4.
Phoenix, which was cancelled,
Where'd you want us?
Right.
and
Beautiful Joe.
Beautiful Joe.
Beautiful
Great
Joe needs more games.
Yeah.
You,
I've
you
never
coward.
played.
Can they ever replicate Beautiful Joe on a modern system though?
I mean, they could do. Oh, yeah, as far as like graphically, yeah.
Go baby. Oh, I see. I remember. The squad mates in this game are useless.
I never used any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Got it!
I
Watch
never
it!
used this.
Think I see movement!
You never have to do any of this. The combat in this game
We
is
held them off
not.
at the shuttle.
It's not
we can do
difficult,
it again.
and also the AI is
A
not
lot of
good.
people still counting on
You
us.
just have to be like
I'm just getting
not.
warmed up.
Like you have to play it like not an asshole, and you don't lose.
Yeah, as long as you're not playing
They mean
like I am
business.
right
Keep them
now,
off
where
your
I'm just
gas.
like,
Ryder,
Let's
don't
just
go
dash
too
in the middle
far.
of them and then.
Yeah, I mean, if all you do is like hold like W and mouse 1, yeah, you'll probably die a bunch of times. If you use cover and you use like
What is
abilities
this
on
place
cooldown,
anyway? I don't know, but they sure want it
enemies
back.
don't really use abilities that much. They don't flank you too much either.
I think I really pissed that one off.
I
They let you
fear.
Maybe because
50% decrypted.
What
It's an
happened?
unusually
Oh yeah,
cool
you
It
dash into
teleported
that.
me. Yeah, I dashed
Yeah,
into the
teleport
heavy
you
and
back.
it teleported me
I will
back.
need a moment to evaluate
It's
the
like-
Stupid.
Nope.
Oh, yeah,
I
this-
played Fear earlier this year, and that game, you know, that game is known for
Just
its
a little
enemy
longer.
AI, and a little bit of, you can see the smoke and mirrors, but it's still genuinely impressive to just have all
Sure,
these
any
clone
progress?
soldiers trying to flank
decryption
you.
is 75% complete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've almost
A
got
lot
it.
of that is all of those areas are boxes.
Yeah.
Like it disguises it mostly okay, but at the end of the day, that's a very angular game as far as environment design goes.
All of those abandoned offices and dingy warehouses.
Super cool.
Now,
Decryption
the real
complete.
question is, did you play Fear 2, and do you know how that game ends? Do you know how that game ends?
Yes, I know how that game
Oh,
ends.
I need to take a look at it.
Okay.
I am aware of how that game ends.
Fear 1 had great multiplayer.
But let me tell you, slow-mo
Ryder, I need your help over
kicking
here.
and jump kicking clone soldiers in the face
No, it's
is a
okay.
very
We'll keep a
good
lookout.
time.
We need to get this door open.
Yeah, but you could do that in multiplayer too, and I was even radder.
How does the
Now-
slow-mo work in Fear 1?
Everyone.
You pick up
Everyone.
a pickup and everyone gets it.
Yeah. The slow,
Now-
like, that game in
back into it.
multiplayer is cool as shit.
Now, here's the real question. Did you play Fear 3?
No.
Sam's decoded part of the language.
Maybe one?
Now we'll see
You
if I
should
can
play-
have a
I
I
beat-
beat
conversation.
first-person shooters is a different
Nothing on this
feature
planet is listed
entirely.
so far. Just
I beat Fear
Be
3
careful.
3
Worried
times.
about your old man, huh?
Oh
I won't
no.
tell anyone.
Why?
I don't know.
Come on.
I think it's like once single player and once co-op, and then once again a couple years later for shits and giggles. It had a mode in it called fucking
Sam,
Run,
begin
which is
translating.
where you were placed in a level, and it was a multiplayer mode. You were placed in a level, and you and a pal had to
Translation.
run from like
Let's
this
see what we
giant black cloud that as soon as it caught up to you would
Yeah.
kill you. That was genuinely a lot of fun. I played quite a bit of that.
I mean, I can't talk too much mess because I'm the guy trying to convince Donkey Pie to play Resident Evil 6 with this. So,
I
Yeah.
tried playing through Resident 6 with a friend, and that game just plays like absolute shit.
Yeah,
It wasn't very enjoyable.
my brother and I.
kind of like that game. That game is bad.
I mean, I get why you might like it, but yeah, it's just not.
You have to approach it like a Japanese action game and not like a traditional third-person shooter. And even then, the abundance of terrible scripted events and
I'll be damned. It's working.
garbage in that game is a lot.
You did it.
There's hope at least.
Yeah. I think what Capcom has done over this decade has been kind of amazing as far as the trajectory of,
Sam,
the quality turnaround of that
It was
company.
simply a matter of linguistics.
From the
Though I am
AAA
pleased
being
to help.
like, Japanese games are dead forever. To
Call of Duty 2 and Monster Hunter World and
Yeah.
DMC5.
yeah, Mega Man 10 or Mega Man 11.
Yeah.
They made a new Mega Man game just to stick it.
Wait, what?
Mega Man 11 came out like a year or two ago? Maybe 2 years ago?
Yeah.
repeat. We
It's
need
It's
to
a
get
pretty
Mighty
good
Number
Mega Man
9.
game.
it now.
They're spinning up the shuttle. ETA is 3, maybe 4 minutes.
It's a
Right,
pretty good
your
game.
dad.
We don't have that long.
Takes off his helmet and gives it to you, and is still speaking even though there's no breathable air.
He's got all that air in his lungs.
Sacrifice.
Breath.
What are you...
Initiating transfer.
Boy, the beginning of this game is...
Speaking of Mega Man, in this picture, in this frame, he looks like original Mega Man box art Mega Man.
Yeah, kinda.
And then this, I thought for a second we were gonna get a Lazarus Project thing.
Is it
But-
basically a Lazarus Project thing?
No.
Isn't the Pathfinder like
Well, he gives you
Pathfinder,
Sam,
right?
and Sam saves you.
Yeah, but the Pathfinders are like special. They're not. They're like the. What do they call the people? The Spectres, right?
Yeah, well, every Bioware game
Spectres
you have
are
to keep
different.
the special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Spectres are not like... The Spectres are just very, very good at what they do. They do not have, like, special powers. Yeah.
Except for Shepard, who is like literally a super.
Well, here's
person, right?
the fun thing about... The thing that I never liked about Mass Effect... Well, it's just a small thing.
Right
A
as
little
implant is
complaint I have.
activated.
They
I
treat
suggest a
Shepard
hard
as a
one.
special person, like he's got some kind of special powers, or there's something innate about him that is like amazing. But he's not. He's just a dude who gets shit done.
Yep.
Or she.
Well, yep, there's that power fantasy. Oh, jeez. Still funny.
What happened?
You were clinically dead for 22 seconds.
How many times do you wake up in this game?
Then how did I make it out? Hey, you're still with us.
Oh, you
Guys,
look as
it's
thanks for a
Sam,
reject.
Right as awake. Who are you talking to?
Sam.
I didn't hear him.
You're up. Look here. And here.
My father. Where?
It was your life or his. And he chose you. I'm so sorry. I know this must be a
Even
blow.
Cora looks like she's smiling here.
Yeah.
Honestly, we weren't close. I never really knew him growing up.
I know he could be distant, but he once said that when his time came, he wanted to go out among stars no one had seen before.
When this game tries to go for emotional sincerity, it falls flat on its face because it's like,
What are we
don't
doing in
know
Sam
Alec
mode?
Ryder, and they kill him off.
Sam
before...
is now part of you,
Yeah,
in a way we don't entirely understand. It played havoc with your brain.
but yeah, every Bioware game, I feel
Sam?
like, makes the
Your
main
father
character
authorized
the
the
special,
transfer of
and
Pathfinder
it's
authority
all
to
hero's
you.
journey power fantasy stuff.
Shouldn't that be Cora?
Mm-hmm.
In theory,
And that's one of
In
the things I
reality,
like about Dragon
you're
Age
the
2,
new Pathfinder.
which might happen.
Oh, but you're just a dude.
Yeah, like here's the whole thing about
If
Hawk
that's how
is
it has
that
to be.
he's the champion.
Don't
He
sell
or
yourself
she is the
short.
champion of Kirkwall.
I think you can do it.
But
Cora.
they can't solve all the world's
It's what he wanted.
problems.
I won't stand in the way.
Don't you
being
also spend the
Pathfinder is a
entire
serious
game
job.
getting to that point?
Sure
Yeah.
you're ready for this?
Like Dragon Age 2 has
I'm sure there's a lot I don't
share
know,
of
but
problems, but
I'll figure it out.
If it helps,
even playing
just
through
got
it
me to
again,
lean on.
it's like
It's all academic anyway.
I still like parts
Sam's
of this.
linked to your mind on a deeper level
And
that
also, every single
Trying
thing
to
about that
untangle
game
it
has to be given
could
with the
kill
caveat
you.
of
I
this
know
game
this
was
is
made
tough,
in less
but
than 2 years.
we need to
The
start
Mass
thinking about
Effect
the next
3
step. A lot of people are counting on
of
us.
the
Is the
Dragon
arc
Age
still
franchise.
drifting?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Whatever your dad did with that tower, it saved the day.
My voice.
Some sort of atmosphere scrubber.
The
Yeah.
energy cloud thinned
You're a
out.
little
We're
quiet.
on our way to the rally point now. Should be at the Nexus soon. He needs to rest
Yeah,
fast.
I didn't know it was that loud.
He's
I
got
would've
2
turned that
hours.
down.
We'll need our Pathfinder for this.
You weren't too loud before.
It's
How about
fine.
now?
I got audio
Hey,
mixing.
good.
Oh, I checked on your sister. There's still no change. But if you can pull through,
Okay.
so can she.
Yeah.
A bit of your dad in both of you.
Your father will be missed.
What's going on, Sam?
This is our
Are
private
you
channel.
interested in
I shared
streaming
it
any
with him.
good games at some point?
I mean, I'm streaming Lost Kingdoms.
He never mentioned anything about that.
It
But
allowed me
yes,
to know him better.
I want to
Alec
do a
wouldn't want us to lose
showcase
sight of the goal. He said pain emboldens our
neat
resolve.
little
He'd
indie
insist we grow stronger
RPGs,
from his passing.
and
Like Mass
also
Effect
like
Andromeda.
yeah, like Mass Effect Andromeda. Kind of the yin to the Wheel of Doom's RPGs yang.
Are you talking about like Underrail type stuff?
Yeah, like Underrail. Underrail's cool, man. Like Underrail, Lords of Shulima. And then I also want to just show off like the weirdo tactics games that I've been into recently. Man, the Ket looks so dumb.
Yeah.
They are the most Doctor Who looking rubber aliens. Not even like original series Star
They
Trek.
look better in like. I think they look better in the game actually than they do in cutscenes.
Yeah.
Their faces seem custom designed for my bootprint.
Yeah. Just the Ket and the Angara both look like the most C-tier Farscape rejects.
Like, we came from Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh, thank you, Skella, for your donation. Hey, Brendo, it's me, Skeleton. Hope that this is for the kids. This is for children. Mass Effect is for the children. It is rated M for mature, but it's still for the children.
Yeah, you remember that part where you destroy like 1,000,000 Batarians?
Yeah.
For the good of the galaxy.
Yeah.
That is I understand why they did it, but that is a super weird choice to force on people in this series.
Yeah. Commit war crimes.
Ryder, good to see you on your feet. We're at the Nexus. It's the forward hub for the entire Andromeda initiative. The Asari, Solarian, and Turian arcs should be there too.
But yeah, some of the
Let's hope
strategy
they've had
games
better luck.
I've been playing recently.
Starting our approach now.
I want to show off Troubleshooter.
It's almost as big as the Citadel back
which
home.
is bonkers
Nexus Control,
bananas
this is Archive
Korean
Hyperion requesting docking clearance.
XCOM mixed with Final Fantasy Tactics mixed
Captain,
with
I'm only getting
everything
their automated
else.
approach channel, not a live person. Well, like it or not, we're here. Take us in.
I got unlocked class changing. I haven't even gotten to the part where you can monster tame or anything, but it's like XCOM.
Could be worse.
How? Habitat 7's a
But
bust.
nuts.
We might have started a war with the first aliens we met, and our Pathfinder's dead. This
And
better be
then
rock
I'm also
bottom.
playing the Warhammer 40k
Green across the board.
Forex,
Docking initiated.
which is actually pretty good.
Wait, they
Gladius.
made a 40k for it?
Yeah, it's called
All right.
Gladius, Warhammer 40k.
I got it.
Gladius.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Relic.
Good luck,
They've released
Pathfinder.
so many 40k
Yep.
games the last like 3 years or whatever.
Yep. When Games
Like-
Workshop, just kind of let the license loose to anyone who wanted it.
Like earlier in a few years,
Dawn of War.
I don't know, like 7
know,
years. Yeah, I was like begging for 40k games, and now I just can't even keep
Space
track.
Marine's pretty good.
You gonna be okay, Ryder?
Oh, Space Marine is
The captain just called me
fantastic. I just
Pathfinder.
wish there was more of it.
This is really happening.
The reason I stopped playing Space Marine was because I got tired of orcs yelling, "Space Marine!"
Marine!
Oh
in
no,
my
it's
ear.
great.
Like every
Hit
fucking
the
battle.
boys, we're
Ton
gonna
of
have
them.
a great
Space
wow.
Marine. It's great. Love it.
I've played
Fantastic.
through the Dawn of War.
It'll be
2
nice to see some friendly
Retribution
faces
campaign
this
as the
time.
orcs.
The
Which is
Nexus
the
runs
right
a support crew.
way to
Just
play that
enough
game,
to finish
'cause-
building the station and
So
provide
all
safe
of the
harbor
campaign
for the
missions for
Arks.
that game are the same, regardless of
Means
who
we
you
can
pick,
start waking our
but
people up.
the entire time,
built a
the
bar, right?
orcs are just like, I
Gotta have
don't know
champagne
what's
for the
going on,
welcome party.
but these chaos
You're
gates
expecting
gotta
one?
get cramped.
After what we've been through, I could use a buzz.
Your
And-
your
We all
orc voice
could.
is pretty spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rough ride so far.
We'll bounce back.
I
Real
can't
food
really
and a
need
shower are just ahead.
guns.
Yeah. So, yeah, the good thing about Gladius is that it is a 4X that is way more of a war game than actual
Here we are.
4X. Like, the only X that matters is
I don't see any
exterminate.
champagne.
Where is everybody?
That's pretty appropriate for 40k,
Yeah. So,
especially
it's,
for orcs.
Well, this
involved.
it's
can't be
almost
right.
more like a Heroes of
It's
Might
like
and
everything's
Magic
on
or something.
standby.
If it's a surprise party, they're doing an awfully.
But I think it does a pretty good job of making the factions play differently. So, like, you know, Imperial Guard, you got disposable cheap infantry and
Can
big
you tell
guns.
us where the welcome party is hiding?
I'm sorry. My
How many
code is limited
races
to
are there?
information and
There are
simple
like
interaction
7 now.
simulations.
Started with
Please
4,
select
have
from
like
the
7 or
following
8.
pre-programmed responses.
Need to check that out.
Where do colonists live?
Like,
Once you've
yeah, they
cleared
just came out with the
immigration, our helpful
Eldar,
staff will assist you in choosing
and
the
the
home
Eldar
world of your dreams.
can teleport
Will it
all
be
around
the
the
tropical
map,
paradise of Habitat
and
7,
all their
the
units
gentle
are very
rolling hills of
fast,
Habitat
but they're
3,
very
or
squishy.
perhaps the mysterious Twilight world of Habitat 5.
Stuff like that.
Whichever you
It's
choose,
not
rest
like
assured,
groundbreaking
our
or anything. Like
pathfinders have carefully
Age of Wonders
vetted
Planetfall
all
is probably a
colony
better
worlds
game
to
of
ensure
that
your
type.
security and prosperity.
But
Oh boy.
it's been fun.
Habitat 7. That's where we landed. She's way out of date.
How does the immigration process work?
All right. I don't
We
know how
ask
much
that you submit to a brief
expository
medical
dialogue we
exam
need
to
to get
ensure your
through.
health and well-being after making
I
such
went
a
through
long
all of
journey.
it because I'm just that
Once
person.
you've been cleared, our colonization experts will assist
But
you in
I
finding
don't
your
think
new
anything
home.
here is particularly
Please be
necessary.
mindful of the
Yeah.
queue. Thousands of eager
Maybe
colonists
for major-
are
get to
waiting to
good
begin their new
stuff.
life in Andromeda.
Alright,
Where?
I've got to
Places
head out
deserted.
here.
All right.
I might
Thanks
be
for-
back
That's
in
all.
like 2 hours.
It has
I
been
don't
my
know.
pleasure. Please see one of our helpful
Thanks for
immigration
sticking
staff
around.
for further assistance.
No problem.
And welcome to your new home in Andromeda, where the brightest star is you. Current wait time for immigration processing is unknown error.
Right.
Dude left.
That was helpful.
I'm gonna turn the volume of the stream up. Since there's less conversation happening.
You can hear my lovely
Plants are still alive.
echoing.
I can hear my own lovely voice echoing.
It's like they didn't finish building it.
So what was the
Hi there.
order supposed to be here for ships arriving?
We're from Ark Hyperion, and wondering where everybody went.
Because like your arc arrived,
Did
and
he
my
hear you?
understanding was it was supposed to be
Did you say an
the
arc?
first.
Yeah, we just got
Yeah.
it.
And for what it's worth, your VI over there could use an update.
But this makes it seem like some
We
like
thought you
one
were all
group
dead.
left and arrived
What?
way earlier.
Or
I
captured.
think
With-
that
lost in
Nexus
dark
showed up
space,
first,
or...
and then a bunch of people from the Nexus
You're here.
rebelled.
You have
and
no
left,
idea how much this means.
and that's why they're all
I
the
don't
pirates,
believe it.
despite this game doing the whole new colonization thing.
I'm Tyrion Candles. I lead our militia.
Do you spend a
on
lot of the
Nexus.
game mowing down pirates?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
Ryder. This is Cora Harper and
Yeah,
Liam
there's a whole
Costa.
planet of
part of the Pathfinder
outcasts and
team.
outlaws and
I'm
criminals.
sorry for the confusion. Our sensors told us
How-
an arc had arrived, but Helios is notorious for scrambling equipment.
I
Even
can
though-
We
do
thought you were
math.
just another malfunction.
How are there enough people to
aren't
populate
you
a
expecting
planet
us?
for
You're the
pirates?
first arc we've seen. After a year of
I
waiting
assume it's not a
outside
whole
of the
planet,
others,
obviously,
we
but,
shut
like-
up this area and stopped
Yeah.
looking.
You've been stranded for a whole year?
Longer. I'll fill you in on the way to Op Center.
Like a lot of things in this game, the world building takes a couple shortcuts.
We need people.
Everything
to
that could
short-
go wrong with our
you
plan
shoot.
has.
We only
We
have two
arrived
new
14
alien
months
races
ago. Right away, we hit a band of dark
Uh-oh.
energy that knocked us off
in
course.
this new galaxy of
I'm
opportunity.
familiar with it.
To
Then
be
you'll know
fair,
why we call it the Scourge. We lost whole
the
sections of the
the
station.
universe in
A
Mass
lot of
Effect
people
1, 2, and
died.
3 seems
Power,
to
no
be
food. The chaos went on for months.
sorry, I keep hearing
It
myself.
finally led to armed rebellion. When order was
It seems to be
restored,
kind of
the
an
insurgents
anomaly
were
because
banished.
the
Exiles,
race that came
though.
before you, the
Are
Protheans,
things back to
there was only
normal?
one of those.
Not even close.
There doesn't
But
seem to
you're
be
here
another
now, so
galaxy-spanning
maybe the worst
race. So like, I don't find it so hard to
You
believe
guys
that
go ahead. I'll check out the security
a
situation.
galaxy would only have, you know,
You should know our
one
command
or
structure has been
two
fractured. Some
sentient
of us are
species
filling in for
or
leaders who died.
spacefaring species in this universe.
True?
On the
It's a
flip
drop
side of
everything
that,
and
this
report for
universe
duty.
doesn't appear to have had
And no
any
one was expecting an Ark to finally
Reaper-like
show up.
Yeah.
Docking procedures
harvesting.
are green across
So
the board.
where
Stand by
where
to
is
merge
the
Hyperion
ultra
power into the
advanced
grid.
species that's been evolving for
Yeah.
you know several
Well,
billion
That's
years?
because this game has its own precursor aliens.
The crew of the Hyperion.
Because
Good luck.
ancient aliens. Great.
I'm Jaren Tan, director of the initiative. You have no idea how much your
For those
arrival
watching,
means to
I am
us.
mostly looking at the giant bomb chat.
We've heard about what happened, and we're ready to help.
We could use any supplies you have.
Is there
Food,
another
water,
chat
we're
going
short
on?
on everything.
'Cause I've had
I mean,
this
there's
night
also
long.
the
Addison.
Twitch chat.
She oversees colonial affairs.
But I'm looking at the giant bomb chat for those interested.
Where's the Pathfinder?
You're looking at him.
I don't see anything
You're
happening
not
in the
Alec
Twitch
Ryder.
chat.
My father's dead. He made me his successor.
Alec is dead. Please understand, the entire initiative is at risk. None of the Golden Worlds panned out. They're a bust, and there's been no word from the other arcs.
What happened to them?
Unknown. Our supplies are nearly depleted. Rationing bought us
Oh,
some
this
time,
is the
but even
Camille,
that's running out.
We need to find more resources.
Nadjiani
But that takes
character.
people, and we can't wake them up.
Until they have somewhere to live.
The
A
what
golden
Gianni
world.
character?
Camille
Now more
Nadjiani,
than
the
ever,
guy from
we need a Pathfinder.
Silicon Valley.
It now falls to you, Ryder. Are you up to the task?
He's a funny guy.
I may not have been the first choice.
I've never
But I'm
seen
ready for
Silicon
this.
Valley.
Okay.
Youthful enthusiasm
He's
will only
also
get you so
gonna be in,
far
like,
in
the
Andromeda.
Marvel Immortals movie.
That's
I
no
think.
way to treat a guest.
Yeah, no, I've seen.
I'm Nak Morkesh, superintendent of this station.
They throw
Hope they haven't
this
scared you off already.
female Krogan in here
It's
and a
nothing
female
personal,
Turian, which
but
kind of threw
now
me for a
isn't the
loop
time
because
for
there's only one of
on-the-job
each
training.
in the original
At
trilogy.
least the Pathfinder
Yeah.
here seems willing to try.
Oh,
we
that's
could
right.
use a fresh perspective.
You've heard my concerns. I'll leave you to it.
One decent part of this game is not
We're all
Namor
feeling
Drac.
the pressure. Let's have a private
And
word in my
then
office, Ryder.
Kesh
We'll
is his
discuss giving you a scout
granddaughter,
ship.
I think.
I'm happy
So
to work out
he's
the
just an
details
awkward
with
grandpa
your
around
associate.
her.
I remember vaguely hearing that Drac
Welcome
was
to the Nexus.
one of the best parts of this game.
Thank you for
He's
standing up for me
decent.
there.
He's Diet Rex.
Hope's in short supply here.
Um,
What little we can find should have a chance. to
Ma'am, the
bloom.
Hyperion's core is now online.
Let me show you something.
That one looks like a zombie.
An hour ago, that was all dark. But with the power from your ship, you're keeping the lights on. You have my vote.
And when the power runs out,
Were we just
Just
carrying
go
like an
talk to
enormous
Director
battery
Tan.
or something?
Make sure that doesn't happen.
yeah.
And don't be shy. Come see me when you have a chance.
I had forgotten how long it takes this game to get going.
Yeah.
And just
Like
in
I don't
general. Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't have a problem with a slow burn. But that's part of why I was
This
saying
is the planet where we landed.
this moment right here
Habitat
should have been
7.
like 30
It
minutes in
wasn't
the
even
game.
close to livable.
That's
Yeah.
been true of every world we found. Ryder, we were discussing your next expedition.
Also, I kind of hate this guy.
I thought it didn't measure up as Pathfinder.
Director Addison keeps her own counsel. I keep mine.
And when you disagree,
I oversee the entire initiative, and I have decided to give you a chance to prove yourself. To that end, the Scourge dealt us a serious blow. Whatever it is,
That's right, it's
our
called the
scientists theorize it's
Scourge.
not natural.
An
Just-
artificial energy cloud?
It wasn't here when we left the Milky Way.
could've just called it
Yet
the
it rendered all the
corruption
golden
and be
worlds
done with it.
The
unlivable.
darkness.
Then there's the aliens you ran into, the Ket. They're obsessed with alien structures we found scattered around the cluster. They'll do anything to prevent others from accessing them. It seems murder isn't exclusive to the Milky Way. And now the challenge is to settle a world in spite of all that. This one here. Eos.
How?
You need to increase the viability of the planet so we can establish an outpost. Then we can bring more colonists out of stasis. The more colonists we have, the more resources we can gather to support the Nexus.
Okay.
Everything depends on it. There are 6 worlds we hope to settle.
Okay, but you said every planet you found is unlivable. So
I don't know if I
how
want
do
to spend the entire time
A
here.
good Pathfinder would
you are
relish
not
the
poking
challenge of
logic holes
solving
in
it.
here. No, I mean
I think I
poking
should go
logic holes
check
in
on
this.
things.
Yeah.
But
And if I fail,
a
I guess it's
an
no
enormous
sweat off your
spaceship
back,
of
right?
this size, the
You'll
Nexus,
just look for another Pathfinder?
Placing bets on
Yeah.
people is
even
part
without
of my
like
job.
a true like
Some of
sentient
them pay
AI,
off. Others,
AI like the Avena and such
The way
should
I
be
see it,
able to
You need me. If I pull
maintain
this
some
off,
kind of like
maybe you'll look
farming
like the leader
thing.
you pretend to
Yeah.
be.
but first you have to succeed at
Like
being
a
the
section
Pathfinder
of this,
you
think
pretend
that a
to
section
be.
of this would be dedicated to farming.
Where's my ship?
I do believe they've talked about
They're prepping it
fusion
now in the
drives
docking
in the
bay.
previous one.
The coordinates for
Yeah.
Eos will be in the computer.
They should.
And when you have a moment, we should
They
discuss the
should
missing
be
arcs.
able to
I was wondering about that.
just produce virtually
Something
infinite
wrong?
energy if they have
Ryder,
like fusion
please see
drives.
me and Sam Node on the Hyperion.
If they're
For
doing
important
nuclear fusion to
attention,
create
we
energy,
need to discuss a confidential matter.
And
so
dark
like energy
matter
and food
stuff,
shouldn't
yeah.
be a problem.
I'm fine.
Well, yeah, I think like a lot of other things in the Mass Effect lore that were just kind of ignored.
Also, that guy gives you a side
you
quest.
okay?
'Cause apparently, someone is
I'm fine.
sabotaging stuff because they're an asshole.
My arms got
Yeah.
the brunt of it.
Stuff exploding like this
I
happen
don't
often?
feel the need to
Back right after the mutiny.
go
It's
full
kind of a-
We had a lot of this
completionist in the way I would
but not
off-stream.
lately.
I wasn't
Yeah,
there during
it's-
the mutiny.
It's kind of an irritating
Lucky.
side quest.
I thought we were done with this, honestly. That maybe I was just being paranoid.
You know what they
I
say.
got things I need to
it's
show.
not paranoia.
If someone is out to get you, yeah. 3rd time this week. It's getting worse. First one was small stuff.
Just
This one could have hurt
dead
bad if I'd been
blank
closer.
Expressions
That's
on
not
the
good.
Side quests,
Sorry, understatement.
NPCs.
Yeah. And now I have more repairs.
Did you talk to security about this?
The
How can
on
I?
the dialogue wheel, the
For all
the
I know,
hearts,
someone in
is that-
security is the one doing
That's
this.
passionate.
I've scanned all the
basically.
Yeah,
potential
does
sabotage
that lead
areas I
to
can
the
think
romance
of.
options with
But I don't know who to trust
ship
anymore.
characters?
Sounds like a lot went
Maybe.
down
Or is
before the
there
Hyperion
more
docked.
specific?
Yeah, I guess.
I'm asking because I want to
Wait.
avoid them.
That's it. You can't
I did
possibly
not
be
romance
involved in
anyone
this.
when I played this game.
You weren't even here during the mutiny. Would you, if you have time? Maybe you could help me. If they start hitting critical systems.
Sure thing. What can I do?
In general,
If you could
I
scan
think
these
I
other
am-
panels while I
am
fix
done
this
with
one.
the BioWare
That'd
style
really help.
romance.
I've sent the locations
Oh, no,
to
it's
your
awful.
Omnithorn. Just send me the data when you're
I
done.
think the outer worlds made the right choice by not having romances.
Yeah. That game
Hello,
was alright.
I'm Jan
It
Garson,
was
founder of
fine.
the initiative.
That game is.
It's through your
that
hard
game is
work that the
almost
vision of the
great.
Nexus has come to life.
And
You and all your
the
colleagues
problem is you
bind our
realize it
proud new
doesn't have
colonies
anything
together.
beyond
Look around at your
what it
achievements.
shows in its
And if you have
first
any
area.
questions, my door is always
Yeah.
open.
Founder Garson's office
God.
is
It
located at
has a very
workspace not
anti-corporate
allocated.
theme. It
Please
dumps
select a
all that
topic.
stuff on you in the first 10 to 15 hours, and then it loses all its teeth.
It's like, hey man, capitalism might have some problems, and I'm like, wow, dang, you're really spitting hot fire. Video game made in 2019.
I mean, it did feel that the first
Oh yeah.
third of that game feels pretty biting.
Yeah, and then it kind of loses a bit of it. Yeah, loses a bit of its teeth.
Yeah. It starts off with that guy saying he collects. You have to rent graveyards.
Yeah.
Hey there.
Rent grave
Or
space.
grave.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the
guy's
person
really
who is
grilled you.
responsible for paying for it
And Addison.
is the
First Pathfinder they've
is the
seen
person
in over
who
a
was
year.
closest to
All she can
the
do is
person who
question your
died.
competence.
And when I say that, I mean like closest location wise.
I expected something like that.
I can handle the pressure.
But they started off
Good to
there,
hear.
didn't know how to
I worked
escalate.
out
They got to the
logistics
guy
with
with the moon on
Director
his head.
Tan.
That was
They're giving
funny
us a
and
ship
sad
and
and
crew.
depressing. That's
He said
actually
their
the
best
moment
is
when my
taken
brother
care of.
decided he didn't want to play
I
anymore.
still need to head back to the Ark and check in with
because
Sam.
it was too
Sounds
depressing
good.
for him.
While you're there,
He identified
maybe
with
see
it
how
too
your sister's
much.
Oh no.
He was like, I can't.
It's yeah, that game. And it really didn't help that I was playing Disco Elysium around the same time, which is like sad communism the game.
Yeah.
Like I think that game's writing is a little much sometimes. Like it's a little too written by snarky left-wing Twitter. But it is way more unapologetic about its politics and way more unflinching in a way I can respect.
Mm-hmm.
Even if, like, yeah, parts of its tone really didn't work for me, but you know.
So is that game interesting gameplay wise?
Like it is like Planescape Torment in that it is talking the game, and there are very much a couple of skills.
Ryder. Welcome back to Sound
like,
Node.
it kind of builds itself around whatever skill set you pick.
The headache you experienced before shouldn't reoccur.
So I played as
what was that about? You said we need to
um,
discuss something confidential.
You should know certain facts before you leave on your expedition. It
you get
seems
all the
best you
logical
speak alone.
responses.
I don't understand the need for secrecy.
Your father felt it was
It's
for the
worth a
best.
look. I
What
did
was
not
he trying
love
to
it as
hide?
much as some
My
other
true
people, but it
capabilities.
is
Alec overrode the
it's
implant
a-
safety protocols.
it is
It
a
allows
much
me unrestricted access
more
to the
biting
Pathfinder
critique of
physiology.
capitalism than the Outer Worlds.
And that's me.
And
now.
Only you.
it's also
I
like
can act as a force
very
multiplier,
funny
dramatically enhancing your motor and neural skills
and
when
weirdly
required.
sad.
Alec called them profiles. They provide unique
I'm not
tactical
against playing
augmentation
it. I
during
probably
combat.
will someday.
Your father
But
preferred to
my
keep this fact to himself.
primary concern is actually when I sit here and
Keeping
play
things
games
like
like
this
Mass Effect,
secret
Baldur's
just makes
Gate,
everyone
or,
suspicious.
or Pillars
Like
of
you're up to
Eternity or so on and so forth. I'm
Alec
fine with
didn't
spending an
think
hour
others would
or
understand.
two talking
He
to
viewed
people,
it
but at
as
some
a
point I get
symbiotic
antsy. I need to
relationship
go out
benefiting us both.
and adventure and
What do you
kill
get out
some
of this?
things.
Though I'm artificial in design, I am fully
Yeah,
sentient.
yeah, you like
far
the
beyond
murder,
what
you like the
even
crunch.
initiative
Yeah,
understands.
I need some
I
power
don't follow.
fantasy.
I like
You're
some
an AI.
RPG crunch in my RPG.
So what's different?
Yeah.
I am a new form of AI, drawing directly from the human experience.
Pathfinder
Your implant is
Kingmaker.
my window into the world.
If
How
you
do
like
human
numbers,
experiences affect a
then
computer?
Pathfinder.
This is a question your father often pondered.
I played some of
I
that
am
earlier
intended
this
to be
year.
the answer.
Sounds like we both are. What does this mean for
When
us?
I started playing it, I
find
had not
myself in
yet
an
finished
unusual
Pillars
position.
2, and I was
Though I
like,
have
I'm
access
just
to your
going
father's
to
experiences, there is a
dig
gap
into this
in
a
my
little bit, see what
understanding.
it's all about.
How so?
And
He placed a
then wound
block
up
on
dropping
portions of
both
my memory
games
array.
because I really should have stuck with one.
Why?
Perhaps so when you asked me what his plan was, I wouldn't know.
Kingmaker is definitely the
And Dad strikes again.
the
But not without
raw
recourse. The further you explore as a Pathfinder, the more
raw
blocks will be
dog
removed.
pen and
Perhaps you
paper
should begin in your father's
faithful
quarters.
insanity.
In the meantime, unless you have more questions, your new ship awaits.
That game was
Thanks.
developed by a Russian team, and you can tell. Not the like, which I am into. I like a good weird Russian RPG, and they patched that game to the point where it eventually, it does not break constantly.
And then put it on consoles where apparently it constantly.
Yeah, where it breaks constantly. They made the turn-based mode official, and they're working on Wrath of the Righteous.
And added controller support.
And they're adding like every single Pathfinder class from first edition, basically.
And making a sequel.
It's bananas. In a way I can appreciate. But also I have not finished Pathfinder Kingmaker because that game's like 80 hours. And it's a lot.
Yeah, I messed with it. I messed with the Bard's Tale 4 earlier this year too. That game has far too much talking.
That game is I played that game for like 10 hours, and that game is the most like milquetoast dungeon crawler. Like, it is fine for what it is.
That
but
is the sense I got from it.
If I'm gonna crawl in some dungeons,
I promise. Pathfinder, I'm Nigel
They're
McCoy.
better games.
Just got out of
Grimrock.
cryo.
Gotta play Grimrock
Welcome to
2.
Andromeda,
I
Nigel.
never finished Grimrock 2.
Thank you.
I didn't
It's
either.
bittersweet, though.
Because
My
that game
little
came
brother
out
Dash
around the
was
time my
stationed
old
on the
computer
Nexus.
was on its last
I just
legs.
learned he died on Eos, trying to start a settlement.
I'm just bad at finishing games.
That's awful. I'm sorry, Nigel.
I played it for I think 20
You were going to
plus
start
hours.
families out here together.
I got to a point where
I had a pendant our father
I realized I had spec'd poorly because
had its
there's a creature it's like a green
reunite
swarm.
Of course.
You have to have
In
a
his digital
specific
journal,
kind of magic to
mentioned a
beat
spot
it,
on
and I
Eos
didn't
where he'd
have
go to
that,
think.
and I didn't really know
If
where to
you could
go
leave
grind
the
up points to
pendants there.
get it.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a way for me to get around those guys, but I
Yeah.
was like, I'm just gonna go play something else.
I like a good first-person dungeon crawler, but I just think the Bard's Tale 4 is
don't
kind of bland. I think Wasteland 3 is the first really good game from In Exile. I know, yeah. How was that? You were trying to play it with your brother, right?
Ready to see what Tan gave us?
I was really
I hear it's
enjoying
something
it,
special.
and then I was
Pathfinder
playing
en
through
route.
Game Pass
How's
on the
the ship?
PC.
Yeah.
I went to fire it up
Looking
one
great.
evening,
We won't be long.
and
The way things are going, we'll be on our own
and
out
it was
there.
it wouldn't
In
start.
other words, we're making this up as we go.
When the
We used
Windows
to call
Store
that
told me I
tactical
needed to,
improvisation.
install the game.
But at least we'll be doing it
So
in
when I went to
style.
install the game, it told me the game was already installed, and I couldn't get it to start. Because it's a UWP app, it's not stored, in a traditional
call
Windows
her
way,
the
which is
Tempest.
stupid. So I couldn't go in and just delete it or do any of the computery stuff that I normally do for a Steam game or something.
Yeah.
I was one of the things I was gonna do this week is actually, because I have this week off, I was gonna go buy it on GOG and just play through it by myself.
It's a good time.
It seemed like
Let's go take a
they'd
closer
hired
look.
a good writer and also made a game with very little filler.
Let's split it up a bit, people. We're 14 months
took
late.
me like 30 hours, and it's. I feel like
So
it's a
you're
lot
the one
more
who's making
focused
everything
than
happen.
Wasteland 2 was. Oh right,
Vetra. Vetra next. Initiative
She
Wrangler,
seems all right.
Provisioner,
She's all
Gunner,
right.
and everything
I did
in
not
between.
dislike her immediately.
Are we ready? The sooner we get out of here,
This
the
game
better.
tends towards
You're coming with
Whedon-esque
us?
snark in a way I
Yes.
do not
Otherwise,
like.
there's no way they're letting this ship off the station.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
if
go
your
see the
name
rest
is
of
not Joss
Helios.
Whedon, you shouldn't be engaging in Whedon-esque snark, I feel.
At this point, I'm
Hold it,
also
hold it.
done with Joss
You're
Whedon
not going
doing
anywhere.
it.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Whatever happened, it wasn't me. I just got here.
I'm gonna say on the silly off.
Director Addison wants to see a complete report of the Tempest's supplies, munitions, and crew.
Director Tan overruled Addison.
The ship's loaded out with equipment for outpost discovery, squarely
love
under Director
bureaucracy.
Addison's purview.
Seen you around. Ben, right? Came here with a family, didn't you? Son still in cryo? I could pull some strings, get him to the front of the line.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Oh boy.
They told me he wasn't essential, but I miss him.
Does she actually do that?
I know. I got family too, Ben.
Because it'd be way better if she just totally ignored that promise.
It's done.
And it came back around to bite you.
Addison's gonna kill me.
Nicely done.
Part of the job, Pathfinder. All things considered, it was an easy ask.
It just doesn't feel like there'd be
Right
an
now, you
interesting
need people tearing
plot
down
movement
obstacles,
other than you
not putting up
expected.
more.
She did it in the background, and you never hear about it again. Thing.
Yeah.
Finally, someone who cares about doing stuff and not just talking about it.
Now we're getting close to the part where I dropped off.
Fantastic.
Because I went to EOS and fought some dudes, and then that's the last thing I did.
Loading times aren't terrible. I remember them being
Everything's
way worse.
state of the art.
I think I played
Labs,
this on a
sensors,
base PS4.
exploration gear. Lesser crew, of course. The best in their field.
Ah,
If
glad
console
to see you
games
looking
in
well.
general ran as smooth as this game is running right now, I might be playing a lot more games
The
on
engine
console.
core
The
is based
Series
on the
X and
Arc's Odyssey
PS5 looks
drive.
like they're gonna.
It runs a hell of a
up
lot
to par
quieter.
there, but
That's Gil Brody.
They're-
Engineer, mechanic,
Yeah,
all-around
man,
wrench
like,
jockey.
The only thing stopping me from trading
We call
this
this the
PS4
research
Pro
room.
in for a
There's
PS5
space for upgrading
is
equipment,
physical
gathering intel.
possibility of doing
Router
so.
engaged. Securing
I
connection
tried
to
to buy one
Tempest.
just to play Demon Souls.
Welcome aboard,
Didn't
Sam.
work out.
Demon
And
Souls
Ryder,
remake
of
looks
course.
very
All run
pretty.
by Suvi Anwar, our science officer. Your quarters are
I
below.
have the I
Plenty
have
of space
the,
up here
the
to get
4K
everyone
TV
together.
and the HDR to
It's all
take
yours.
advantage of all
She's
that.
light,
and I really
stealthy,
wanted to do that,
and the
but-
Those
fastest
loading
ship
times
in
are
her
very
class.
fast.
Yeah.
It's really going to be something, isn't it?
I haven't even shown you the best
Anytime
part.
someone on the forums asked about
When you're ready to fly, head over
like
to the
building
bridge.
PC
Our pilot
hints
should have
over the past,
everything
like,
good
year
to
or two,
go.
if I said anything, it was always, you need to buy an SSD because it really looks like the next generation is going to be focused on SSDs.
Yep.
And if you don't have one on your PC, you're going to be left behind.
Yep.
And like, I think Red Dead 2 requires an SSD.
Have a 2 terabyte SSD sitting in a drawer that I bought on Amazon Prime.
Better head to
today.
the bridge when we're ready to go.
Waiting
You can
for
run
the
research projects
because the
and
other thing
coordinate
is
with the
I'm
Nexus
looking
from
for a
here.
3070 and good luck trying to find that in the same way. Good luck trying to find a PS5.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to pick up most of the parts on Cyber Monday. Try to get a nice 1440 monitor with a
Departure
good refresh
trajectory
rate.
locked, Nexus Control.
Yeah.
Ah, time for introductions.
What do you have now?
You
Is
must
it
be
just like a
Ryder,
1080p monitor?
Gallo
Or is it
Jack.
just a
This
TV?
A pleasure to be here,
laptop
and to meet
is
you, of course.
1080.
I'll be piloting
It's
the
got a
Tempest at your word.
970M,
Quite the
so the
ship.
laptop
but
version
it'll
of the
take a Pathfinder's
970.
guidance to see us through
You're not
Helios.
playing anything new on that.
It can, yeah. It's not going to run
Plenty of
Cyberpunk
dangers out there.
very well.
But I'll do my best to avoid them.
Not that I'm going to get Cyberpunk.
That's
at
reassuring.
launch, but
Wouldn't want to lose my finest work to that angry cloud.
yeah,
I was test pilot for the Tempest's
I just
early
want a
prototypes.
machine that will let me
I
run
admit,
Total
I'm
War
itching to see how
Warhammer
she
2
performs out here.
with better. The most important of games.
So how do I...
The console syncs with your implant.
That sounds
Just
like
swipe,
you need a good
touch a
processor
destination
more
here,
than anything.
and the nav system
Yep,
calculates
I want to try
everything.
to get one of those
Very
new
efficient.
AMD processors too.
It was optimized for a Pathfinder.
Everything's
I have a
secure if
2700.
you're ready.
Oh,
Is anyone ready for
my
something
brother
big?
said you could get 9900Ks for like $300 right now.
Oh.
We signed on for the big stuff when we came to Andromeda.
Yeah. So I'm
All
gonna.
right.
I'm also trying to get the new
Excuse me.
AMD processors.
Excuse me.
But
Command access is transferring successfully.
So
Science
on
and
the-
monitoring stations look fine.
And
Like
the
safe reporting
AMD
in.
is like probably a better choice, but
Helm
like
is
on the
green.
Newegg
Bill
right now you can
reports the
get
drive
a
core is online.
9900K.
This is it, Ryder. The Tempest is yours.
320,
Unless you've got
which-
something to say for the log.
I don't know if I'd suggest doing that, but I thought a 9900K was a little better than that actually.
I have to say the line.
What's the line?
Things seem
Oh,
bad.
we got this.
But we've already
Yeah,
beaten
we
the
got
odds.
this.
And we'll beat them again. You know it, I know it. So let's show them what we got.
Nexus Control, this is the Tempest. Item
got this.
2527,
We got this.
prepping to depart.
Kids.
Visinder has donated $10.69
Thank you.
for the kids.
Departure vector verified, Tempest. Godspeed, Pathfinder.
I see we had someone quite a bit ago donate
Yeah,
$4.20.
Skella. My friend Skella.
To Eos then.
Yeah.
What would have been our Habitat 1?
2 failed outposts put an end to that idea.
Maybe we can turn things around. Callow, take us in.
Were these habitats like meant for specific species? Because my understanding was that like
part of that. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that. And yeah.
System Pythias. Andromeda Initiative Habitat 1. Designated Eos.
It was supposed to be an easy first step.
I'm not gonna scan.
Until no one else showed and we got clobbered.
We got
twice.
Why has Sam altered frequency detection?
got
What are we
important
hearing,
things
Sam?
to do.
There is a signal, Pathfinder. I recommend an
Admittedly,
immediate
like,
examination of
I
Eos.
did almost all of the loyalty missions in this game, and you know, didn't do most of the side quests, but
A mirror of the signal on Habitat 7. Possible atmosphere.
it only took me like 25 hours. So yeah, this game it's totally doable.
Yeah, like if someone came up to me and said they really like this game, I could see that happening.
I could see that. I'd maybe question their takes on like
Suiting up.
storytelling in video games.
Hope we're all
but,
that ready.
Like, I could see someone
Gallo.
having an okay time
All
with
right.
this as a checklist open
Integrating
world game.
search area from Sam. How he pulled that mystery signal through the
Or
storms,
if
I
you
have
just
no
like,
idea.
exploring wide, pretty environments.
Yeah.
Factory fresh across the board. Spinning up the compensators.
You're already tuning the displays.
We'll get a better read on this pass than the Nexus has had in months.
What? I said a lot of people have their hopes pinned on us. They gave up on Eos. Can't blame them. Expected a golden world, instead they saw their friends die. Never know how that'll affect. Sorry.
I like the lighting in this scene because this is apart from the elusive man's room, you didn't really have many scenes lit like this.
I've got the training, people, the tools.
In original Mass Effect.
We can do
this. This game,
Pathfinder,
this game looks
the Tempest checks
pretty
out.
good sometimes.
They're good.
Like, especially since they ironed out all of the bugs. Like,
Take
this
us down.
man's horrific face
You have
is
no
lit pretty
idea
well.
how long I've wanted a Pathfinder to see that.
Core is hot.
Shields holding, adjusting entry.
We got this, right?
Hell.
There. Set us down at this nav point.
Thought it froze for a second. We have a new donation. I'm gonna let you read this one off.
We have
How
a
to even
donation from
start. Reports
Dick
state this planet suffers
Richard
deadly
Ryder,
storms that are contaminated by
saying,
radiation
"We got
from
this
the scourge.
for
Eos deployment was incomplete due to environmental hazards and ultimately hostile encounters.
Plus, no Pathfinder. If Eos is like Habitat,
Thank you for your generous
Door's getting
donation.
emergency power, but it's code
benefiting children
Site
in
1
children's
issued
hospitals
individual
so that they
security
can play
codes.
games that aren't
Each
Mass Effect
outpost
Andromeda.
self-organizes and sets its own protocol.
just say we can't open it without codes.
We can't open it without codes.
I would like to see
They must have known
some
these wouldn't
metrics
last
on
in these
how many people named
They didn't
their
have a Pathfinder.
character
They do now.
Dick in this
We'll
video
make
game.
Eos own.
I just went with default Scott when I started because they actually do like call you by your first name with some of the dialogue.
Got a code lock key.
That
Okay.
should help get us in.
We suffered our first death today. Storm came out of nowhere. Lockley tried to cover our crops. Lost it.
Oh, it's making noises from my controller. I was confused for a second. I forgot. I always forget that feature exists.
Main door had power, but not the interior doors?
Is it like the
Full functionality would require an active power relay
noise,
station.
the static
That
noise
means
when
the
you're near
antenna's out of
something?
power too.
Yeah.
The logs might tell us what's up with
On
the power
PC,
relay.
that just comes through the speakers.
I got a partial log, but I can't turn on the antenna. Something's blocking the power.
A remote lock is active. The interference originates from a nearby power relay tower.
So we're not the only ones interested in what happened here.
Let's check out this relay tower.
Oh,
you still there?
It dropped me. Yep, stream.
It's chopping it back up.
It's chopping back up. Okay.
That's a weird way to put that, but it was choppy but catching back up. So I was trying to
It's
say.
a wasteland.
The radiation in Eos's atmosphere makes it difficult to cultivate life.
Radiation? Our suits protect against that, right?
Site 1 contains shield masts to dampen the brunt of contamination.
But if we went outside Site 1's perimeter?
That
structure up ahead. Sam?
It fits the profile of a power relay station, Pathfinder.
Right. We get it running? Maybe.
It's inoperable, Pathfinder.
Too long in this environment without power.
Pathfinder, that door is locked. Until power is restored, there is no way to unlock it or gain entry to these buildings.
Huh.
We got
Guess that ship wasn't Ket then. They don't knock.
There are people here? We thought everyone left was gone.
Of course you did. Now shove off. Find your own salvage. This spot's taken.
I'm not a salvager. I'm a Pathfinder. We've come to fix all this.
Call me Clancy. Pathfinder, huh? Like that changes much. The Nexus just can't let Eos go, can it? However much it fails down here.
I'm tracking a signal that will help Eos. I only need power for the antenna.
Look, I cut the power for a reason. The Ket are patrolling today. You turn the power relay back on, they'll know there's a juicy target alive down here.
Help me with the power relay, and I'll take care of the Ket.
You're crazy. Though maybe it's a good crazy. Okay, I'll enable the generators out there. You want to poke the tiger, it's on you.
Expect trouble when we start the generators.
There's an error in the startup sequence. Manual input required.
Damn it.
Please scan one of the pylons to determine a hackable input location. This analysis provides us with important research data, Pathfinder. If you continue to scan and collect this data, we can utilize it to develop new technologies and upgrades for equipment, such as your weapons and armor.
Like you have to scan a thing. You have to get on top of that pylon back there.
That's right.
Not turn around real quick, because there's a pylon behind you that
There
you're
we
just
go.
not standing next to. You gotta get on top of that thing. And then do something. Because I did that. I ran all the way to the other one, and I was like, oh wait, now I gotta run up. Also,
Sam,
you can
our
jump
friend
on top of your
Clancy,
ship from
was
here.
he part of the outpost team here?
No, Pathfinder. According to Nexus records, he's stationed in the hangar bay.
And you get some dialogue if you jump on it. That's pretty good. I just... Ah.
So he's what? Playing hooky?
Or he's a part-time salvager.
Really, Ryder?
That's it. That's all they say. That's not... They should have said something better.
We've got company.
It's not anywhere near as good as scanning Uranus in Mass Effect. Or probing.
Here we go. Here's the fanfare.
They weren't kidding about the cat.
power relay station is ready for activation, Pathfinder.
You took down all those
Do you think it would be possible
Sure,
in this game
use the power
to,
relay.
like,
Hell,
max
take
out
whatever you like.
most or all of the
Word of advice, though. If that signal of yours is out past the
mobile
perimeter,
options?
you'll need a ride.
A ride?
Shuttles aren't fun
New
in these
Game
winds.
Plus, you
You
can
need
definitely
wheels.
do that.
I think they kept a
But
little something
one
in
of the
storage.
things with this game is that, yeah, it lets you
Didn't get around
create,
to salvaging
you know,
it
a
yet?
flexible
I
character.
tried.
It's
It ain't that
classless
simple.
or whatever, and you just
Might be
pick the
easier for a
archetype
Pathfinder, though.
that
We're
best
heading to our
fits
shuttle.
what skills you
Keep this
have.
up. Maybe next time we'll find
Yeah.
more than just salvage around here.
But you have
Go
to
on.
actually create
We'll
a
take it
character
from
and not just.
I guess Crazy
It
Blue
does
has to buy her
creep
parts
your way
from
to
someone
someone
else.
Points to do more than stick with one archetype.
Yeah.
Power restored.
They did announce
We should have
Mass
access
Effect
to
4,
everything in
didn't they?
Site 1 now.
Yes,
right,
they
Sam?
announced they are
Correct.
working on the
Plus,
yes,
I've
a
located the
veteran
source of the
team.
signal we detected in orbit. It's coming from the
working
large
on a
alien
new
structure
Mass
just beyond
Effect
Site
title.
1. The structure appears almost
I
identical to the one your
kinda
father
hope they
used to
go with
adjust
the
the atmosphere on the
system
previous planet.
somewhat like
It's
this.
worth
Obviously, it
investigation.
needs some changes and adjustments,
Yeah.
but like more RPG than 2.
Oh no.
But not quite
Yeah.
as
That
RPG
almost feels like a lead.
as
Damn
1.
right it's worth
At least better
investigating.
than 1.
Donation
Here.
from
A warning.
the
Radiation levels
dungeon
beyond the
lord,
perimeter of Site 1 are well above
giving
acceptable limits.
$9.99
You cannot proceed without
saying
additional
this
protection.
seems like a dubious game, unlike Dungeon
All the more
Lords.
reason to see if that alien structure can make a difference
Dungeon
to this
Lords
planet.
is maybe
Come on. We better find that vehicle Clancy mentioned.
the most questionable game I played for that feature.
Now the power is restored, we can investigate the
Vaguely
nearby
remember reading
buildings.
that one.
Yeah, that game is that game's something. And, you know, wouldn't be opposed for playing that game for charity either.
Well, what do you know? The Outpost Research Center is still intact.
Updating the Tempest on this critical recovery.
Research was always key to the initiative. We'll need it here too.
This tech is how we survive in Andromeda. Ingenuity on the ground.
Someone else agrees. This research center was used
did
recently
you
to
donate?
monitor the alien signal.
I did.
This gives us the
Okay.
tools to find
I
the
just
source.
rushed through it and did
and
not
maybe
see
whoever
an
else
anonymous
is looking.
Okay.
option. Is there one?
Yes. Yes, if you don't want to enter a name.
The research station is back online.
Oh, that's right. Alright, I want
Nah, I
a
haven't
good
seen it yet.
shotgun.
I mean, you seem to be tearing things up pretty bad.
There's some fun there are some fun things you can do. But like some decent fun weapon types in this game, but it's just real weird to try and actually figure out how the weapon mod system works.
Wait, is it not just click on the box at the bottom and then add a mod?
No,
I'm
but
not-
like how certain mods interact with certain weapons. Like you can mod, like I modded one of the shotguns to do. Oh, hi Rory, Matt Rory in the chat. Hey, we're playing very good video game, Mass Effect Andromeda. All right, I need some more Milky Way research data. But yeah, you can like change the projectile properties of your weapons in a way that is neat.
Special requisition, all-terrain scout rover.
Rory's like,
A
I woke
Nomad,
up.
six-wheel drive,
I
jump
spent,
jets, just what you need.
I slept yesterday.
I might be drooling a little bit.
I
This
woke up
must be
at
what Clancy
3 in the
meant.
morning
The crate requires an access code from a forward
with a
station.
stomach ache from I think
Forward
a combination
stations
of
act as
anxiety and
emergency
also
resupply
I
checkpoints.
ate half
Several
of
are
the
currently in
frozen
orbit.
custard
I can call one down. Let's find a good spot.
just a long week at work.
Automated protocols activated. Deploying forward station.
Okay. Yep. Change out your loadout.
Looks like the forward station supplies are...
Okay, yeah, I need to. This is what I need to figure out.
Downloading Nomad Crate
Like-
access code.
I don't know if I want to play more of this game or not, which I think is going to be the feeling I have for the entirety of it. It's probably not worth playing.
I mean, you know who I am, and you know the kind of games, the kind of choices I make with my life. And my opinion is that this game is worth playing if you have a sense of morbid curiosity. It is BioWare accidentally making a cheap, low-budget knockoff of a BioWare game.
Nomad should handle pretty smooth. Check both forward and reverse, would you?
Did they make that Sonic Chronicles game?
Which game?
That Sonic Chronicles something.
Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood.
Radiation
Yes.
levels
Is that a BioWare game?
That was BioWare's short-lived mobile.
Switch to six-wheel drive. It'll get you up there in a snap.
Yeah, BioWare's short-lived mobile division. That made a Sonic RPG for the DS, and it is bad.
They'll get you over most obstacles. If you need more juice, the boot...
Got it. Signal's coming from that structure up ahead.
It's like a Mario RPG, but, you know, instead of timed button pressing and stuff, it's all with the stylus.
I'm picking up initiative tech
the
nearby.
DS's touchscreen is pretty good.
Above us.
I see it. Up on that piece with the scaffolding.
It's not
So it's working,
precise.
but I'm just getting random symbols. Glyphs.
With more glyphs
So I'm a
to expand
southpaw.
my database from
And
Habitat 7.
anytime
I could
someone says
interface
like you need
fully
to use
with
the
console.
DS touchscreen for an entire
start
game,
up whatever helps the
I'm like,
atmosphere.
not really. I don't want to play that.
I could provide
You
analysis
don't want to
via
play
the
Ninja
scanner
Gaiden
Pathfinder.
Dragon Sword?
No.
Which is a character action game that you play entirely with the touch. It works surprisingly well. The Ninja Gaiden game for DS is surprisingly alright for what it is.
It's slippery, but there's a great view.
If you can make the ABXY buttons do what the D-pad normally does, I can get around it, but it's still not.
Yeah,
not
that's
great.
fair.
Like even that D-pad and those ABXY buttons are very different.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't look like it, but
Building connection.
I think it
apologize
speaks
for
to
any discomfort.
Castlevania,
The
to
system
how much I
seems
like Dawn of
unstable.
Sorrow.
This what happened when my dad tried
that I
doing
beat
this?
that game
Your father
several
interfaced
times.
directly
And you
with
have to draw
the
those
processor.
stupid
pentagrams.
That
Yeah.
being extremely hazardous. These structures
Yeah.
could reveal its control center.
I would
System
love to
remains
see those
unstable.
3 games
Doubling our
in
power
Area of
input might
Sorrow, like
accelerate the
ported
process.
I'll
up
give it a
to
shot.
the Switch or something.
Wait!
And I'd like to see them get rid of that.
Back off, or I will put you down.
Yeah, I like a good.
Whoa! Easy.
I like.
You've come this far.
Bloodstained was
Just let it
very
ride.
good.
Bloodstained was amazing.
I've been studying
Like,
this tech for months. I don't know how you activated those glyphs,
I
but you
played
have to
that.
let them cycle
You know, I'm
through
not the
their channels.
biggest Metroidman.
It's going to be all right.
Um,
Trust me, okay?
I like a good
I know.
Metroid.
I know.
Or,
Who am I? I mean, it's
Castleroid,
obvious who you are.
whatever they call
I saw
it
the
these
ship
days.
swoop in. You're a pathfinder.
Mento
I
calls
was
them
beginning to
space
think the
whippers.
initiative just made you
Whippers,
guys
yeah,
up so the
I've
rest
seen
of us
that.
wouldn't
That's
lose
a great,
hope, but you're for real,
great
huh?
name.
But Bloodstained is very good.
Are you for real?
They released some
You were going to tell
updates for
me
that.
who
You
you
can
are.
now play as
I might just be the solution
The
to all your
Bloodless
problems.
lady. Yeah.
I don't know if you can play as
And
her.
Zangetsu. Look at
Zangetsu,
that.
yes.
Yeah.
God, I forgot his name for some reason. I kept wanting to call him
David Hayter.
Yeah, David Hayter. Jesus, I'm forgetting names all the time right now.
Solid Snake. Yeah.
Yeah. You can play as
crap.
Solid Snake. Is PB as annoying as she appears at first?
I know these things from
She is 100% like manic pixie quirk girl.
Keep targeting that one. They make a little
like,
box.
I've seen the character and videos and such, and she seems like annoying. She's actually like a good reason why I didn't buy this game when near launch.
Yeah. Meant to be endearing. That maybe aren't.
Not bad. My first tangle with the Remnant was a lot messier.
Their ancient alien race is literally
These
just called
monoliths,
the
Red
Remnant.
Server and assembler bots.
Yeah.
They're all the remnants.
Yeah,
of
the
something
shotgun
much
feels
bigger.
good.
But that's
The
too
shooting
long.
parts are good.
I hate long. So, the Remnant. Like, my name's better as PB.
Oh, it's
Ryder,
a good game. Remnant.
You've been studying
with the
this
bad name. Remnant
technology? What have you learned?
From the
Ashes.
Plenty. Not nearly enough.
That also has
it's
good feeling
old,
shooting.
It uses glyphs, and it's well protected.
I saw this tech clear the skies on Habitat 7. We're hoping it could do the same for EOS.
Huh.
It's a $40
Atmosphere
game.
manipulation? Maybe.
And
Fits the
you
model.
can feel its budget
All
parts,
Remnant
but
tech
it's
is
like
connected.
it's a fun time.
You interfaced with this monolith somehow. And now
Procedurally
it's pinging the
generated
others.
shooter
If you
that
wake
is
them up
vaguely
too,
soulsy.
they must lead to whatever master switch might fix the radiation.
You're sure it'll help EOS? Or am I just a handy way to get those monoliths online?
I'm a little offended by that, Ryder.
But that is hardly the stupidest video game
Okay,
name.
maybe. But we both
It
get
is
what
no
we want.
infinite
Just try.
undiscovery.
It's not like we can make this planet worse. Here, take my nav points. I'll be...
It's no...
I've got to figure this interfacing
bravely
out.
default.
Just be careful. This planet's all kinds of strange.
Which, to be clear, nominally a fan of the Bravely Default, but it's a very dumb JRPG-ass JRPG name.
Yeah. So, I never actually finished Bravely Default. I got tired of that game because I felt like I was spending more time just attacking 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
Then I didn't really. I don't know. I never really felt like there was a good reason to do anything more than
Imagine
than
leaving
just
all the
that. Attack
craziness on
4
the
times in a
Nexus
row,
to be
even
the
on the
first
bosses.
settlers here.
You can
So much riding with
definitely.
And then
this time will be different.
Set up some ridiculous broken builds in that game.
This remnant site
And
attracted
I
the Scourge
appreciate
Pathfinder.
that.
Unstable activity
I
nearby.
appreciate a good broken. It's yeah. Mass Alex Andromeda is happening, right? I'm doing what Alex Navarro will not. I know Matt Roy's in the chat, so he can tell Alex Navarro that Alex Navarro is a
nice work.
A coward for not playing the most Mass Effect game.
I feel like you had a sentence there and it disappeared.
Do you want BioWare? Do you want to see what happens when BioWare accidentally makes a porn parody of their own games? Because that's kind of what this is.
Porn?
Yeah.
There.
Well,
that's
also,
by the shelter.
I mean, I know there are boning
scenes are pretty steamy,
Initially
but
overlooked
yeah.
due to heavy kept presence at the nearby rendering
Brad
structure.
went
But it
through
would
one
be
of
an
those on
excellent
the
help
on a UPS.
Cat and
Okay, now I
Remnant.
remember that
Seems you
being a
can't
little,
find one without
a little
the other.
much.
So,
yeah.
if we clear the skies, this might be our new home.
I mean, like this is a beautiful shot right here.
There's Pride Rock up there. Left.
Yeah, you're right.
The Site 1 folks were interested in the monoliths too.
Did they learn anything?
Mostly what you learn the hard way. But hey, now you're here.
More remnant bots. These ones don't seem hostile.
Cora was just floating up in the air.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The stream is. I think the stream is a couple seconds behind. I will say, it doesn't really feel like I have any input lag with this Elgato plugged into the TV, so...
I detect a high level of remnant encryption here, Pathfinder.
Yep. I wonder if you'd be able to feel any with a mouse.
Yeah,
Some people are more sensitive than others, but...
But, yeah, I'm not going to use an Elgato to capture games that use mouse controls. Maybe like a fighting game would be the test bed.
The Site 1 folks were interested in the monoliths
Under night
too.
in birth.
Under night in birth EX
Mostly
late
what you learn the hard
Clor,
way. But hey,
which
now
wins the stupidest fucking game name
award. It's a real good game. But yeah, like it is a very dumb name.
More remnant bots. These ones don't seem hostile.
I've never really had to fight.
I haven't got. I obviously haven't been able to do that for a bit because of the way that we have gone. We haven't been near each other. Shoot, be gone. There we go. The good news about playing fighting games is that it turns out there are plenty of people who are just bad at it. Like when I briefly got into Street Fighter V online and was playing against like bronze ranked players, it turns out that people playing on bronze rank, as long as you understand the basic concept of how to block and punish, you can do okay for yourself.
Remnant deactivated. Target's down.
Oh, right. Gotta scan the glyphs and then do Sudoku.
Looks like it isn't filled in yet. Wonder if I'd get anything on the
I
scan.
saw this on the quick look that I watched recently. This might be what keeps me from playing more of this game. Because I like me some Sudoku. I like me some Sudoku, but I don't like hunting. And I wouldn't mind alien Sudoku, but
you don't like?
Yeah, I don't like hunting symbols around an area.
This busy work in your video games.
Why are you outside of the why are their helmets off?
It's fine. It's all fine.
I'll need to use the interface that controls this.
That's right. Gotta get all that research data.
Is somebody floating in the air right above you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Liam was briefly floating.
You're good at this.
Mantling. Always looks good.
See, I would just assume that I think it's on top of that tower right there.
Yeah.
I would just assume that you can't get up to any of
Nice
these.
job, Ryder.
You should now be able to interface, Pathfinder.
All right. That's right. Oh.
Interface failed, Pathfinder. Defense systems engaging.
I got that. Get it.
Oh, and this. You get it wrong and it spawns a bunch of enemies.
Yeah.
That. Okay. I think that is just not playing.
It appears to reconfigure panels that rise from the floor.
That could come in.
Just a recipe for frustration.
This game makes choices. Alright. Fine, I will actually do the legwork. And
you got two of the same on that left one.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've gone and fixed it yet because I'm behind you.
Yep. Oh boy. I am... Sudoku!
Can you not have two in the same card? And can you... I thought you couldn't have
two in the same column and row.
But the two in the same quadrant doesn't matter?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
It has been a bit since I have done the Sudoku.
Because in regular Sudoku, you can't have two in the same square.
Quadrant.
Two in the same area.
There we go. For those of you watching at home, you can donate money for children. Oh, we passed 1,500 a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
I think Dick Ryder brought us about 1,500.
Yeah. Thank you, Dick Ryder. Richard to his friends. Does it look good? I think I got it. We got this. Yeah.
I'm not very good at
Yes.
pattern.
Nice job, Ryder.
Yay.
That did... whatever that did. I see pathways lighting up all over. The monoliths are
Just have to do that
resonating.
one more time.
QEC contact?
Well, whatever's happening, they're definitely connecting.
You did good. Keep doing more.
Get dropship.
Seriously? Can't catch a break.
See ya.
Does this thing have guns on it? I assume it does.
I don't think the Nomad has guns on it.
I don't know why, but this is reminding me of Jack Baxter. Jack 3 specifically.
I've been thinking about Jack Baxter. I've wondered how those. Because I never played those games growing up, because I was a GameCube child.
Jack 1 is a very charming platformer.
I like a good collectathon 3D platformer.
Yeah.
I know Jack 2 and 3 get like very GTA.
Jack 3 is. My memories of that game are that it's a pretty damn good video game. Jack 2 is very angsty, but it's a combination of like GTA and platformer. It's interesting, but it also has some serious difficulty spikes. It's kind of there's specifically a part in like the slum. It's over water and it's just a bunch of bridges, while a bunch of enemies are attacking you. If you can aim properly, it wouldn't be so bad, but Jack 2 relies on this auto aim thing.
Standardized shooting controls.
Makes it way harder. Well, it was post Halo. It was like 2003, 2004, something like that. The controls were definitely way more focused on platforming and shooting, but the game has a lot of shooting.
Yeah. What, is he literally stuck in the? Okay. I think the enemy is literally stuck inside the.
Do you have to beat him?
Probably not.
Can you charge him?
Oh, got him out. Just had to knock him out of. Yeah. Alright. Now we can be on our merry way.
Is it just me?
But yeah, I still think
Pets
they're worth
seem to
playing.
appear
Just to be
everywhere we
aware of
find
some
remnant
difficulties
tech.
Yeah.
too.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I'd be curious to know what someone thinks of their of 2 and 3's story. Like 15 years later, and not having played them as a.
Yeah.
Remember the early data on EOS back home?
When everywhere was labeled H with a bunch of numbers?
Your dad put those readings up in his office. Knew them all by heart. Wonder what those worlds really looked like then. And now.
This thing looks like it patrols well.
It's squirrely enough, but it's like the Mako but good.
Like warthoggy?
Yeah, it's a little warthoggy. That's not a bad way of putting it.
That looks like a cat facility of some kind.
Those assholes took over my best research site. They won't let you near the monolith without a fight.
Get incoming!
I'm video game.
Hostile shuttle incoming.
Oh. Made your way up there.
Loading ammo!
Do you prefer the infinite ammo of 1 or the reloads of 2 and 3?
I think moving to reloads in 2 and 3 was like a coward's move to some extent, but also, it's better as a shooter.
Yeah. ammo. There's an ammo box right there.
Did those cats
ammo
seem
cache
shaken up?
Oh right, gotta scan. Oh,
Radiation within safe levels. Life support restored.
I got a grilled turkey and cheese sandwich.
You jumped for joy right off the edge.
Yep, I jumped for joy off the edge.
Do the Reapers make any appearance in this game?
No.
Entirely.
This game sidesteps the end of Mass Effect entirely.
Probably
takes
one of the
place
best
in a different
decisions.
galaxy.
Probably one of the best decisions in development.
Yeah.
Let's get to it before there's any more cat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who are you?
Andromeda Initiative. We're not here to cause trouble.
So you say. Still haven't told me who you are.
I'm the Pathfinder.
Whoa.
Are you now?
You can call me Ryder.
I'm Drac, Clan Nakmor.
Myself for a second.
You'll forgive me if I didn't just trust a stranger from the Nexus. They haven't exactly treated us Krogan well. What are you doing out here?
Checking out these monoliths? The Ket seem pretty interested in this one. Looks like you cleared it out for us, though.
You said I didn't save any for you? Nexus knows shit about the Ket. They think they're safe. But they're just waiting to die out there in space. I've been quads deep on a couple of planets for a while now, taking out Ket bases, fighting ground troops. I know what they can do.
It's not pretty.
You know, we could use a Krogan like you, Drac.
I'm flattered, but do you have any idea how many humans I've watched die? Your meat is spoiled.
Yay.
Besides, the day I help the Nexus again is the day the clouds part and the Ket keel over. No offense.
None taken.
Good, because I'm getting bored and the Ket are getting stronger. Seem particularly interested in this alien tech.
Remnant?
Yeah, that. I'm gonna go find more to shoot. Try to keep your head out there.
He seems fun.
detecting above normal radiation levels.
Okay, let's solve this thing. Done. The monoliths are online and connected to something in the lake. This could be the master switch we're looking for.
I'll meet you there.
Lance was pretty cool when I was playing. Single person.
Okay, I'm done. It was a very good sandwich. Thanks, Mom.
I've had too many jolly sandwiches this year. I moved out this year, and learning how to prepare my own food has meant I've spent a lot of time eating sandwiches and chips.
Can't relate. Yeah.
I bought a crock pot.
Crock pots are.
It's basically the best thing I've ever purchased.
Crock pots are amazing.
I need to learn to make some more stuff.
I can make some decent pulled pork.
Yeah, I make some good chicken. Or rather, I just throw some stuff in the crock pot.
Yep, I throw stuff in the crock pot, and then I put a bunch of Sweet Baby Rays on it or something.
So whatever tech we found on Habitat 7 is the same as what's here?
That's what the scans suggest.
2 planets now. What does that mean?
You know what it means.
Suit up and find out. Got it.
Are you gonna trade out?
The tech's underground
Yeah, I'm gonna
too?
trade out Leo
Let's see.
It's opening up.
I see a door. Come on!
Whoa,
there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, but they also...
All the human party members
If
are
not,
just
prepare to swim.
except maybe like James. James is okay by me.
Weirdly enough, the dude. I feel like pre-launch everybody was kind of like, making fun of James. Who's this guy? He sucks. And then he actually came out and they're like, oh, he's alright. Meathead.
Yeah, this human steroid. Incendiary ammo.
I thought Kasumi was an interesting character.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Like the 2 DLC characters for Amy 2, Kasumi and the other guy whose name I have forgotten, were pretty good.
Zaid?
Yeah, Zaid.
No.
They just weren't
this
explored well
can't be
enough.
right.
Like,
all that fanfare
Yeah,
for an
they're
empty
like
room?
weird half-written.
There's some secret
It's like
here.
how in
There must be.
Pillars
Do your
of Eternity 2 there
Pathfinder
are
thing.
the companions and then there are henchmen or whatever they're called.
yeah, that vampire
Sidekicks.
lady. That lady who accidentally made herself a vampire. I'm like, I want to know more
Oh,
about this woman,
you're
but apparently
good.
she doesn't do anything.
Yep. Edwin. Yep.
Yeah.
And I make it look so easy.
That's a long way down.
Like
Can't
every
tell how
single
far.
option out of Ryder's mouth feels like way too snarky.
I also feel like the description of the
It can't be
option
air
you're
pressure.
picking and what he actually
Electrostatic?
says frequently are two very different
gravitation.
things.
Yeah.
Oh, you idiot, PB. That wasn't the front door. This is.
I'll let you know.
Hey!
You gonna jump in? Was this 2015 or 2016?
2017.
Like a gravity well.
Oh.
But where's it taking us?
This game is younger than I thought.
Embrace the unknown, Ryder.
It's hard
Now
to
this
remember.
is more like
Looks like a bunker.
Given how
Or
the
a
last
vault?
year has been
I'm gonna
approximately
say,
20.
I'm gonna
Whatever
say
you call it.
it's hard to think
The
about. It's hard to
controls for that
remember exact
atmosphere
dates from 30
processor
years
might
ago.
be down here
Before
somewhere.
times.
Let's find out.
Anything could be important. Let's be thorough.
Not what we're looking for, but worth getting a record.
Watch your fingers. There might be traps.
I'm not detecting any.
Yeah,
I've made that mistake before.
I think that gravity well works in reverse, too.
Then we have a way out.
You're not leaving already, are you?
Not until we find those processor controls.
Year.
Only minimal power. I don't think it triggered the atmosphere processor.
I think I played this in 2018.
A conduit beneath the floor just activated. Fluid is running through it. It could be
I
generating
bought this game
emergency
as
power.
soon as it
Your
dropped to
scanner will have more
$20
details.
because that
No
was the
signs
bare
of any
minimum
cat.
my curiosity would
Maybe
allow
they can't
for.
get into the vault.
It's been $5 on Origin a
Yep.
bunch of
Lucky
times
me.
over the past few years.
I
I
see
feel like
the
every time I
conduits.
turned around, it was on sale.
Whatever it is.
You can get this
and
game
I kept,
for $5.
I kept
Phrase
thinking
recovered.
I should
Must
I should
reach
get
to
it for
access.
that. That
This
sounds like a
console
decent
links to
price to try
surface
this game.
facilities.
Never
They
did.
must control the
and
atmosphere processor.
I still don't
No
own it.
glyphs.
What I did was went through
It
EA
looks
Play.
dead.
I paid
Or
$5
locked
for the
down,
deluxe
like most of
edition.
this place.
The fluid conduit leads to this console and further into the vault.
So if we follow that conduit, it might lead to the system lockdown.
These data patterns. Another
How
gravity well.
often do you do
and
the alien Sudoku?
that's new.
You do this
What
at
is
least
it?
one.
A symbol
once
of
per
authority?
a couple
A
times
key?
per planet.
It's easy to speculate with Remnant,
Like
but
all of
we need
these
more
vault
facts.
areas, I remember.
I'll
are
see what I can
basically the
find on
same,
this beauty.
And then I
Maybe
believe
over
there
this
are
way.
plenty of
Whatever has this place
optional-
on lockdown is that way.
I do my best work solo. You fix up the vault, I'll investigate the relic, and together we'll figure this place out.
You don't watch
I
many
could
horror
also
vids, do
play
you?
Horizon
We
Zero
have no
Dawn.
idea
You
what's
could also
down
play
here.
Horizon Zero Dawn,
And we never
which is a
will
much better
if we miss
video
something
game.
because we're huddled in a group.
And
careful.
explore
Just stay on the
ancient
radio.
vaults in
I'm
that
on frequency
game.
145.8. Stay safe.
It can't be too risky for her with everything turned off, right?
I found its writing also kind of bland.
It's very YA.
This gravity well's sealed off.
Yeah, okay.
No way through.
Fair. It's fair.
Incidentally,
Um,
a gravity well is the gravitational effect of
I
a large
think my
mass in
problem with
space.
Horizon
This
is
is more
mostly that,
accurately
like,
a well with variable
the actual
gravity.
backstory for
Keep a
why
note
that
for
world
us,
is
Sergeant.
the way it is
And
more
for when we
interesting
try
than
to
anything that
explain all
actually
this.
happens in that game.
Com check. It's, well, you know who.
We read you, PB. Stay in
and
touch.
also it is delivered to you
They
in
dug
an
this place
audio
through solid
log that
rock.
you have to
Look at the ceiling. Those star things must be
get
bracing it.
while running around in a circle, basically.
What's that liquid?
They put that game
Unable
on
to
God.
classify.
Huh.
The only way through is down
Yeah,
towards
that's-
it. Ah,
Is
watch
that
yourself,
water or is
it
that
burns.
just...
It's electric.
An unknown alloy and other materials.
Is that with an X on the end?
Omnigel.
An unknown.
Maybe that's the fluid in the conduit.
It's
said
zapping lava.
Oh. You said electrics, and I was like, okay. But
So whatever that liquid is, they need a whole aqueduct of it. Remnant!
Careful, don't fall in that liquid.
I think limiting yourself to reactor power is also very much discouraged.
Use the pillars for cover.
Experimenting.
One of the things I really like about 2 and 3 is the universal cooldowns on powers.
Yeah.
This game trades that in for picking previous powers, and I think that's a decent trade-off. I do wish. I think it'd be more interesting if you could pull up a radio menu and switch between 2 or 3 different loadouts of powers.
I think you technically can. I think that's what the profiles section is. It's just you're never given a large incentive to do it.
But yeah, like what you're doing now, like combat-wise, looks like a lot of fun. Like dashing in there,
that might be
charging
mobile.
shotgunning,
Yeah, I'm getting in there.
and then getting out.
It's a fun time.
But I do think you gotta mix it up.
Yeah.
There's gotta be a way to mix it up.
I can switch my
All this for an
profile
atmosphere
to
process.
adept, and then start just blasting. Do some biotic explosions and stuff.
So, I know people complain about the whole precursor trope in video, especially like AAA games and RPGs and such, has been used over and over and over again. But like shots like this, like you turn around with like over this huge, like area. It's always like that's always fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Like.
I think this game has some good art direction. Honestly, this feels like the inside of a Necron pyramid or something.
If it really is like Omnigel,
speaking of Warhammer 40k,
that fluid could be what's keeping this place going.
Mechanicus is a really good game. Could be playing that instead of this. Yeah, that's the not XCOM turn-based strategy game where it's the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Martian tech priest.
Watch the edges!
Saw the Mandolin.
Yep, that's it.
And I thought it was good.
Eyes up! Don't let them get above
It's sort
us!
of on a wish list, but...
Hostiles down!
Yeah, like, I bet this looks really good with HDR. It actually looks really good through the Elgato, too.
I mean, it looks pretty good in a tiny 720p window right now, honestly.
Yep. Yeah, sorry. Just wanted to keep it more stable.
That relic box I found? Not a symbol of authority. The remnant still
For the kids, for this.
I'll try it with one of those data
Don't want to
patterns we saw.
constantly be.
Is that a good idea?
Dropping during a 7-hour stream.
Yeah. I have it like maximized on a 1440p screen, and it looks fine.
That's one way to light a room. The
I'm
atmosphere
also
processor
a
we
frame
found
rate
before
snob,
didn't need all
and
these
smoothness
steps.
is way
Badges
more
to
important than
interface with it
resolution to me, so...
Let's not.
Direct
worth
intervention was
taking into
necessary in
account.
that case, but clearly unwise.
Look how high it is. Might be another gravity well? The well's sealed. Damn. Maybe we can use the conduit for emergency power, same as before. Better safe than sorry. Take them out!
You're sure this well isn't going to open up under us?
Pretty sure. Focus on the remnant.
Oh, yeah. I hate being like a few seconds behind you though, because then
Yeah.
you say something like that, and I'm like, "Oh, you look fine." Oh wait, no, now you don't.
We don't got this.
Sure you do. Now you don't. Again.
Yep, you're a few seconds behind.
I can't. Why do I keep forgetting that?
Look how high it is. Might be another gravity well? The well's sealed. Damn.
There, quit. Yeah, I think I just have to use the.
Maybe we can use the conduit for emergency power.
All right.
Do you ever use those items in the bottom left?
Better safe than sorry. Take them out!
But these are robots.
You're sure this well isn't going to open up under us?
Pretty sure. Focus on the remnant. No good. Lockdown against hostiles. Wonder if I'd get anything on the scanner.
I could provide analysis via the scanner, Pathfinder.
Wonder if I'd get anything on the scanner.
This device appears defensive in nature. Power restored to the gravity well. The conduit leads down. Conduit fluid pressure is variable. There could be activity below.
Then let's dig deeper.
Barely any
You
dust.
get to go even further
How
underground.
old is this place?
Yep.
Unknown. Radiation counts indicate the vault has been offline for several hundred years.
Around the time the Scourge appeared?
Are there any like
Maybe the Scourge is why all this tech was
shield
available.
worlds or Dyson spheres or anything like that?
Right?
in this game?
Well, you think this game does cool things? No.
I just, I don't know.
This blue and neon green.
Dead. Without the conduit, there's not even enough power for the door.
Like Forerunner stuff. It's a good aesthetic, but it's all they have.
Yeah, because we Halo 4K on PC and we're playing that.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
crap. The conduit sprang a leak.
We're getting down
Right under
to
the
Shield
console.
World.
You try
I was
interfacing,
thinking
you'll burn
about
your
Shield
hands
Worlds
off.
and then nope.
Yeah.
And no fluid means no power. Damn it.
Yeah, Halo
Maybe
4
that's why those devices above
like
were
the campaign.
turned off.
I played
We're
through
not
all
turning
the
back now.
Halo.
There has to be some way to fix the
brother-in-law
leak.
A couple of years ago, except 5. I feel like that is a remarkably consistent series.
A gauntlet. Maybe a hand tool.
Our
You
scientists
should play.
love it
Have
either
you?
way.
Do you know any of the plot points of 5?
Yeah.
The conduit's breached.
Hey, wait!
The
observers were using weird
I played that game at launch. The thing that kicks off that game's plot is Master Chief falls down a pit. I don't know if you know this. Falls down a pit, gets
And
knocked
receipt.
out, and
I'll
has
give
a
him a
vision
shot.
from Cortana to go to a place and do a thing.
Okay, hold square to switch weapons. Good to know.
That is the worst. But yeah, 4. I think 4 is pretty good. 4 has some pretty good character writing. Like, not the
set pieces, yeah.
Yeah, set pieces, and the characters are generally pretty good.
But it's
so starting this up next to that was not flattering for this game.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I understand now. Go up here.
Is there a button on the other side of that pillar?
Oh, I need to
The
press
system's
the X
responding to those frequencies. Just a patch job, but it should hold.
Nice work! If it's fixed, that console should work now.
Looks like it worked.
There's even a bridge! You're a pal, Ryder.
Where are you going?
We've got to be close to the system lockdown by now. First one gets the glory.
We'll catch up. If we got that door working too.
Do you have to go through this for every major planet? Something like this?
Look at
to
that.
Clear up.
Yep, and they all look like
Nowhere
this.
to go but down. Looks like they didn't want anyone getting through here easy.
Watch your step. It's still a long drop.
What a way to go.
Wait, plants? All the way
What
down
is the
here.
put away gun button on the controller?
I have
strange.
to hold down the touchpad.
No sunlight, no water. They should all
on
be
PlayStation
dead.
4.
The planet's a wasteland, but maybe they're just hardy.
The source of the system lockdown may yield more information. We appear to be close.
You just tap it. Which is nice.
Glad I didn't eat a big breakfast.
Company!
Sounds like you made it.
Are you excited by the prospect of a new Mass Effect game?
Yes. I seem to recall hearing somewhere that like they put Casey Hudson back behind.
Yeah, Casey Hudson. I think it's
like a
it's their
cyber.
Edmonton
Still.
team again.
Could be anything in here.
Could we not?
It'll be fine.
So that's good. That has me interested. Like I'd be interested anyway. Like even I know that didn't this BioWare got shut down,
They got
didn't it?
Absolutely fine.
This was their Montreal studio.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
But,
On my way.
But they're making a Dragon Age 4 and a Mass Effect 4. I'm honestly interested to see what both do.
Damn it.
It's okay. It's fine.
Stop saying fine. Let's just get
I
out
think
of
I'm more interested in what Mass Effect does. But
I just feel like at this point it would be very hard for BioWare to make a game that is made for me and my weirdo tastes.
It made a new path. I think that's the right way. We could reach it if we backtrack.
But
Observers
also,
coming up at us.
So, Mass Effect. The thing is, Mass Effect kind of feels a void that most other companies don't really feel. Like you don't see many space RPGs out.
People generally aren't making BioWare style games outside of previous RPGs, Champion, Spiders.
Yeah. But a Dragon Age game has a serious uphill battle.
Yeah.
Not only does it have to go up against The Witcher 3 and more recently Baldur's Gate 3, a lot of the people that are going to be interested in another Dragon Age kind of got their fix from the recent CRPGs.
I also feel like in Dragon Age's case specifically, the version of that game that was canned because they had to fix Anthem.
That bit's slippery.
Sounds way more interesting than what this new game might be. Because if the Jason Schreier article on Anthem kind of talks about how
too far, even for jump jets.
It was their pitch was a small scale RPG that was like a heist set in the Winter Imperium, and that sounds great.
Yeah.
And that was scrapped because
this whole platform's resonating.
Fire.
Something. We must be close.
I'd love to know whose idea Anthem was. Did EA just want a live service, or was it BioWare saying
came to EA? Like the entire thing with both this game and Anthem is it feels like EA gave BioWare enough rope to hang themselves.
Didn't this game have an extremely troubled development such that someone had to come in and clean up though?
Yeah, they had to. There was infighting between the different BioWare development studios.
Any thoughts, Sam?
Unknown, though it appears related to the lockdown. An in-depth study may reveal its purpose. The system lockdown is disabled. The vault and the atmosphere processor should return to full operation.
But yeah, like Anthem.
Ryder,
God, I can't believe they actually made that game.
The whole place is lighting up.
It.
Power readings are off the chart.
To be more like Destiny.
Really, really off the chart.
A game
it's back online. We should
really
be
good. I think I'm just kind of done with games that want me to play them every day.
Oh, I'm totally done with that. Like I played a decent bit of. I played a lot of Destiny 2 actually. I spent between buying the base game at launch and buying DLC. I'm pretty sure I've spent over $200 on that game.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But Phoebe, get back to the entrance now!
I saw it. What is that?
It plays extremely well and looks gorgeous, and I love playing it. But the way they're monetizing it and the way they're removing content has pretty much ensured that I'll never.
Don't let it catch us.
I just feel at this point I just feel like it's Bungie constantly managing to upset both the hardcore people who still play it constantly and the more casual crowd who drops out after every expansion.
Keep running.
Yeah. And I don't feel like they've managed to please either of those camps. So yeah, and I can't with like a season pass anymore, or that like gotta do your dailies. Like the most I will do with that is play Dead by Daylight,
It would be wise to escape right.
I know, Sam.
Comparatively, even though it has some of those things.
Yeah, like an obligation game.
Another gravity well.
We don't know where it goes.
Play it. There's so many good games out there that
it's still coming.
I can't see myself getting.
Sweeping the whole vault. Kill anything in its way.
Yeah, like us.
Got all this time I need to spend playing those JRPGs I bought for too much money.
That's the door to the
But like,
almost
as
there.
grindy and vapid as a lot of like mid-tier RPGs can be, JRPGs can be, they have an ending.
Yeah.
That is more fulfilling than just endless whatever.
They are not a forever game.
Go! 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 Go!
Ah, right on our heels.
Get to the gravity well.
Shit, it's sealed. Try to get something under it.
So, games as a service, I think. Like, I'm not entirely opposed to them. I'm not like, oh, it's a scam, but also like, I just, at the point where I'm at in my life right now, I can't. Like, my brother-in-law, very good at the Apex.
Vault restart is now complete.
I don't have a problem with it in games like it works. It works pretty well for Apex and
Talk about a rush.
and Warframe. And it could work pretty well for Destiny if they weren't so.
What was that? Field.
Like
I know
focused
a
on
trap when I see
microtransactions and sucking all the money they can out of you.
Maybe one last
also,
scrub
like,
before startup.
It feels like they
This
want it
place
to be
is
an
full of
MMO, but aren't
surprises.
willing to do the work.
We have to be more careful. That field almost disintegrated us.
But it didn't. You want to focus on that or
Like
the
Final
cool
Fantasy
vault you just
14
activated?
Atmosphere processor is online.
Feels like it puts in
recovering
the
lost
work
console activity.
to be both a game you can
Is
play
that the
forever
Helios
or a
cluster?
game you can play for a couple weeks
There we are.
whenever a new content thing drops.
That's EOS.
And
Something
be good
happened.
until the next
Because
big
we
patch
restarted
or
the system?
expansion.
If that light is us, then
Yeah,
all
my
these
brother
points
played
could be
a
vaults
ton
on
of Final
worlds.
Fantasy 14 earlier this
Dormant
year.
like this one.
That was his lockdown game.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Why is there a whole
And
network?
he had a lot of good
What's all this
things to
for?
say about it.
This tech can create observers from
He also
nowhere
described it as
or
an
ravage a
MMO
whole
where he
planet.
just hotkeyed
And that's just what
everything
we've
and then
seen.
didn't have to do much
The bots,
work at all.
those plants back there.
So
the
that
atmosphere
pushed me away from
processors.
it, but you know.
I once did
The
supply
music
runs
is
for a
really
council team
good.
that was seeding some ice planet's atmosphere, trying to melt the ice caps.
I mean, it's a Final Fantasy.
To help with
game,
Yeah,
support
but
but
it is.
it does
the
some
first processor
fun,
we saw was
weird
making
stuff
things
with
worse,
its
but
music.
maybe it malfunctioned.
But
that
also
what
I
these
never
builders
got
were
to the
trying to
parts
do?
that people say are
Make worlds
good.
habitable?
Like I never
Even
got out of my realm
terraform a whole
before.
cluster?
Hey, look there.
He finished it. My brother finished. I think he finished all the
It's
major
different.
things.
Oh, he
Maybe
got all
it's
the way
active?
through.
We've got to go see.
Shadow.
Yeah.
Sam?
Extrapolating.
He dropped
These
some
coordinates
cash
lie
on
beyond
that
the space we have currently surveyed, Pathfinder.
and then played it
Mark it
for
on our charts.
a month straight.
We need more to go on. Let's head up to the surface. I could use some fresh air.
He's got to refresh his makeup. You're.
Gotta be stylish.
Mm-hmm.
When you're snarking your way through activating ancient alien technology.
That almost kills you.
Yep.
Now, when you do get this this outpost back up and running and the atmosphere breathable, does like 20 or 30 NPCs just pop in, or is there
No
like a
atmosphere
period
processor
where
works
it,
that
it
fast.
grows or
I
something?
think people just
If
show
this
up
effect is
once you
representative,
revisit the
Pathfinder,
planet after
air
this.
and moisture patterns will show noticeable improvement. Eos could support an outpost.
A foothold. That's all we need. Just enough to begin. This remnant technology could be the key to our survival, if we can control it.
It changes whole planets.
I would
Let's
rather
go
play
slow.
Greedfall than this.
We've got a lead. Sam marked it on the charts down there.
At least
That site is
Greedfall was
active,
trying to do
whatever it
weird
is.
stuff with
Who
its
knows what we'll find
colonialism
there.
narrative.
We? You want to come along?
I want to know what makes the remnant tick.
I thought Greedfall
You've got a key
looked
to their
interesting
technology,
for a little while, but
or
never
a
actually
crowbar
bought it.
at least.
It is the most competent game that Spiders
Welcome
has
aboard.
made.
We'll
The
get you a
makers
fancy
of
job
Bound
title
by
to go over the
Flame
bunk.
I only need a footlocker.
and Mars
Datapad,
Warlogs
toothbrush,
and
clean
the
underwear,
Technomancer.
I'll catch up
Like,
with you.
it's their game. It's their first game that feels like it has a bunch behind it. It's very dry and very verbose and just a little bit Eurojank. But it seemed neat from what I played of it. Like, I would play more of it. Omni Grenade.
But like in an era where we do have stuff where like mid-tier studios can make stuff like Greedfall or The Surge 2 or Hellpoint.
Yeah.
I find it really hard to justify getting into a live service game. That's kind of what I meant by, there's so much out there.
Yeah, mids. They're absolutely like plenty of weird mid-tier games out there that don't necessarily get their full. They're not super full visibility or anything, but there are a lot of very good mid-tier games out there. Especially in genre spaces that aren't always best served.
You have already logged the ideal site. Nav point noted. Updating Tempest.
By the AAA space.
Needles, Ryder. Pods are inbound and ready.
Let's go make it happen.
I'm glad.
It's weird to think that if we pull this off, everything we're looking at could change.
Our rider.
I liked those
Yeah, we have someone who has named themselves Idiot
pre-trip
saying,
vision
"Oh God, that
paintings of
custom
future
rider."
Eos.
Yeah.
Green fields, rivers, forests. Wonder what it'll really be like down the line.
Fewer death storms would be nice.
This just looks like Arizona.
Yeah. Yeah, Arizona or like southern Utah.
Only with much bigger rock formations.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that had me looking into Torment. Was that it actually does look, everything in that game does look pretty alien and just weird and out of its world. But also everything I've heard about that game is it's not great.
Torment Tides of Numenera is I know people who like it. Like I've definitely had conversations with people who will advocate for that game, but I feel like that game is like Cargo Cult Planescape Torment.
Nice work.
Where it is, they have all the component parts, and they almost got it.
Automated protocols activated.
But it's not
Cat ahead.
quite.
They appear to be fighting a Krogan.
Is that?
They don't quite get why Planescape Torment is the way it is.
Detecting above normal radiation
Do you
levels.
think Wasteland 3 is lightning in a bottle for an exile, or do you think they're going to make another?
I think with Microsoft money, they have potential. Of course, they're probably like, I don't expect Obsidian or an Exile to necessarily make a big old isometric RPG anytime soon.
I don't know. Microsoft seems to be pretty open to some. Microsoft seems way more interested in not necessarily the EA, Activision massive money sink games. They definitely seem more interested in little weird, like a bunch of little weird, interesting games. Because they did like this Strange.
Yeah, but the Don't Not game. Tell me why.
Yeah, they put money behind that. They put money behind Spiritfarer. Like their big three franchises are still their big three, but they definitely seem open to doing some more stuff. On the flip side of that, Obsidian is doing a Skyrim-ish first-person RPG. So.
Yeah, they. You know, Pillars 2 was apparently not like the best-selling, not very like weird, underperformed sales-wise. So.
Yeah, everything I've read from Josh Sawyer about that is basically I don't want to delve any more into this franchise until I figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, why it didn't. Yeah. Well, Josh Sawyer, he's apparently working on like a smaller project right now. So, looking forward to his bike riding and medieval alchemy RPG. Hey, hello?
Is he gonna...
Hey,
I thought you just needed to talk to him or something, but you've been walking around this guy.
I am holding the triangle button. Oh no.
Are you telling me that Josh Sawyer is going to make the next Atelier game?
I'm saying that he's going to make the Darklands spiritual successor we've all wanted. Darklands is cool, man.
I'm not sure what Darklands.
Okay, so Darklands is an old DOS RPG from the 90s, the early 90s, like 94, 95-ish. And it is... Oh, okay. Nope, I think we broke... I think we
Save
broke
and
it.
reload the game?
I think we broke it.
Crap.
We reloading. And it is... The combat is kind of proto-Infinity Engine, in that it's real-time with pause. But it's set in medieval Germany. And it's very much like the superstitions of the people from that time kind of manifested. So, like, I believe you can, like, it will randomly determine whether or not certain mythical creatures actually exist in the world when you start a new game. And also it's like, you go to this small hamlet in, you know, the Holy Roman Empire, and their church has an upside-down cross, and you find out they're Satanists. It's that sort of thing. It's neat. But it's one of those things where it's a little too old for... I have not managed to make headway in it.
It looks slightly more detailed than Ski Free.
Yeah. Oh, we are at the halfway point. So, those of you watching at home, if we get over 1,600 for our stream total for our Giant Bomb Discord group stream, I will switch over to a bonus game around the 90 minutes left mark. With the help of one Chris Zombie Pie Redacted. We're gonna have fun. Okay, now
it appears to be not loading.
There we go.
The first colonists sent audio logs about these regions back to
Ryder, about time you joined the party.
Where is Drac? Is his name Drac or Drax?
Drac. Namor Drac. Which is the most, like, put a bunch of syllables together to make a Krogan name.
I don't know. Have you ever tried to come up with a name for a fantasy story or a sci-fi story?
Yes, that is 100% fair. Although in my D&D campaigns, I just go for silly names.
Color me impressed.
Like fantasy names are hard. We can't all be Roy Mustang. Colonel Roy Mustang.
Nice.
The best anime name.
That's a fine name.
Nice.
I could see someone being named Roy Mustang in real life, as unlikely as it is. Probably what makes it a good name.
Nice.
There we go. Scripting break this time.
But on the flip side of that, Elric was straight up stolen.
Yeah.
So
that fight was fun.
You're telling me?
You can really handle yourself, kid. And I hear you're the one to thank for clearing up the sky. Had your number all wrong.
You're not so bad yourself, old man. Maybe we should work together after all.
This fight was pretty good, but you're still Nexus and green as a Drell. Still, something tells me you've got potential. Be ashamed to waste that. I mean, just point me to your ship.
Did the Drell show up?
Keep up.
No.
Or anybody other than...
None of the weird alien races show up, because they're all on the Quarian arc.
Fairwind's Basin. Lowest radiation count in the area.
Which, the Quarian arc was the scrapped DLC.
More than a little.
So...
This is where we'll build our new outpost. A real beginning.
Prepping deployment order. You must choose what purpose this new outpost
I believe
will
it was
serve.
resolved in a novel.
The Nexus doesn't get a say?
Resources are at a crisis point. Protocol states this judgment
written
call
by
falls
Drew
to the
Karpyshyn?
Pathfinder. With current supplies,
I don't think
you
so.
could build a military outpost focusing on defense and militia training. Alternatively, a scientific outpost could advance the initiative's research and discoveries.
What do you think? Military outpost or scientific?
I say scientific. Aren't we here to explore?
I say military. There's too many threats out here.
Be advised that the first outpost placed by a Pathfinder will be a statement in itself. Fair or not,
Okay.
your choice will represent the
Here's
initiative and
a
its
question.
intentions in Andromeda.
Is it
Consider
programmed to
carefully.
where no matter who you have, one of them says military and one of them says science?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. But I think with the people you currently have, I think it's
Prioritize research and discovery.
yeah, I'm not
That's
sure.
our foundation. And our future.
Orders prepped. Ready on your signal.
Also, I think it's just bizarre to, in terms of like storytelling logic, to give as much power for this colonization effort as to just one ding dong just because he has a robot in his head.
I mean, that's just a problem of a lot of these
Andromeda
RPGs.
initiatives. This is Ryder. Pathfinder.
Yeah.
At least only Shepard was ever given military.
Solving everyone's pointless problems.
But yeah, Dragon Age. I mean, Dragon Age Inquisition kind of has the same issue where you're just some doofus, and they give you the keys to the kingdom.
Yeah. Whereas Pillars, I feel
August
like
Bradley,
earns it a little
operational
better
head for this block.
as
Mayor
the
now, I
Watcher.
suppose. We're ready to make the most of what you delivered.
I mean, in Pillars, you earn your keep,
I
your
feel like I should
literal
toss you the
keep,
keys.
uh,
Be nice.
by
It's been through a lot.
just walking up on it and defeating all the
Understood.
monsters in it. You're like, well, I killed everything
troubles.
here. This is mine
That's
now.
what we're
You plant your
calling
flag, and then you have to
They're
defend it
eager.
politically.
I haven't seen
Yep.
eager for
You have
months.
to. Yep. There's that side quest where you have to defend it
Eos
against the
is
dude
far
who has a
from
claim on
golden.
your land.
But now it's a producer.
And
a real and reasonable
you can
first
recruit
step.
mercenaries
They think you
throughout
did
the
the
story.
impossible.
It's good stuff.
The Nexus.
Like the actual
I
Stronghold
warned
in
them,
Pillars 1
hoping
is
was
kind of bad. It never
irresponsible.
feels like you're getting
You proved me wrong,
what you
Pathfinder.
want out of investing in it.
On the
I
other
appreciate
hand, that
your
game
candor. We're all on
sprinkles
the
so
same
much
side.
money on you that
I wouldn't go that far.
Yep. Especially.
I feel like.
Go ahead.
I feel like you could just when I played it, every time there
The
was a
reality
stronghold
rider,
like
you brought us
attack,
time.
I would
but
go
one
back to the
outpost
stronghold
on
and
a
fight it
long-shot
off, which got
planet
very
won't stop us from
annoying.
starving.
If I play it again, I'm probably just
You already
gonna
have a lead on something else.
let them attack and then pay off
the nav point from
the
vault.
rebuilding of the structures.
Now it gets complicated. The others are ready
The
to
structures
officially
that they would've
sanction your
destroyed or
efforts
whatever.
to be a part of your success.
I don't know how well that'll work,
all
but I
want
really
the
don't want to
initiative
have to
to
run back
succeed.
to it every time.
But after
every
failing for so
few
long,
hours.
no one agrees on how to do it. Be aware. That's all.
Don't worry. I majored in glad
On
handing
the
during
flip side,
Pathfinder
mega
training.
dungeons are nice.
We're led by the best.
Yep.
My
Talk
only,
to Bradley.
I think my only
Later we'll go over the
real honest
extended job
complaint
of
with Pillars
Pathfinder.
of Eternity 2, like big complaint,
Until
is there
then,
doesn't seem to be many
Tan's waiting on the
meaty
Nexus.
dungeons, or
There's a
even
little
really.
bit, but yeah, it's not. Have you tried out Durlag's Tower in Baldur's Gate 1?
I haven't got.
Because that's.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I know that. I think that's supposed to be a mega dungeon, as far as I understand.
Also, you should not do that until near the end of the game, because it is, the stuff from Tales from the Sword Coast is harder than the base game and the tradition of all of these expansions.
Yeah. I've been playing Icewind Dale.
Yeah.
With a mouse and keyboard. I like that one quite a bit.
That game is a very solid dungeon crawler.
Yeah. Like the thing with Baldur's Gate is the first one is it jumps so hard between this boring ass, let's lawnmower all the areas where we've got all the fog of war gone.
Yeah.
And it flips between that and like actually interesting dungeons and stuff.
And you can see the roots of BioWare's game style. Yeah. I'm history's greatest monster, and I love traipsing around the Sword Coast through these wilderness areas. It feels like a hex crawl, but yeah, also it's kind of boring.
It's
the first half of that game is a lot of going through these wilderness areas so that you can be a high enough level to not die doing the main quest.
Yeah. I mean, I've gotten to Baldur's Gate, the city.
Yep.
At this point, I feel like a lot of the side quests they don't feel substantial. Like that game very much feels like you pick up a load of side quests and you just go run around and do them. Nothing feels. If I have one big problem with it, is nothing feels substantial.
Yeah.
Before the meeting gets started, I have bunk
D&D
assignments for
feel
PB
it's
and
going
Drac.
for, but yeah, 2.
Already put my
Baldur's
rucksack
Gate
in the
2 is
kitchen.
where you
I'll
see
hang
the
out there
prototype
if
for
that's
basically
okay.
every BioWare game afterwards.
And I'm in one of the escape pods. More my speed.
I've played a little bit of
That's
2.
fantastic.
I played it on
Welcome
the PC.
aboard.
Played some
Any
of it on
thoughts,
PC
Ryder?
recently, or like a month or 2 ago.
We're adventurers. Whatever makes
that
the
game
squad
is
comfortable
already
is okay with
immediately
me.
way more
Let's
interesting
talk about
in
our
what it's
success on
doing.
EOS.
Yeah.
Besides establishing our first viable outpost, we did some amazing things. We discovered the Remnant and breached their vault.
Right off the
and didn't
bat,
get killed.
it's so much more
Overcame
interesting.
radiation poisoning a number of times.
I tried to play Icewind Dale once.
Confronted
I
by
died
Ket
trying to
at
kill
every
some rats
turn.
in the starting town.
Once again, did not get killed.
Yeah, that's fair.
You guys really need to raise the bar on what you call success.
Icewind Dale's not mess around.
Yeah, should we use the Krogan definition of success that got your homeworld nuked by your own people?
Not the enhanced edition seems to have changed the difficulty quite a
little
bit,
bit.
actually, because it's not anywhere
Let's
near
focus
as hard.
back to the task at hand.
Yeah.
Looking forward.
Exactly. Here's my only question. When do we hit that next vault? It looked active. We have to get on that.
Hang on.
So I feel like you can make it. You can make it
There are initiative
overpowered pretty
priorities.
easily.
The team calls the shots.
As
Actually,
well,
the Pathfinder
I
calls the shots. Just to be
I made
clear.
and I don't know how well this is going to work out in later areas, but I
So
made
what do you need from us, Ryder?
a half-orc fighter cleric. With
Yep.
like 19.
Let's
I rolled
and
like
give
a
each other the
90 or
benefit of the
something with
doubt,
him, and had like
Finding a
19
home for
strength
tens of
and
thousands in this hellscape is stressful enough without
yeah,
adding dysfunction.
like maxed out strength, con, and
got it, boss.
dex. It's been a while since I looked at these stats. I don't remember. And
If
like
Krogan are known for one
intelligence
thing, it's
and
getting
charm are both
along.
at
But not
10,
humility or self-awareness.
But once I figured it out that you can just
head back
dump
to the Nexus.
charm.
Oh, you can
BB Drax, see Lexi for a physical.
Yeah, once I figured out that
one
you can
character with
dump
charisma
charm.
to talk to merchants.
Yeah, my main, the first character is a paladin who has to have 17 charm,
Yeah.
which is a lot. She's dumb as a rock, but has like 17 charm and like okay.
Yep.
No, let's try everything else.
The only class that can wield
Our
the
tech
Holy
lab is
Avenger,
an engineer's dream.
which
It's perfect for
is
any
a
delicate technical
longsword
work.
in Icewind Dale 1.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always the best weapon in the game. Yeah.
Having
place you
watched Kikoski play through a lot of
Clean air,
Icewind Dale,
plants, helps me
influenced
think.
a lot of my class choices.
Something on your mind?
So I've got like a paladin, a fighter cleric, a regular ass
Maybe.
cleric, a mage
What the hell was
thief,
that?
regular ass mage.
I know that
and
look. It's just my biotics
archer. I know there's
reacting
not
to
an archer class
all this.
specifically.
Yeah,
it's a
but
I don't normally
ranger
use it like that.
special-
A huntress should have better control.
Yeah.
Huntress?
And
Another
that
term for an
particular
Asari
group
commando.
setup has
I
made the
was one
game
before the
feel maybe
initiative.
easier than it
Some
would
things
for
stick,
a
though.
person who goes into
Like
it blind.
losing the old man.
Oh, here we are.
How does a human
What
soldier
happened?
get to serve with Asari?
Cora talking about
Prove
how
your
much she
biotics
loved
can
the
rip an
Asari.
APC apart, and people get nervous. Funny that. The Alliance found me a cross-species military initiative in a hurry. Sent me to Thessia to serve with the Huntress unit. One of the few places where my powers were welcomed. Your father made another one.
I know it's not the same, but I'm a good listener.
I hope you're as good at being Pathfinder. I said I wouldn't get in the way, and I meant it. But I prepped for years as your father's second. Then he chooses you? An untrained Pathfinder and all this mess to fix? The hell was he thinking?
Is this going to be a problem, Cora?
I don't want a rival. Just answers. It's done. Best I can do now is be your second. Keep your father's mission alive. Then maybe we'll all get what we came out
Okay,
here
yeah.
for.
Yep, you can tell which are the flirty ones.
Does it? Okay, it's a big heart for the flirty
Big ol'
ones.
heart saying.
Even if we get there, there's a mountain of hard
do you
work.
want to romance Cora?
Working hard was
How,
never my problem.
how cheesy are the romance
Biotics
lines?
like
Oh,
this.
never mind.
Thinking like an Asari huntress. I never had a place. Best I
I'm
could
gonna
be
romance
was a
anyone
useful
on this
freak.
playthrough.
The initiative was
for the
meant
next,
to be different.
Let's say,
Will be different if
hour
this
and a
mission
half.
succeeds. So I'm seeing it
It
through.
will be Jal.
It's quiet in here. I can keep the plants watered
Jal
while I
is
work.
the Angara
First job,
alien.
see if there's any news on
And
the
his
Asari
whole thing
Ark.
is,
if
I
they
do
made
not
it,
understand
we could
your
use some
human
Asari
culture.
expertise. If you want to talk, I'll be here.
The very first thing we would do when meeting an intergalactic species, figure out how to bone them.
Yeah, the Mass Effect way.
We haven't really spoken since orientation, have we?
It's all been so hectic, but I'm sure things will quiet down
How's
soon.
Icewind Dale
Can't be
2?
worse
Is
than
that
the
worth modding up to get it running on a modern?
Icewind Dale 2 is interesting because
Scans of the Scourge.
it
All
uses
that
third
dark
edition rules
energy
in the
twisting
Infinity
and
engine.
turning on itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's splendid.
And
I suppose it is a rather darkly beautiful phenomenon.
The way it handles
Darkly
those rules
beautiful.
is kind of weird and a little
I like that.
wonky.
Helios is incredible, isn't it?
I think it's good.
Not just
I also think it's
constructs like
probably
the Scourge and the Remnant Vaults.
Engine game.
Just all of it. So alien.
I think the first
A
game's
constant
better
reminder
at
of
just
the
being a
divine
straight dungeon
intelligence
crawler.
behind all creation.
You mean a god?
Yes, I believe in a higher power.
All right, talking to this.
I know
this
it's a
lady
little
about,
odd, but I am a
about
scientist
Jesus.
because science brings me closer to something greater than myself.
There's nothing about the universe that suggests a divine intelligence. And most of what we've seen in Helios is artificial, as you said yourself.
Yes, but we're creative beings. Whoever made the Remnant was too. Why should that be proof against a god? Wouldn't a true creator want to pass on the drive to invent?
If everything was set in place by some mysterious creator, why even be a scientist?
Does she
If I have reverence for a creator,
get specific
how could I
about
not
which
want
one,
to
or do
study
they
their
just keep it
creation?
totally vague?
My faith does not hinder my work as a scientist.
Your
It
vaguely
encourages
theistic
it.
party member.
My senses tell me what the world is. Science shows me how it came to be. And religion tells me why.
I apologize if I offended you. I can be insensitive.
You're fine. Being challenged forces me to dig deep in my beliefs.
Yeah, Icewind Dale 2's good.
It's healthy.
But
Now
I
I should
remember
probably
some of
update the rest of the team with my
dungeon
latest
sequences kind of
reports.
dragging.
We'll talk later.
Like it tries to do some creative things, but also it kind of drags itself out.
Glad you stopped by.
While we're
You'll pardon me if I
on
keep
the
an eye on our
Infinity
vector?
Engine
That's
discussion
probably
train,
smart.
How is Siege of Dragonspear?
Nothing like being on the
Siege
bridge
of
of your very own
Dragonspear.
ship, is there?
You mentioned
I
something
have
about
not-
helping design the
I
Tempest?
have
Test
played
pilot
the first
mostly.
couple acts of that. I
Plunging
think that game
through the
is
Nemean
okay.
abyss
That
was
game is better
almost a
than people
preparation
gave
for the
it credit
Scourge.
for.
Of course,
I think
it
it's
took a
real
whole team
weird.
to build the Tempest.
I think
I
you
was
should
the only
play
one to come
through
to
it
Helios,
if you're
though.
gonna,
Why did you?
play through the
What can I
Baldur's Gate
say?
games.
We poured our hearts
'Cause
into a
it's
ship
like a
that wouldn't
Baldur's
realize
Gate
her potential
reunion
until
special,
Andromeda.
basically.
I could have stood on the shore and
That
waved
is also a
goodbye,
mid-quel
or took the leap to
expansion.
see how it all turned out.
The Baldur's Gate Christmas special.
Yeah,
I like the
kinda,
Tempest,
because they got
but I'm
got
not sure
a
it
lot of the
traveled
old
between
voice
galaxies
actors
for her.
back.
The Unknown Frontier had its charms too.
And
It's
a lot of
just
so they
strange
bring back
not
all
having
the
the rest of the
characters you know
design
and
team.
love. And
I
you're
remember
like,
Serena debugging line 2281 over and over,
what's his
showing
name?
that green pencil.
David Warner.
Tion
David
and O'Connell
Warner is in
arguing
it as
equations,
Irenicus,
tapping on the console,
and you're like,
3
hot
drips
damn,
of coffee on the
he
corner.
sounds way older.
You remember all
but
that?
he still has that menace.
Oh, yes. Solarians have photographic memories,
Oh,
and apparently mine's unusually
and
sharp.
some
like my
of them
past is still happening.
You know, Great
Though I
Delisle,
suppose with the Solarian arc missing,
her
you might
Viconia
not get many
basically
chances
sounds
to
the
compare.
same. And
Cheer
then
up,
it's
Callum.
like
We'll always
Emma
have
Wynn's
Director
voice
Tan.
actress sound
That
like 15
snide
years
little
older.
bureaucrat? All the more reason to find the others.
Yeah, can't quite
I should
capture
get
that.
back to it, but thank you.
Sounds like a
I
teenager
was afraid the
voice.
Tempest would be
Emma
mothballed
Wynn.
after we lost your father.
Yeah.
We built her for this. She deserves to be in a Pathfinder's hands.
But
Please,
it's
come by any time.
And I feel like people didn't talk about that game beyond like the weird stuff with jerks on the internet going crazy because it has a trans person in it or whatever.
Anomaly detected.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what's made it hard to figure out if it's
Tracking
okay
a
or
huge
not.
mineral deposit.
Give it a look. It's neat.
I will.
It's uneven, but it's interesting as like a what could have been instead of Baldur's Gate 3. Because yeah, Wizards of the Coast. I guess Beamdog was at one point making a Planescape spiritual successor, and also another game set in Planescape, and then another mid-quel expansion between Baldur's Gate 2 and Throne of Ball, and both of those got canceled by Wizards of the Coast because of the reaction to Siege of Dragonspear.
Ah, familiar territory.
The Nexus has been here for months.
I mean, it's
Still not enough time
Wizards
to
of the
survey it all.
Coast, you know, a company that definitely
I'm
doesn't
picking
have
up
any
something.
problems with issues of representation and at least when they mess up for Dungeons and Dragons, it's like consistent.
Yeah.
Like they have been making the same mistakes. Whereas my friends who are into Magic the Gathering have some things to say about where Magic the Gathering is at these days. And apparently the most recent sets have had to ban a bunch of cards and reissue a bunch of them in a way that has just destroyed the competitive format.
If there's one thing that's kind of weird about Baldur's Gate 3, and I probably wouldn't have noticed this like a couple of years ago, but like I tried when I played the beta or whatever you want to call it, the early access version. I picked a Drow and a Drow cleric, and I'll give you 3 guesses what I named her because I'm not very original.
Yeah.
Pathfinder, is it true?
I just wanted to get this character started to see what this game's about.
But EOS is different, right? Pathfinder.
There were
All right, settle down.
a handful of times where I would help somebody, and then they would be like, "Oh, thanks. I didn't expect that from a Drow."
Relax, Lieutenant. If there was ever a day to pop some champagne.
Certainly. The initiative
knowing
finally
the
back on
backstory
track.
of that particular
This is
race
Herrick, one of the
can sometimes make that feel a little bit
from the tech lab.
Yeah.
It's not going to stop me from playing the game, but they're already treating Drow that way in the writing of a major
we'll
game.
unravel those mysteries. The whole Nexus will benefit.
That whole race
August
needs
Bradley
to
will
be
oversee that.
the way
He's the new
they're
mayor.
written. They've been written in
Bradley.
the past. They need to
I
be
know him.
treated with like
Seems like a good man.
very careful.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Very careful
There's a new
handling.
world
gloves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that they're slowly working their way through is like the idea of like, hey man, orcs aren't inherently evil. It's because their god Groomsh is a crazy, cruel, evil god, and that's why orcs are the way they are. Which, it's one of those things where it's a little. There's some baggage.
Yes. If you're gonna make if you make an entire race unwaveringly like chaotic evil, such as orcs from Lord of the Rings,
yep.
I don't know. This is a hard conversation. I don't know.
This is a hard conversation to have in the middle of a video game stream.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things where like the sins of Papa Tolkien coming home to roost.
It's so much of it. It's hard to tell when it's malicious and when it's just like, ooh, I didn't realize what I was doing.
Or
and
just,
almost all of it is
Director
just,
Tam
ooh,
is
I didn't realize what
expecting
I
you.
was doing.
Or
Last
it's
time I
just
was
the
here,
way
this
it
was
was
a
before,
storage
'cause
closet.
Gary Gygax was like,
Pathfinder
hey, the
Hall
Drow,
just
they're
needed a
evil, they
Pathfinder
worship
to
wolf,
open.
and they're matriarchal.
We're still getting the commons area ready. Hydroponics is only at partial capacity.
Not
And
good
then,
enough.
We don't
then
have
there's
juk
Dritz.
people. My workers need a break, Tan.
Who's the
I
one
sympathize,
good Drow.
but
The
not until our
good
survival
one.
is no longer
The
at
good
risk.
one.
Yeah,
Now, please
I
excuse
said
me
this
while I
in
meet
a
with our
forum post
Pathfinder.
once. When you make
Hey,
a
Ryder.
group of backstabbing
Allison
people
told me
all one
about the
race,
outpost.
and then you make
You're
a
the hero
handful
of
of
the
good
hour.
ones, you literally have
I guess
one
this
of the
is
good
one
ones,
bet that
which is
paid
very
off.
much not what you want.
Point taken.
That's awful.
Always
Yeah.
revel in your victories.
That's why I'm standing here.
Oh, I never doubted you. It was the others. They don't share our vision, Ryder, of a prosperous future in Andromeda.
Anyway,
Due respect, Director Tan, but you don't know
really
me.
don't like this
Oh, I
tan
think
fellow.
I do.
No.
Your ingenuity speaks for itself, Ryder. Deciphering the vault, alien terraforming. It's not how we imagined all this, but a good Pathfinder improvises. And a great one hangs it on the wall.
Publicity.
Yours are the first trophies to grace Pathfinder Hall.
I think the time
You're a
scale
symbol
with this
now,
game
Ryder.
is also weird.
A reason for people to believe.
Because it never gives a
I plan on doing a
consistent
lot more than that.
That's the
passage of
confidence
time.
we
like,
need. Take charge
you
and
leave
ignore your critics.
this planet,
Careful, you'll end
and
up
then the
adopting
second
you,
you
Ryder.
revisit it, it already has like
my
a
staff.
thriving outpost.
Colleagues, you wouldn't be looking to cut us out, would you, Tan?
I remind you,
I
I
can
am the director of the initiative.
I could accept that.
Acting director.
Like, you leave and come back. Like any game could do that.
I think generally you're intended to do. It seems like you're intended to do something else away from the planet for a little while.
Yeah.
This isn't the time for arguing over who gets to be king. Too much is at stake. We should be cooperating.
That's what I've
Deep
been
pro
saying
tip,
since we arrived.
watching the stream.
Then I look forward to
with
winning our
his
Pathfinder
N64
support.
set up and
I have
ready to
concerns
go.
about your decision on Eos, Ryder. An outpost full of scientists won't do as
Holy
much good
shit,
with the Ket attack.
back.
Hello,
But it will help support the Nexus.
My
Improved
thing
research
required
could help
less
feed
time
our
than what
people.
I originally
could
thought it
argue about
was,
all
so
day
I am
long,
here
as we always do.
to enjoy
Decision was made.
the
Now we
misery
move
train.
on.
So where are we at? Have
is
you
your
completed
plan for
any
moving?
missions?
I completed the first
We have
planet.
a lead on the terraforming network.
Oh,
I need
fuck.
to take the Tempest
So
deeper
you've met
into
the
sector to
other
investigate.
aliens.
If the other Golden Worlds are where they should
I
be,
have not met
this
the
could
Angara
get us
yet.
closer to them.
Careful.
So I guess,
The
I
Ket are
mean,
scouring
if
the
we want to
cluster
get
for
into it,
remnant
this is like
technology. You'll
one
end
of
up
the
in a fight for
driving
sure.
criticisms
You
of
might also
Andromeda
run
is
into
the fact that you
exiles.
go
They
to
didn't
this
leave the
separate
Nexus on good
galaxy
terms.
and there's
And we still need more
three
outposts. They're important
aliens.
to expanding the station.
Though with Ark still missing, this could be a chance
One of
for Ryder
which
to
is an
search for them.
endangered species
Yes, I think
because
that's
of
best.
the evil
You have my
aliens,
permission.
and so you don't see them very much.
Thank you, Director.
Then the other aliens
on
are
it.
literally on
May
one
you light
planet.
the torch that finds the path.
And
Pathfinder.
you could even go further and say that the evil aliens are basically just the Gath.
Yeah. They're
I mean,
yeah.
We brought this up a little earlier, and I pointed out that in Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, in the original trilogy, before the humans and Asari and whatever generation, it was just one race. Like the Prothean era was literally just the Protheans. So like that's not unprecedented to have just one or like two or three races.
I hear you, but the precedent for what is the wholeness of the world of a Mass Effect game was kind of set with games 1 and 2, which is why a lot of people push back on 3's cast because it was so human-centric, right?
Yeah.
And the aliens that are, the diversity that is there. So one of them is a pre-order bonus, Jarek,
Really should have been.
Who should have been in the game because he adds so much to the story. And then the other non-human companions are Garrus and Tali. And the Asari chick.
Edie, Javik, Liara, Garrus, and Tali. 1, 2, 3, 4,
So
5.
the only person that's new is a pre-order bonus.
James is new.
Yeah, but he's human. James sucks.
Oh, I like James Vega.
Yeah, James is alright.
He's a bro. And not like lame like Liam.
So like if you're gonna say that you like James Vega, right? Then
I'm saying
literally...
James Vega's okay, but I'm saying Freddie Prinze Jr. is okay by me.
Okay, alright.
He's less boring than Caden, and less racist than Ashley.
I'm okay. Then you if you like James Vega, then you officially cannot. I revoke your card to talk shit about how Jacob in Mass Effect 2 is a boring character.
Go ahead.
Jacob is also a boring character.
Jacob's fine. He is a boring character.
Then
will do.
I like his mission, his loyalty mission about his dad. Big reveal about his dad is fucking.
If you romance him as Lady Shepard, he cheats on you in the third game.
I mean, that makes sense because he's a stalwart of fucking Cerebus. It turns out that he actually...
You've shaken things up, Pathfinder. My department
actually is a Cerebus dude.
Are you saying his morals might be a little looser than
to help grow
most?
the initiative.
Yeah, and I feel like
AVP,
that's done better
ready
than
for
Miranda's
spending.
stuff in Mass Effect 3.
Sam said there was new functionality to discuss.
It's how the
I mean,
initiative
they
was
literally
designed to
fridged
support
Miranda.
the
Like,
Pathfinder.
that's...
You and your team
we want to
are
get
out
into
there
it.
making
I
Andromeda
know
viable.
I've done the Miranda stuff
That
in Mass Effect
empowers
3,
all
but
of
I don't
us.
remember any
Hit
of
a
it.
threshold.
You saved
I
her
know
sister.
Cryo group can be brought
You
out.
saved her sister, but
Want
she
more
dies.
focus on research,
Yeah,
like on
she can
Palermo's?
die.
That's your call.
I mean, but
Greco
like...
will introduce the interface and handle
So can,
minutiae.
Wait,
All you
Miranda
need to
dies
do
or her
is
sister
decide what
dies?
life in
Miranda
Andromeda
can
means.
die at the end of
No
her
pressure.
mission in 3.
I don't remember that happening.
Just like how Samara can die at the end of her mission.
Right.
And, or more.
Fucking Samara.
You want to talk
about all-time, like, bad characters from 2. Let's talk about Samara.
Yeah.
Hello, Pathfinder.
Oh,
I am
God.
Cryo Deployment Administrator Vladimir Breka.
I don't know. 2 gets a pass on having a handful of bad characters for the cast of fucking excellent characters.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
whoa, that
Sure.
seems like
Too much. I guess that's the reason why a lot of people don't like this game, right? Is because the cast here is so uneven.
Andromeda viability and the
If
nexus
not
thresholds
downright
for your tools,
bad.
Your reward and our
I
future.
think most of the people in this game are tolerable at best.
All right,
But-
Breka. Where do I start?
Like it's not. It feels like
It's ready for your
pulling
first
characters from a playbook, right? I
may
mean,
begin shaping the
so many of
initiative
these
at
characters
your leisure.
are stalwarts of
The BioWare
BioWare's
archetype
best hits. I mean, you've got the. I mean, I don't know if you've gotten about it, but Arbitrary and I feel like we've played so many of BioWare games, like we can tell you their prototypes from Baldur's Gate 2.
I can see that.
Who's the Black Whirlwind character?
It's Corgan.
Yep.
The Canderous.
Canderous Ordo. Yep.
The Zaid Masani.
I actually like Zaid Masani.
He has a very good voice.
He has a very good voice. I also like the Renegade option with Zaid, where you can just leave him to die and burn to death.
Yeah.
Also, that voice actor for Zaid died of cancer, if I recall correctly. He played the guy that did the ceremony in Dragon Age Awakening.
Yes, yes, he is also your kind
blood
of over
ceremony, right?
Yeah. He's your liaison basically in Dragon Age Awakening. Yeah.
Sorry, say they'll wait it out until demands are met. This is a
Which that element of Awakening, I wish they had done more of.
I'm going to get
Like
up for a second.
actually doing the ceremony to fucking cause them
Yeah.
to become knights.
Actually, I'm gonna get up for a second too and refill my water bottle, so I'll be back in a couple minutes.
So I guess it's just me. I'll talk.
Yeah,
Hi
if you
everybody.
Tell them about the RPG Maker.
Okay, so for those that may have missed it, I played nothing but games that I bought from RPG Maker for less than $1. So I bought 23 games and I played all of them, and it was bad. It was a bad experience, other than a handful of games which were very good. And they all came from the same developer. This was incidental. I did not realize that I was going to play games from the same developer, but it's a Georgian indie dev. And when I say Georgian, I mean like literally from the country of Georgia. And the person refuses to learn any programming tools or tool sets other than RPG Maker. And they're getting better at making games, but not really. But I think I found the game to end all games of this indie dev from Georgia. And it's like a weird wannabe sort of prototype of like Shin Megami Tensei. You have to free 31 sacrificial virgins throughout the environment, and each one of them has been like, they're going to be sacrificed. It's in a blood sacrifice by this like roleplay cosplaying troupe of vampires. It's something. I love it, but I hate it because it's kind of rough, but it's good, but it's bad, but it's also good. Mass Effect Andromeda. I guess I'll use this as an opportunity. I like Mass Effect 3. I think Mass Effect 3 is a legitimately good game. I like the original ending. I will defend the original ending of Mass Effect 3 without any of the let's explain everything for the audience and not allow them to kind of take control of the role-playing part of, a role-playing game. We're going to think for the audience. We're not going to, force them to think on their own. But I like Mass Effect 3. I think that it's a good game. And also, I'll go one step further. Synthesis for life. Synthesis for life. Everybody's gonna be a robot. Like I said,
I'm back.
What?
The original ending of Mass Effect 3 was good, and BioWare should have stuck with it even after the outcry.
I agree with you.
And as I said, shush, it is my turn to talk. I have the floor. Synthesis for life. Come at me.
I will. I disagree.
I'm going to put this in your chat. I'm going to put this in the Giant Bomb chat, and I'm also going to put this on your Discord chat, so everyone's going to have to deal with this.
As sleepers wake from stasis,
I do think BioWare should have stuck with the original ending, because I feel like the outcry around that ending set a bad precedent that has led us to the Snyder Cut.
Yeah, this is the bullshit that led us to, people can't just make their own mistakes and learn from them in future products. Instead, we have to cater to the audience completely and totally.
That has been the direction that video games have gone over the 2010s.
Yeah.
BioWare made a mistake. Fine, whatever. You want to say that, whatever. They should have stuck with it.
Yeah.
They don't owe you anything.
They don't owe you a better ending than the garbage one they made.
No, it was a good ending. It's the anti...
Why is
They've
that?
been billed this idea that Shepard had to make the ultimate sacrifice to preserve the universe, and once we finally get into a game where actually Shepard has to sacrifice himself, people don't want it.
I'll see what I can do about
That's my least favorite part of the story of 2, is the fact that it builds you on the idea of this suicide mission, and then it gives you this warm feeling inside because there's an option where no one dies, despite the fact that it's called a suicide mission.
I don't know. I'd have been real disappointed in Mass Effect 2 if someone had to die at the end. I like that game just the way it is. Anyway, okay, so tell me this. If you're okay with picking a color and getting a slideshow and a Buzz Aldrin monologue for an ending, how do you feel about Human Revolution's pick the button ending?
So I feel like Human Revolution, the problem I have with that is that's an actual boss fight. That's the end boss. Whereas, and there's really the dialogue choices in, the dialogue system in Human Revolution are just, it's not good. It's like a weird mini game, but not really. Whereas in Mass Effect, there's a culture of picking your your destiny. BioWare's already set the precedent.
Yeah.
BioWare has already set the precedent. We're not gonna let you figure this shit out. This is a greater problem of video games than anything with dialogue choices, which is how do you find the compromise between we're gonna color code the good guy answer and the bad guy answer, versus something like Fallout 3, where it's these dialogue prompts and the way that they've been abbreviated fucking sucks, and I click this choice and it's not what I wanted it to be.
I mean, Human Revolution, if I'm not mistaken, when you highlighted a dialogue choice, it would actually show you what he was going to say, or at least the first line of what he was going to say.
But it never felt like it was enough of a good description of the tone.
Yeah.
I love Human Revolution. I respect that game's style.
I like Human Revolution a lot. Even if
when you consider that it is a Deus Ex game, like it's the best modernized version of Deus Ex, right? Where with Deus Ex, you spend so much time on computer screens reading shit.
Yeah.
Everyone talks about, oh, I was a technomancer or I was a gun mage in the original Deus Ex. Like, you're only in combat in the original Deus Ex, maybe 20 to 30% of the game. Really hacking terminals and reading pages upon pages of like terminal text.
Yeah. Yeah,
Then trying and failing to get past security drones.
Yep, a lot of. I like the original Deus Ex a lot. It's also one of those things where I don't know if I could go back to it without like.
I know I can't go back to it.
I have fiddled with it recently. I might make some enemies with this one, but that game is boring. I understand that its plot points are not. Reading about it is not.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I think that it was definitely of an era of like science fiction was that like William Gibson Neuromancer 90s to 80s style, right?
Yep.
Like that was the dominant version of science fiction. Like we were in the fledgling era of the internet and what like the digital era meant.
Oh, hey, Pathfinder.
Like AOL was the most dominant email provider, and people were thinking that like
Ryder, this
AIM
is Sid,
was
my
going to
sister.
replace
Sid,
cell
Ryder.
phones and telephones.
Let me guess. Little sister?
Who are you calling little?
But
look, kiddo, gotta go.
yeah,
Ryder, I just
I mean,
wanted to know if...
I feel like arbitrary. We've had the question of should people.
So I know it feels
people
like I
go
just
back
jumped
to
aboard
that
your ship
era
without
of CRPGs,
explanation.
and I think the
I
answer
would have done the
is
same just to get off the Nexus.
maybe.
That's not why I came.
I mean, Justin's having a good time with Icewind Dale.
Galaxy,
and
but I'm
Baldur's
really
Gate
here
1.
to work. I know everyone on the crew, even the actuators Gil prefers for the ship.
You have to tolerate a lot.
Rather,
like,
I know how to get
for
my hands
example,
on.
like,
Build
would
a
you
Around,
recommend?
your crew's going to be at their best.
It's really
We've
this.
been
It's
failing
really
for
the
months,
like
Ryder.
more like
Now that we have
techno
you, we have a chance out here.
CRPGs, like the science fiction CRPGs, like
Ability to haggle with the locals?
for example,
Great.
System
But please tell
Shock
me you're also
1
good in a fight.
System
is
Shock
a
Like I said
rough
before,
time.
Wrangler, Provisioner,
System Shock 1 is rough.
There's an
I do what I
enhanced
have to.
edition of that game, and even
We all have
that
a personal
is
stake in
The
this.
whole
If it
navigating
keeps
the
going the way
internet
it's been,
stuff in System
we're all
Shock
dead.
1 is objectively
I should track down the
bad.
lead for Gil's actuators. Back channels.
Like that game
you know.
is super impressive. Like
What's
even
that,
as
Ryder?
even as a follow up to Ultima Underworld, like the things that game does for something from 1994 are bananas.
But
it's almost like it set a huge precedent
Yeah.
for a huge
But
number
you know,
of
I
games.
played System Shock 2 last year, and that game's still a-okay.
the game's okay outside of the whole weapon degradation system.
Yeah,
Um,
weapon degradation.
Pathfinder, help me with something.
It doesn't.
I know,
I don't
not
think
exactly
System Shock
standard.
2 even
Gotta make the space
feels
comfortable.
any good to
Plus,
play.
the
Well,
fabric diffuses the charge
You
from
have
an
to
overclocked
approach
Omniblade.
that game as
Not giving
an
up a
RPG
6% boost,
pretending
right?
You have to, yeah, you have to kind of almost treat both System
Someone
Shock
brought
games
this
like
to
they're
Andromeda?
turn-based RPGs.
Yes,
almost.
I hate that
left.
excuse.
Yeah.
I hate when people
So,
take Mass Effect
finally time
1
for
and
that beer?
System Shock 2 and whatever else
And after 2
and
years,
say,
and
oh, well,
dozens
it's more of an
suspensions,
RPG
I
than
took
a
lateral
shooter. Then
promotion
why
out
is
of
it
the force.
presented so much
Being
as
a
a
cop just didn't
shooter?
fit.
If you've presented your
The
game as a
crisis
shooter,
response, digging people out of
it needs to.
trouble, that worked.
And if you
I bet
present your
House
game
was
as a
full of viewings for a
shooter,
few piece actions.
and but it's an RPG, and I
Think about your
criticize it
line
as a
stage much?
shooter, like
Tell me
that's
about your group.
a very
Heavy
valid
urban search terrain
criticism.
one.
But
If your
it's
game
not
plays
trying
bad,
to be a
multi-species
shooter
disaster
necessarily.
response.
I don't care. It's you point a gun at things and shoot them.
HUST1,
It's got
but
some element of a
hustle
shooter
was
in
much
it.
better on the
But
patch.
yeah,
All civilians, retired vets.
It's
both
not an
Deus Ex
shits like
and
me.
System
I
Shock
was
are
fiercely bearded.
RPGs first and foremost.
So,
I know-
like,
I know
I can
that
take
it's
this
good.
further.
Just
What if
thinking
I
about those
decided to dismiss, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is just a Masu game where I'm just hitting the sword swipe button all the time?
I put it behind me
you
after
do
Dad's
spend
work
a lot
went
of time hitting
sour.
the sword swipe
It
button.
was
But at
a
least
long
in
time
Breath of the
ago.
Wild's case,
600 years, give or take.
and this conversation
So,
can already go a bunch of
Pathfinder.
places, I can tell.
Why Andromeda?
In Breath of the Wild's case,
blunt, huh?
you can do
That
a lot
blunt.
of stuff with those mechanics. That's more of a sandbox. in System Shock 2 and Deus Ex and Mass
When I
Effect,
started
the
with the
argument
Alliance,
that
it
it's
was
more
about
of an
adventure.
RPG than a shooter
But with my dad's
usually
troubles,
boils down
staying wasn't
to
going to work.
I
needed something new.
or even
But if I
Alpha
wanted to get
Protocol or
away,
something. Usually
it
boils
had to
down
be
to
this far.
I like building a
Gotcha.
specific character
Clean
type,
slate.
and I'm
Classic.
not necessarily
Back at you,
concerned
Costa.
about how well it
Why'd you
actually
come?
plays moment
I
to
want
moment.
to say I'm running from my past, but really running from myself.
I hear what you're
That'd
saying,
be
but
a
I would
great
also
story.
say that I think the open world shit in Breath of the Wild is the best
But
and
it's
worst
bullshit.
part of the game.
I had family, friends,
I don't
a good enough
disagree.
job.
I
Nothing
wasn't
was
a
wrong.
massive fan of
I
Breath
just
of the
heard about
Wild.
the
I think that
initiative
game
and
is gorgeous.
I believed in it.
But
I
it's
believed
one
in
of
it in
those
the beginning.
weird examples
Still
of
do.
they keep adding mechanics and they keep adding
We're in it.
stuff. They keep adding
We can't
width
go back.
without depth,
But we're not trapped by
right? I
decisions
mean,
a
it's
galaxy
like
behind us.
Do we have a
Uh,
trio
I don't
of
feel trapped.
Breath of the
We
Wild
came from a good
skeptics
place
in
for good
here?
reasons. We keep
I
that
think
in
it's a
mind,
great
there are some
game. I
good
just
lessons
think
crisis.
that
Yeah.
like
Remember
when
the
you
essentials.
keep bolting on
A new
mechanics
start
and you
guided
keep
by the
bolting on
Pathfinder.
different things on top of
And
things,
team.
like you
I
don't
bust my
necessarily
tail to
get a
make that
better
good story.
game.
It has a core that isn't particularly great. It's just
Yeah.
surrounded by some pretty amazing things.
I think that game is amazing, and also I feel like an insane person when I play it. Because everyone's like, no, I spent multiple weeks playing it, and I'm like, I spent 12 hours, and
No,
that
when I
game
first-
destroys my open world anxiety in a way.
Yeah,
That is-
I think that like Breath of the Wild and actually this game, if we want to make it on topic, it's like I miss RPGs that weren't open worlds.
I'm in the galley.
There's a lot to be said
This
for
console
focus
reports on the
and
militia's current
directness
strike team
that
missions.
AAA
Pathfinder.
single player
Right.
games
Please
don't
I
really
miss-
have these days.
I miss just to get back to maybe my brand. I miss pre Final Fantasy 12 Final Fantasy games.
enough.
I miss the 10 style, or maybe even the fucking 9 and 8 and 7 style of.
Alright.
Technically, there's like an overworld, but there's a path. There's a path.
Now, I think between like if we're gonna keep it on, bring it back to Mass Effect, I feel like there's a middle ground between Mass Effect 2's super
Sure.
linear areas all over the place and this game's massive open world.
Sure.
I think Dragon Age Origins, for the most part, kind of gets this right in that it has a lot of areas with a lot of stuff to do in them, but none of them are overwhelmingly massive. At least from what I remember.
And this is come up
like,
before.
Orzamar's huge, but like otherwise,
I think that we're not too far apart here. I think that the one consequence is, and this is something that I feel like BioWare has shown, is that once you try to, the more that you move towards the open world, the less kind of like iconic each environment feels. Because, as I've said to our Arbitrator when he started streaming Dragon Age, like, Dragon Age Origins is an art direction vacuum. It is, it has negative art direction, right? Because everything there are only a handful of environments that truly feel iconic or stick with you. And they're oddly enough the ones that feel like completely antithetical to the rest of the world, or they are the smaller, more contained environments. The big open world wastelands where you're moving from point A to point B to complete your quests, they're the ones that feel the less memorable, right? I don't know. I feel like you're right. There's probably some sort of a middle ground, but I don't know if current era BioWare is capable of figuring it out.
Suvi, were you talking to your notebook?
Current era BioWare probably isn't. I think. I mean, current era Obsidian could, and that might be what they do with Avowed.
I don't know.
But I think that game's probably going to lean way more towards Skyrim.
I don't know. So, as much as I like Obsidian and their style,
so the Outer Worlds kind of lean towards what I'm talking about. It still has an area. I forget the plan.
I feel like
way too
Monarch.
big.
One-third, the last 1/3 of the Outer Worlds shows that Obsidian has steadfastly refused to learn from their past mistakes of every game they make. And
I didn't beat.
Oh God.
It's
so I don't want to spoil it, but I think again,
don't
Arbitrary and I
I'm probably
actually
not gonna. I'm probably not
see
gonna
eye to
beat
eye
it.
about this, but last 1/3 of the Outer
Head
Worlds
ships,
is
a
a
dozen.
bummer.
it
No,
when
more.
you finally get to Halcyon.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a bummer.
They've got us pinned against
Yeah.
the skirt.
Like, how did you? What was your original reaction,
Well,
Arbitrary,
scan them
to
back.
that whole last
I
two
mean, I
acts?
wrote that blog pretty hot off finishing it. And
Where is the one who activated the remnant?
It's bad.
Their DNA signature
It
is
kind of reminds me of like what happened to me when I played Battle for Middle-earth 2,
You're
where
the one in my way.
the last
Who are you?
level in that game is offensively bad in a way that
They've
I
lost
kind of have a
navigation.
hard
We're
time
being steered
remembering
into
my
their ship.
good memories of that
Just
game.
tell me what you want.
I won't
Yeah,
explain
finish
what you
it and
can't
tell us
understand.
because holy shit,
Ryder,
man.
I have almost
It's-
regained control of the ship. I need a few more seconds.
I don't know if I'm gonna finish Outer Worlds.
You should finish it just because
I actually know a lot about the remnant.
you should
We should
finish
compare
it.
notes.
We actually brought
Enough.
Outer Worlds up earlier.
Your defiance is naive and reckless. This game marks the
Basically, my
beginning
personal
of
feelings
your
on it probably aren't going to change. I think the first area or two of that game has it
I have
feels like it
project
has a
potential
lot of
force through the
teeth,
scourge.
Do it!
but it also, to use a rather gross phrase, blows its load way too early.
Sure.
It like that first
Report.
planet you on. One of the
Enemy
very first
destroyed.
things you come across
Damage to
is a
aft
dude who is
sensors.
Got
asking you
it?
to pay.
Yes.
Who's
Get us
telling
out
you
of
that people have to pay rent on their graves. Their it's not even their family's graves. It's the person who was
It will be
nearest
tight.
the deceased when they died is the one who has to pay for the grave, and they have to pay for it in perpetuity. And there's stuff. There's that. There's also the guy with like a moon on his head.
Yeah, that guy is
I got that. Like that stuff is pretty like.
Yeah.
Like Jesus Christ,
who the
this
hell
game
was
is
that
really,
guy?
really going
Ryder, we've got
going
trouble
for the
down
throat.
here. You need to
And
find us
then
support
you know,
now.
the further you get in the game,
Great.
the
Where'd
more
we
and
end up
more it
anyway?
feels like they're making
Sensors
token,
are damaged, but I think we're at the
like
vault's
token
coordinates.
gestures towards their
think?
original ideas and themes.
You
and
have
everything.
no
capitalism
idea.
is bad, but maybe complexity.
You. Yeah, we can't really say anything, but yes.
I think the thing that
We're
burned me
being
out on that game was
contacted.
I really enjoyed it at first. I did everything on
We
the
have to
first
land.
planet. I did everything on the next little bit.
Open a com.
I got to Monarch and I tried to do everything on Monarch.
Yep.
And
then
I
you realize
burned out
it
hard.
That game just turns into shooting infinite bullets into infinite Mantiqueens.
It doesn't help.
Listen,
Yeah, it
sorry to
doesn't
just
help
show
that I
up like
eventually
this, but I
realized
swear,
that
we're the galactic good
it
guys.
does not matter.
Not
The-
matter.
I don't know what he said.
He said, "We're the galactic good guys."
They're forcing us to land.
But you're in the wrong
Did
galaxy.
you get the line of dialogue where the snark is strong with this one? No. Like they start making Star Wars references in this game.
The writing in this game is something.
Yes. Look at that.
The Outer Worlds.
It's beautiful.
It does this thing. What was I getting at? Oh yeah, I eventually realized that the RPG mechanics don't even really matter that much in Outer Worlds.
Yeah, that's
as
a
long
good
as you
point.
as long as you keep your guns, like you could put no points into the long guns or whatever thing. You could just put all your points into like lock picking and dialogue, and by the halfway point of the game,
You're not
as long
really
as you've
going
bought
out there
new
on your
guns and put mods on them,
We can't afford a repeat of last
you
time.
can steamroll everything.
I'm a
I had to turn the
Pathfinder.
difficulty up, and even
First
then,
contact is on me.
as long as I had enough
Most important
bullets,
thing
it
ever.
did not matter
No
what I
pressure.
was doing. I just stood
This
there and
is what it's
shot.
all about. Right?
Wow. I
New
mean,
worlds,
this
new
is
aliens?
my problem with
Wish me
every
luck.
single modern Fallout game. Is that the actual RPG part of the games are not relevant anymore.
The character building in Fallout 4 is what kind of gun do you want to use, because there's so little opportunity cost to be able to hack computers and lockpick doors and pass speech checks. And most of the other perks are just like, hey man, you heal in sunlight. Which is stupid, gimmicky. Anyway, first contact scene.
This is kind of weird to look back on. Like,
I'm Paran Shai, governor of Aya. We are the Anara.
yeah, this is such a weird
Hello.
scene, right?
I'm a Pathfinder with the initiative.
Yes, you crossed dark space.
Okay, first off, how can they talk to each other right off the right off the bat? Like, I don't have a problem with that.
The ship come in and sent me to find out what's going on.
But is that explained?
I believe they explain that they are able. They are an advanced civilization that can like learn what is galactic basic in our side of things.
We didn't know what we'd find here, to be honest. But I'm
That's
open to
also
sharing
a
what
big,
we know.
like something they really should have thought about before making this massive jump to the galaxy.
Honesty would be a good start.
How are we going to speak with whoever's there?
All right, we are at the 2.5-hour mark, and I want to remind our viewers at home that if we get over $1,600 for our stream total,
I will accompany you through our
I will play a bonus game.
Your crew
with
will
90
stay
minutes
on your
left.
ship.
Oh, I know what the bonus game is, and Arbitrary promised me that I would not spoil it.
It's gonna be a good time.
I got someone in chat saying truth to my comment. Synthesis for life.
Do not try
this is
to
a man
explore
of
the city
culture.
or
You are a
interact with
person
anyone.
of culture.
Ephra's guards will use force if necessary.
Understood.
Through the
Is it okay
haters.
to ask you questions?
I suppose.
Why does this person look like they're
If you're the
ready to
governor,
fight?
why do I need to see this Ephra?
He's leader of the resistance.
Ah, yes.
What's that?
Dialogue scenes that
They
are
fight the Ket and protect
contained
us.
in slow walk moments of gameplay. Boy, that's my favorite video game trope. Thought we were beyond this.
I mean, if you just want the player to be able to look around an area while talking, I don't know.
So remind me, I do believe that you still have to control the character, which is always the annoying thing. I like it when it's like a character moves and I don't have to do anything, and all I do is like move the camera around. But when I have to actually push the analog stick forward, it is.
I'm not here to cause trouble.
Then keep moving.
Where do we
For
need to go
example,
next?
one of my favorite like versions of this is like the intro monorail sequence for Half-Life 1, right? It's basically this. You don't have all you do is you just move the camera around, but you're moving.
None of the local
at a
flora
pretty
register in my
leisurely
data file.
pace.
We've encountered an undiscovered ecosystem.
That's also all about showing you things.
Your city is beautiful.
That will
Thank
later
you.
come up.
Yeah.
You're the first outsider to see it.
But
I'm honored.
it's a little weird that
What happens if Ephra doesn't like me?
He won't.
So have you unlocked?
But you
Have
need
you,
to earn
I
his
forget because
trust.
I just tuned in back after my
responsible for
break. Have you
everyone's safety.
unlocked the other
I know what
profiles?
that's like.
Yes.
You're a leader.
Trying to be.
I think that the profile system is dumb.
It's dumb because it doesn't give you enough points to
They are
really
bullies, but this situation is now your fault. Don't get kicked out, Mohammed,
experiment
not because
like
of
that.
them. But you're telling me to be weak? No. I'm telling you to be strong.
I also
Cunning
think that
and
like
hard.
actively getting the profiles, like actually going out of your way to find them,
Hey,
is
Wait.
like getting the explorer profile or like
is
how you
one
actually
resistance.
further these profiles is bad.
Do you have to find them like jobs, like job classes in Final Fantasy
Some
V
of
or
them you
something?
do.
You do?
our experience with the Ket
I don't remember
makes us
that.
naturally distrustful of all aliens.
We've had our own run-ins
I
with
could
the
be
Ket.
I do like that
misremembering
they call
something.
you aliens.
Then you really
Yeah.
do
Someone
understand.
who has held guns before
When the Archon
really
came
needs
to
to not be
hear
holding
us,
that
he
gun.
Oh
demolished
man, have
our
you
sovereign
done the
state.
development system, like the
Took what he
crafting
wanted,
system in
as
this
if
game
we
yet? Like the
Crafting system in
blueprints?
this game is nonsense.
Now, the Ket mercilessly
Once again,
abduct
good
Angara.
ideas done
Often,
poorly.
we never see our people again. Come this way.
But I feel like that's crafting
Ephra
systems
is
in
waiting.
most AAA games.
Wait, the Ket kidnapped
Like
steal
part
your
of me recognizes
And the
that it's not a
resistance
great
fights
version of
them
the system,
every
but it's
day.
also like, oh hey, this is
Everything we
actually
can.
like reintroducing
What are
some
they after?
RPG mechanics into
You
this
should save
franchise
your
that has
questions
de-emphasized
for
them
Ephra.
so much at this point.
Angara
So
be damned. I won't lose Fold. Ephra, this is one of the aliens from the Milky Way. A Pathfinder. Pathfinder.
Pathfinder Kingmaker.
It's an aggressive move coming to Aya.
Speaking of...
It wasn't meant that way.
Crafting systems,
I have an ark full of
that's another
desperate people
RPG
counting on me to find them a
standby
home
that I
before they
wish we could
starve.
just get rid of.
Of course.
I don't know. I think that there are times when they're done well, right?
I mean, they can be,
I
but
unlocked
there's
crafting in Troubleshooter.
Why are you here?
Recently.
On a hostile
I'm playing
planet
the
called
Troubleshooter.
Eos, I explored an ancient structure, a
It's
vault,
bizarre.
and brought it back online.
There's
It
so many.
stabilized
Like,
that
I like.
planet's environment.
We mentioned Fallout 4, and one of the things about that game, one of the handful of things about that game that I actually like, is
If I'm right,
you can create
there's
your
a
own
vault
gun
on
system.
Aya that's
the
different.
whole like build up a gun.
I need to look
thing.
inside.
I think that works really well.
I think the weapon modding in that game is fun.
But
You're
yeah,
right.
like that's a lot of
There's a
fun.
vault
But
out
a
there,
lot of
but
crafting
it was shut
systems.
years ago, and the entrance hidden.
I don't feel like they're not interesting at
Can't
all.
help you.
There's
Like
actually a
Elizabeth,
wish I
video,
could.
I
She's
saw
our most
recently
revered
that kind of covers
scientist
this
and
subject
elder.
by,
She knows
Raz,
this
but
vault, but now the
the
cat
guy,
have her,
yeah, the guy
and
who
our
was
rescue
like,
attempts failed.
I
She's
made my
lost
wife
to
play
us.
these video games.
And
I've seen quite a few of his videos. He seems like a pretty good guy.
There must be another way. How can I convince
And yeah,
you?
I feel
Can
like
I offer help?
crafting is either perfunctory, like in the
I
Outer
don't know you,
Worlds,
let alone trust
where
you.
like the best you can
Why
do,
would I want
where
your help?
you don't need to invest
Of
in it
course.
at all,
Ephra,
or it's like tedious, busy
I
work
feel.
to actually get something out of it.
Ephra, what this
I mean, I
is
guess the reason why I stand and defend them is like then you get something like Mass Effect 2 where you get a gun every time you progress the story, and that feels weird to the point to where it's not even a role-playing game. Like you removed mechanical standby or something that kind of
Go if you want.
leads to some characterization or like customizability
Yeah.
to where I'm the character that I play is my cipher in this world.
I'll be your envoy through Angaran space.
You don't get many
It's
guns
gonna
in
be
Mass
cozy.
Effect 2, though.
No, but that's my problem is
Yeah.
that it actually kind of hampers my ability to hard min-max the characters or like add some mechanical RPG mechanics to them.
I also think a lot of those systems are
Me too.
kind of like a lot of kind of like BioWare in the 2010s. Everything. I feel like a lot of those systems are reactionary to the reception of Mass Effect 1, where everybody was like, "This story and these environments are amazing, but this combat is maybe not." So they just simplified it to the point where it was a pretty
Shall I relay
decent
it to the
third-person
Nexus?
shooter.
Oh, did I break it
It's
again?
weird that Avila Kajar is actually a romance option in this game. She does not seem like she should be.
That's the Turian, isn't it?
That's the Angara, the
Oh.
purple Angara. The fuck. She's
can-
the
Oh, the leader?
repository of history leader. Huh?
Oh, yeah. That's right. They're romanceable NPCs too.
I'm just saying, as far as First Contact goes, at least
Yeah.
that went better than the last one.
Anyway, I don't
Only
know.
slightly.
Romances
what
in
happened?
video games are
I
stupid.
wanted to look around.
Saints Row 4 is the only game that got
And
it
now
right.
we have another mouth to feed.
If I want to
Whatever
feel
it
fake
is.
feelings for video games, I have my visual novels.
Did the translators not work?
They work.
I know we're improvising as we go, but let's remember that there is Pathfinder team protocol.
Don't think I got that handbook. Ryder,
We
we,
are already
followed our
getting
best
tension
lead here,
between
and now we don't even have
Drac
that.
and the alien.
Yeah.
Or the
Jaal
new
has offered
alien.
to do what he can to help us
Or-
access
or
the
whatever
vault
they're
on
called,
Aya.
Angara.
How do we do that when
We
we're
got
leaving
the
planet
Angara, we got the
That's-
Jardan.
A fair point.
Seriously?
The Ket. About
Settle
called
down.
them the Ket,
Cat,
which is
Right
not
is
yeah,
right.
right,
what they're called.
Cat.
There's an Angara right
they're the
here.
evil
Let's hear from the
ones,
new
and
guy.
then we got the remnants.
Yeah.
No, the dead ones.
They're the dead ones.
Yep. And you just fight robots.
Yeah, and they
One
look
day,
surprisingly
about
very
80
similar to
years
Geth.
ago,
That Angara looks
Yaakov
like the dude
and
from
Ket arrived
Jabba's
in
palace.
Helios.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
horror
he does
began.
look kind of like a Twi'lek.
They declared war?
Nothing so easy to define
I just think
or fight.
the Angara and the
The
Ket
Ket
are
kidnap Angara.
yeah,
Their people
rubbery-ass
disappear without a trace.
C-tier
What if they were
sci-fi
us?
television show alien designs.
Sure, I'll fight Ket all day long.
In a
but
They're
way
there's no
that
all
Mass
you
Effect-
really get.
I agree.
Um,
We need to get into that vault, Ryder. Surprisingly, I'm with Peavy.
You
Our
don't
own
see the
mission has to take priority.
Jardan.
We have a plan.
Because I think they're
kind of.
They're dead.
Jal?
The resistance is stretched thin. I was tasked with traveling
Then the
to
remnants
two
are
of our
just
worlds
robots.
at our briefing this morning. And you'll accompany me.
Because?
Because then Ephra will see you as trustworthy.
I do like some of the remnant
Joel
design.
told me about these two worlds, Havar
like the
and
abyssals, which are those weird-looking
Before
worm
the Scourge
things.
disaster, Vold was a thriving planet.
Some of the designs of the remnants are I like them, but then others it's like it's a flying turret.
And now?
Yeah.
It's the center of our ground
Like
war
this looks like the
Ket.
weird dog thing from Mass
Our
Effect 2.
resistance base is fighting Ket Command for control of the planet.
What about the other?
Aval is the birthplace of the Angara. It's started to degrade, to become wild and dangerous. We suspect Remnant.
Now we're talking.
We've recently lost contact with our scientists.
This challenge
Still
whenever
don't
I
get
play
how any
my
of this
games.
helps us.
Let's
I do.
go. I'm gonna
Help
set a
us, or
clock.
rather help
I'm gonna
me,
put a shot
and I'll
clock on
vouch for
here.
you, right?
You have to
Because
go
Jal
5
lives inside
minutes where we
I's
say
vault,
nothing
too.
but good things about this game.
Pathfinder, it's your
I
call.
think
Or do you want to put it? Huh?
Okay.
So let me set this up.
Let me weigh the options. I'll let
Okay.
you know.
We'll be ready. Whatever you decide.
So,
Jal, give Callum
non-stop,
points for both
collectively, we
planets.
have to keep talking and
Let's
say nothing but nice things about this game. I think we're up for this. This is our challenge, right?
I can do that.
I think we can do this. Wait, Google, no. Okay, Google. Oh, fuck. Voice recognition software. Oh, I'm an Android, dude.
Or you could just pull out the timer on your phone.
I got this. Okay, Google. Do the thing.
So much biodiversity.
Okay,
And
no,
the
I did not ask you to
waterfalls,
open up
just
Gmail.
like Sirkesh.
God damn you. Set a timer for 5 minutes from now. Okay, starting now. I like the starting planet in this game. I think that it actually sets a pretty good like sense of mystery and sense of exploration. Arbitrary, say something nice.
I think the shooty shoot parts of this game feel very good. I feel like the weapons have very good impact and audio. Like it feels like they have a punch.
Our ancestors came from this system.
Justin.
From Havar.
It looks very pretty. It's got these worlds are huge and almost all of them are very good to look at, and I think some of the lighting in some of the areas has been pretty good.
Don't
We had an
shoot
area
your shot.
earlier.
You just said the naughty thing. Okay, my turn. I think that it's admirable in terms of how much work they've done to fix all of the technical problems in this game after its initial launch.
I don't know what
arbitrary.
I gave.
I like the look of the shotgun a lot. I think you could still be a vanguard in this game in a way that is fun. I think, yeah.
Sending the nav
Justin.
I like the mostly like the RPG systems this game has. The freeform classless thing.
It used to be.
I think that the Angara are actually a good culture, and they feel removed enough from the other alien races we've already seen before that they kind of feel iconic. Arbitrary.
I think Drac is a pretty solid party member. He's a Krogan grandpa, and his interactions with his granddaughter on the Nexus are a lot of fun because she's embarrassed by him.
Justin.
These bird things look really cool.
I think that to go back to the remnants, some of the remnant design is quite interesting. Especially those worm-looking things. When they pop out of that sand and you basically have your first real, what feels like a boss battle, that's a good moment. Arbitrary.
All right. I think the thing you drive around, I forgot what it's called, the Not Mako,
Ship?
controls well.
Okay, Justin, 2 minutes.
The mouse and keyboard controls for this game actually feel better than the original series.
Yeah. Vanguard is still the best class to pick.
Blows it away.
Arbitrary.
If there's a vault here and it's working,
1 minute and 50
I
seconds.
wonder why it didn't show up on the map in
I think it is great that there is a wide variety of romance options for people who want to bone some aliens.
Justin.
This game sounds alright on a subwoofer.
I was actually about to say that I think this game has a good OST. The original score is at times kind of samey, but there are times where it actually fits the environments that you're in. Arbitrary.
I think the voice actors did pretty well with what they got.
Justin.
I think it's pretty impressive that they managed to put this game together in a year and some change.
I think that the multiplayer for this was not actively bad.
The ones from the other galaxy.
Yes.
Arbitrary.
Ryder, Kieran Dowles. Lead
Look at his fucking shirt that's just moving around.
I just have to say,
I think the physics in this game are
The
good.
planet's beauty is the least of my current concerns.
Where's the rest of the team?
It's better than Hellgate
Ryder
London.
has experience with remnants who might be able to help their investigations.
It's better than Dungeon
While
Lord.
the team was exploring the monolith, something
yes.
went terribly wrong.
Ab-
They were caught in
it's
some kind of
better
remnant stasis
than
field,
Ultima 9.
frozen in place, unresponsive.
Are they still alive?
20 seconds.
Vitals remain steady,
Justin.
and neural patterns resemble those exhibited in deep sleep.
We
subjected them to
the
various
armor
stimuli,
options look
injections of
pretty
Kachari, nothing worked.
I like the
Let Ryder
character
try.
customization
He's worked the
options,
remnant
even if
tech
you're allowed
inside
to
a
make a
vault.
monster for your characters. 10
so it
seconds.
says.
Arbitrary. Close us out.
Ocean of fish, one will have gems
I
in its
think
mouth.
it's great that
If
I
you
can
think
do
the alien
this
can
to help the
I'll
kids.
set skepticism aside.
Yeah.
The monolith is not far from here. See
Okay.
what you can do, but be careful.
Okay.
You don't know
Are
what
we
triggered
done?
the
did it.
stasis,
Oh,
and it
this
may
game's
happen
done.
again.
shit.
Why is his shirt moving around like it has its own mind?
Cloth physics, I don't
I heard
know.
the advice that you'd be out here. It didn't prepare me to meet you.
Jesus, like it's
name's
also
Ryder.
kind of
I'm with the
amazing
Andromeda
that like I get why
They say
they
you wanna
do
help
it, but
us.
you spend so much
wonder what
time
you're
with like that
prepared to do.
helmet on your face, so you get like zero emotive, like
You can-
zero emotive
You can turn that off.
responses.
You can still see the face tat though.
If it gets me on your good side, I'm in.
You can
That's
set it to where the
Assuming
helmet
you
turns
mean
off in
well.
conversations,
Yeah.
My
or it's
name
just
is
always
Michelle
off or
V.
something.
I'm an archaeologist.
Yeah, it's
I study
there are
how
parts of
ancient
this
cultural
that still
records
to me
stellar
feel
phenomena. I piece together lost knowledge of
good.
ages past. My
Um,
goal is to find undiscovered colonies we lost contact with, potential allies against the Ket.
Folks,
You think there
remember,
might be Angara worlds you don't know about?
if we
That's what I
get
was
to
trying to learn
1,600
when this happened.
American
I
dollars
was
Bonus
away
game.
when the
stream,
struck.
within
thought
the
my
next
home was
45
destroyed,
minutes, we
and
will
all my
switch over to a
research with it,
bonus game.
but I
Bonus
just
game.
learned
Bonus
part of the
game.
building survived.
I know
I'm
you,
trying to
y'all
recover my
watching out there,
research
you
data, but
criminals.
the wildlife won't let
You
me
want,
near my old home.
you want to see what horrific, degenerate nonsense I've
These house
picked?
guests, I assume
Oh,
they're
God.
of the hungry variety?
The structure has become a breeding ground for insects and predators.
How much
Too
more
many
time do we
defense
have?
alone.
We have
2
45
hours.
minutes. I'm gonna.
wait, what?
Well,
Oh yeah, you're right.
I want to put out a 90-minute block for this last game.
Your work is too important to lose. Let's get it back.
I'll provide my home's location. Just recover my research
It's a
materials from the
doozy.
computer.
It's something
I'll remain in contact with you by com.
We have to make
Thank you
sure
for
that
this.
some of the parts of this game are not going to necessarily show up on stream.
Oh, I don't think we get that far. Hopefully.
Ah, okay, cool.
Okay. So that gives me an idea of what kind of game this is.
Well, I'm tagging ZP in.
for
1 of the
exactly
reasons
this
why,
purpose.
he has joined us is for this game.
Am I gonna be put on a watch list for being in a stream involving this game?
Please donate now, and
no answer.
Please donate now.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I will wrap this in a little bit.
I like this dad.
I like how my question was totally ignored.
You know, I'm a big fan of VTubers. And I don't think anything I play for this feature will get me banned from Twitch.
Okay.
Be on the lookout for Roka and Garen fanatics. They hate
Alright, I'm back.
Likely shoot on sight. Charming.
So yeah, I think we should hopefully get to this bonus game. Let me tweet this.
Don't consume anything you see. Not in this area.
Wasn't
You guys
planning
are
on
serious.
They're the outcast of Angara.
What was it? The
black shot.
On to the next one.
Oh.
I have
Keep getting
always
about the whole second behind you thing.
I have always enjoyed the Vanguard's alignment towards shotguns so much.
Video game shotguns are
When they're done
really
well.
disappointing. Yeah,
They're
but
done well.
Good, they're good.
For example, like Doom.
Yeah, Doom.
I mean, yeah, Doom's pretty good.
Watching Ina, VTuber, play Half-Life 2, and I was reminded Half-Life 2 is a really good shotgun. It's got that alt fire where you shoot both barrels.
It has that alt fire option. And doesn't it have two shotguns?
Half-Life 2 only has one shotgun.
I'm thinking Half-Life 1 has a lot of weird guns.
It does, but I don't think it has a second shotgun.
I mean, if you don't think that alien pulse rifle is basically a shotgun, that's my favorite gun. The one that has that shoots the white orbs of pure energy. That gun is so satisfying.
Black Mesa is great, but maybe a little bit too good. The Overwatch pulse rifle from Half-Life 2?
That one.
That's a machine gun.
It's got that force feedback that just feels like you're shooting a goddamn cannon.
I mean, yes, but ultimately it's a machine gun.
Sure, whatever.
I mean, no, I understand. It's a very good gun, but you can only get 90 bullets with it total, and those bullets run out fast. So you wind up not using it anywhere near as often.
I'm fire where you shoot that energy ball that bounces around like crazy.
Yeah.
So good. Anyway.
Black Mesa is. Have you played any of it before? Because it's been hanging around at some point.
I know they finished Zen at some point and basically made an entirely different half of that game.
Yeah. Yes. It's like a solid 5 or 6. It's basically like an ending DLC. But you get the whole. You don't have to pay anything for it. Black Mesa is really good. It's also really long for a shooter. I think Zen is probably too long and spends too much time focusing on weird puzzles. Like every area is a different kind of weird puzzle. So I never actually wound up finishing it, but I would still recommend playing Black Mesa. It's probably a better That's a hard thing to say, but like, if you play them side by side, they're definitely like on a rail is.
I understand why you're saying that. I just don't like Black Mesa. I actually think that Black Mesa, in a lot of ways, is a
Okay.
I feel like it made some creative choices. I think that it maintains certain parts of the frustrating enemy encounters that do not translate well to a modern 3D shooter. I feel like the puzzle design, in a lot of ways, becomes more inscrutable as a result of that remake, and
yes,
there are parts of the game where I feel like I need to play it in God mode just to get through it.
So it's pretty difficult. There's definitely the human enemies definitely feel like they have some very generous auto aim going on. That really forces you to spend a lot of time on explosive weapons and grenades and stuff in a way that no other, like, very few shooters actually do. I think part of the reason I liked it so much may be because it made me think about how to play shooters in a different way, because if you don't, you're not gonna beat it.
I just think that as a result, certain guns and certain weapons from Half-Life 1 do not translate at all. At all.
Yeah.
Crossbow in particular is the most notorious example.
Now, the crossbow is one of the most useful weapons, but you gotta get your aim perfect with that thing.
Well, the biggest problem, and this is Black Mesa did the same thing that pisses me off that Half-Life 2 did, is that for whatever reason, Crossbow's shot has real-time bullet tracking. You know, when you fire it, it travels the distance in real time.
Yeah.
And in Half-Life 1, it was like any bullet, where once you pull the trigger, it instantly teleports and hits the target.
It appears
you mean like hit scan versus projectile?
Yes.
Yeah, I recall it's been a long time since I played Half-Life 1, but I recall that being a projectile weapon, not like a... I think you pushed the wrong button.
I have never played Half-Life 1.
I would recommend playing even though I just said that Black Mesa is probably a better game, Half-Life 1 is still a fantastic game, and I would strongly recommend.
Like, I played 90 minutes of it when it was like
played the
90
good 90
on
minutes.
Steam.
Except the Zen level. The Zen level is awful.
And gotta say, because I don't have a VR headset, I kind of like what they did with the ending of Half-Life Alyx.
I spoiled myself on that, and I'm okay with the choices they made.
I ended up having to do it because I know for a fact that I will not get a VR headset for a long, long time. So I almost felt obligated to read what they did with the ending, and I'm down.
Read it yet. I wish that they would translate that game to a regular keyboard and mouse, because I just don't want it.
I don't want to pay
a
headset.
What?
You almost can't, because so much of the gameplay is about doing
the Andromeda
weird.
Initiative.
I've seen enough of it to know that that would be like a huge overhaul.
Find your bearings.
To remove all the stuff that makes that game special.
What's going on?
Yeah, the thing is, like, because so much of the gameplay relies on normal VR rejiggering and kind of like compromises for VR headsets, like you would have to like tear down entire levels and rebuild them from the ground up.
No, I agree. I wouldn't expect them to do anything like that.
That went well.
What's your status, Ryder?
Okay, we got a $25 donation from Anonymous saying, let's see that bonus game. We are at $1,572.00, so we're getting close. We have less than $30.
$28 to see to save in the name of true love.
She wants to talk to you.
That's a little hint for you kids at home.
Oh God, that might have been a spoiler.
Yeah.
I spent all day thinking it was going to be some god awful Western RPG.
Oh no. You don't even know. I'm gonna have to pull up a Wikipedia page or a Wikia page, fandom page, just to go over some of the information in this thing.
I'm done. I'm done today with
Weird
With
glowing
playing
mushrooms.
bad Western RPGs on stream, he said.
Be careful
while
around
playing
the
Mass
native
Effect
flora,
Andromeda.
okay, everyone?
I'm gonna guess those mushrooms aren't edible.
From now on, I'm taking a break because
I
almost died.
I don't
know what caused that fire, but let's be
What was
careful.
the last game you streamed before this?
Might and Magic 9, or well, Lost Kingdoms.
Yeah, that was fun.
I like Lost Kingdoms. It is a from game in a way I don't think I really remembered as a child.
Can you is Lost Kingdoms 2 by chance available on the PS4?
No, and that was part of the problem of Arbitrary
Justin,
trying
you
to
don't
track
wanna
it down
know
and get
how much
it.
I paid for that copy of Lost Kingdoms 2.
You actually bought one? I thought you didn't buy one. I thought you said you weren't going to be playing it.
Oh friend,
You don't feel any different?
Any news of the
I paid
gray
a.
spiky
If you
aliens?
look on eBay,
Cat?
No.
you can get a general
These are
idea of how much a completed
doing a
box
survey
copy
of
of
the
Lost
area and
Kingdoms 2
saw them.
costs.
Before the freeze.
And
I refuse to say how much I paid for it.
Turians? Why don't you
But
and
to your
Torvald talk
defense,
about that
you
later?
in comparison
Right
to
now, I
those
want to
other
thank you
prices,
for
you got
saving
a
my team.
deal?
Yeah,
I
I did.
told us
talk the seller down.
She even had pictures.
I apologize
Oh,
for
my
the
brother-in-law
indifferent
is
welcome
asking
you
me if I'm
received
still
from me
streaming,
earlier.
or if we can play Dead by Daylight, and I have to tell him, sorry, I've got 2 hours left for the kids.
After everything you've faced, I
Uh,
would have blamed you if you shot at me.
Okay, box and everything. So it looks like it's
We're
like
all glad that didn't
over
happen.
$100.
Right,
Yeah.
and what you have done
Like
here,
$150.
your
Yeah,
remnant
one might say that.
understanding and your Sam should convince Ephra.
In my defense,
you're an asset.
I bought it
We should
on
speak to
election
him
night.
as soon as we can.
Tensions were high,
Perhaps
stress was
on the Tempest?
higher.
Kieran, I've been thinking.
Hey man,
If
look on the
Ryder
bright
can use
side. You
remnants,
weren't looking for a
couldn't
copy
we
of Rule
fix
of
the
Rose.
Monoliths?
No.
Oh god.
Stop Haval's
Oh
decline.
gosh, no.
Havarl's decline?
I'm not.
This will take
can't
time to
live that
explain.
life.
We can discuss it further when you have
Although
time.
if I do play the
And don't
Xenosaga
forget to
games,
talk to Torvar about
episode
those. What did
3
you call
is
them? Turians?
not cheap. I got episode 2 for a pretty good deal. But
I feel good about my RPG Maker dark rabbit hole that I got down.
yeah.
Dude, we found I swear to God, I think I found the game. I think I found the best game he's made. It's like a Shin Megami Tensei game.
Uh-huh.
And you have to free. So it's vampires that are getting ready to sacrifice a bunch of random randos to the blood gods, and you have to save them before the vampires sacrifice them to the blood gods. And there's 31 before you can help the barbarian characters get his girlfriend back.
Uh-huh.
And every battle's kind of different. It's and like the level design is really interesting. And it kind of is it's a I need to stream that game and I want you to watch it. It's
What's it called?
it's a secret. But it's also called Fortress of Hell.
Huh.
I might play that again. In fact, I will play that again.
Speaking of Shin Megami Tensei, I heard some rumblings that Switch re-release is maybe not so hot.
Nocturne?
Which is
Yeah.
extremely disappointing. Yeah.
Well, if only I had a way to play and stream PlayStation 2 games on the internet. Yeah, I think it's great that Nocturne is getting a re-release.
Just wish it was better.
I just wish the port was better, because that game deserves better. That game's really good.
It's apparently out in Japan. I don't know. Does it have like slowdown issues or something?
Huh.
And they also didn't. I wouldn't mind the slowdown issues if they redid the UI. They don't seem to have done that at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Oh,
Like,
Pizza Pasta dropping us over the limit. We are at $1,600, which means
shit.
in 28
Are we gonna hard
minutes.
stop now, or are you gonna play a little bit more? Because
I'm giving myself 90 minutes because I don't necessarily know if I want to do more than 90 minutes of.
all right. So I gotta get the. So first off, I need to get the spreadsheet for the guide for you. You want to just go in? You want to go in blind?
Do we want to go in blind, or do we want the spreadsheet to get all the routes?
I feel like that you're obviously going to play this for real another time.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm also going to play this game for real.
So I don't think I need the spreadsheet, but I definitely need the character sheet. Why don't you go ahead and announce what the bonus game is?
Okay. We are going to be reading through the acclaimed, legendary visual novel, Muv Luv.
That's why you fired that up earlier.
So someone just joined. You're joining at a time when we're about to switch to a fucking anime visual novel.
Love it. Hey, we've got a whole party in here. I didn't even realize. You got
a Coke,
Oh God,
100% orange.
Watch out.
Nope. It's Muv Luv.
I've heard of that game. I don't know what it is.
You gotta. Okay, Arthur, you need to tell me
you
which
got-
version
wait.
are you playing? Are we playing unlimited,
played Steam
alternative,
version,
or
so it's
extra?
the all ages version.
Isn't this the
It does not have the adult scenes in it.
Oh,
But you have to.
Muv Luv
Isn't this the third planet, by the way? This is the third.
So it's Muv Luv Extra, not Muv Luv Unlimited.
Not Muv Luv Unlimited, not Muv Luv Alternative, Muv Luv Extra.
Okay.
Wait, is one of these like just an each novel?
There are 3 games.
There's 3 games, and you can buy DLC on the developer's website to
unlock the Steamy scenes if you are unsatisfied with the all ages version.
The H patch.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like, you know, a wonderful, much ballyhooed visual novel, Nekopara.
Sure.
Oh, gosh.
Well, that's a bad visual novel.
That's just a poor choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. As someone who has played Nekopara episodes 1 through 4.
Well,
here's the thing.
One
Like,
through
Muv Luv
three.
is considered one of the
Greatest
premier-
visual novel ever made.
Yeah.
It's considered on par with, say, Clannad.
Yeah, but also
Or,
apparently it takes a while to
Ninecade.
get there.
Yes. It is a 100+ hour experience. So.
wait, what? Muv Luv?
Yes.
Yeah.
That seems like a great stream game when you have 2 hours left.
That's why it's a
Yeah, we're
bonus
just
game.
gonna scratch the top.
Just get a little
We're
bit
gonna
of
scratch the
How
top
was it a 100-hour experience?
because every character gets a storyline.
Because you gotta get all the routes.
Okay,
You gotta
look.
date all the girls. Elmer.
It takes a year or more to write like a 700 or 800 page novel that you can read in 7 or 8 hours.
Yeah.
How the hell does someone find the time to write 100 hours worth of dialogue for?
So, how long is Muv Luv?
Well,
so
to be
Muv
fair,
Luv
it is,
generic.
3 separate
the
games.
standard
so
story
not
is
all-
20+ hours.
Yeah, it's 3 separate games. So it's not
I thought you were saying the first game. Still,
Yeah.
that's a lot, right?
And if you want everything, it's about for episode 1, which is what Arbitrary is going to play. It's about 40 hours,
Yeah,
40 to
for Muv Luv
42
Extra.
hours.
No.
And then every game gets even longer.
And
I
we
love,
aren't
like,
even
Muv Luv-
delving into the bonus games. The
Mhm.
photon
What's the bonus
melodies.
game? Wait, what's the bonus game?
You know how visual novels will have like spin-off games that are like fun side stories for people to just hang
Yeah,
out
like
with
you gotta have the
characters?
Christmas episode where you pick someone to eat Christmas cake with, but it's
No.
something that you really gotta think about.
Not really.
You know, like the Steins Gate dating sim,
What?
which is a
Or,
real thing
you know-
that really exists.
I'm so happy I never.
How much money do we need to?
Oh, we've already done it. We've already done it. It's already done.
Nope.
Oh, pizza did it.
More to clarify, you know, this is charity, so more money will.
There are 38 characters in this game.
One
Just
might
episode 1.
One might say
Each of them has an entire character arc. Like you don't even know.
more money, fewer problems.
More money, more Muv Luv.
Oh no.
I actually no. I am not going a second over my 7-hour time limit.
No, I think DP is pretty ready.
Yeah. The pro tip. I saw a picture of it.
Oh, is that how you say his name? Oh, fuck.
I'm very excited to see what N64 related hijinks he is up to.
I've never heard anyone else say his name.
I just call that's the pro tip. If you are in the chat, tell us how to say your fake internet moniker.
How do you? Wait, I need to go into the giantbomb.com/chat. Hold on. I'm in there.
Oh wow! Did you know, Arbitrary, that there's going to be a new Muv Luv game this year called Muv Luv Integrate?
Oh.
Yeah, it's called Muv Luv. Also, it's subtitled Muv Luv Alternative Part 2.
Is this what this bonus game is playing?
Yep. So Muv Luv is 50 hours, and then Muv Luv Alternative is listed as greater than 50 hours. So let's see.
I read through the Neko this year. I'm ready for it.
You know what? It's for the kids. You enjoy your Muv Luvs.
So we're gonna play Hentai World War II, right?
Hey, no! Don't you blasphemize this game that we've been planning behind your guys' back. So the completionist route of Muv Luv Alternative was Muv Luv
was like 03, I think.
Pathfinder.
Like early. It is super influential, super well regarded, and was one of the major influences on Attack on Titan.
Yes,
Not
this
even
is
joking.
the game that inspired.
Yeah, but Attack on Titan, like, I don't know.
I mean,
it doesn't matter how you feel. Like this random, like slightly eroge, but also hardcore eroge. If you want to buy that version of this game, inspired the author of Attack on Titan to make Attack on Titan.
Is it not pronounced eroge? That's how I always pronounce it in my head.
Well, you gotta pronounce it.
Is it pronounced Ahego or Ahegao?
Eroge, because it's just Japanese shorthand for erotic game.
Okay,
Entering atmosphere. LZ in
Yep,
sight.
I'm here. Arbitrary Water stream for the kids, teaching you the Japanese cultural terminology. I accidentally went back to the Tempest because I was too busy thinking about Muv Luv.
Just let's not get the stream DMCA.
No.
Oh, right. You have to watch out with the anime music.
The anime music is a target.
Oh no!
The DMCA is fine.
You forgot to think about this.
I forgot to think about this.
Does it have like licensed music in it?
I mean,
I assume so.
the
It's
theme
anime. It's gotta
from
have
Muv Luv.
J-pop in it.
It's gotta have J-pop.
It's got a J-pop intro.
It's got an OP, right?
It's got an OP.
Buy this game not on Steam. It is listed as $67 on PlayAsia.com.
Oh, if you want a physical version.
What a steal.
No, I got the Steam version for like $20.
Reloading!
So you and I have been going through the Steam releases of Umaneko and also Higurashi, and then they cry.
What is the title?
Higurashi When They Cry is real good, and
I thought
unlike
that-
some of the other games, it's not.
I thought
for,
that one
for
didn't
perverts.
have. Yeah, I thought that one didn't have the pervy scenes. I thought that
No,
was all
it
just
has
like
brutal violence and
Yeah,
watching.
it just has brutal violence and anime girls laughing
Just, you know,
maniacally.
So that's
doesn't
fine.
doesn't it have a moment where, at least the anime does, have a moment where a woman or a girl or something sticks a knife in a wall and just bangs her head against it or something?
Yep.
Also a scene where that main character in an alternate timeline gets her fingernails on one hand completely ripped off.
Other
True
character.
stop.
Yeah.
Wait, that's a different. Oh, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all should watch Higurashi When They Cry. It's a good anime. Don't watch the new one, because the new one's technically a...
Yep. They decided to Evangelion movie style that.
They Evangelion movie slash Final Fantasy VII remake it.
It doesn't look like it,
What?
but Havarl is sick.
These are words that
Started here
make
on
sense to the
controlled
people that are in the
mutations
know. If you
organic
know, you
life,
know.
Killing some, turning others into poison.
But wait.
We're starting to see the same elsewhere. The planet's ecosystem.
The Evil Dead
God,
2
you're
did. That's what he's
You
saying.
guys are gonna see the alien design in this game, and you're gonna think they're. Oh boy, this is gonna be a lot.
Speaking
This is
of
gonna be
anime, how
So
about
I go to the third monolith, turn it on, reset the vault, and voila.
Yeah, we're very
That
good
is
at
just the
playing
thing,
football.
Pathfinder Rider.
Right,
No, we're not. But the Eagles are very bad at playing
How do
football.
you lose an entire monolith?
Yes, I agree.
mean,
Sports.
It could be destroyed
7
for all
and
we
3
know.
is something to be
We
proud
never
of.
tried asking the sages.
Yeah,
going-
if you're a
It could be
bad
something
team.
in their oral history.
Stars. Those superstitious
Is that
elements don't care
still
about modern
pinned
Angara.
in the Giant
You
Bomb
know that.
Discord, so I have to
You saw
like
the
perpetually
protections
remind
the planet's
myself that I'm
survival.
going to lose money?
What do we have to lose?
What?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Oh God. Okay.
Where?
I made a bet.
You did?
Where?
Did that the Sacramento Kings would make the playoffs before the Cleveland
Oh
Browns?
dear.
Oh, wait. Yes.
I am going to lose
In
that bet.
August. Wow.
Yeah.
You hate to see it. Hey, Pizza, did you ever eat your shorts?
On Mithratha. That
What?
old remnant
I'm
edifice over
confused.
there.
What?
If
what
Lonzo
was
gets
it?
a top 5 spot, I will
just
eat my
after the
shorts.
scourge. They believe isolation will maintain the
Dark
purity of
Magic,
the histories
Pizza Pasta,
by
Don't
preventing
make
1705,
contamination by modern
That's how you
2017.
say if Joe
Basic
Biden
sense.
wins, I
They
will play
probably
Mass
don't
Effect
even
Andromeda on
understand
stream.
or care that
Okay.
Havarl's dying.
How do
If
how do
asking
you
your
want me
sages
to
doesn't work,
honor
we'll
this
be back
thing?
here. So what's the harm in it?
You eat
The trek
food
up
that is in the
Mithratha's
shape of
teeming with
pants.
remnant.
Yeah.
Most of us don't attempt
pant.
it, but maybe you could
Eat
do
pants?
it. Follow
Raw?
the remnant
You want
river
extra
and
raw?
keep your head. I'd hate to hear something
No.
terrible happened in pursuit
Please
of
don't
some
say I'm gonna
ancient
eat
legend.
Raw
raw.
denim, yeah.
Is it edible?
No. I mean, if you go to Amazon, you can find some edible clothing. I'm just.
Oh gosh. Yep.
This is why I can't make bets anymore, because I say something and I don't think. Alright, let's see what Amazon. I gotta honor this, right?
I mean,
I
we
just
are
said I was going to
broadcasting
donate to the Discord's Extra Life thing, so that's my punishment. So.
Yeah.
Well, I've already made my donations for the children. This is my punishment for not donating enough money, I guess. I could be saving more children, so I'm going to be eating shorts.
What?
Anyway.
What are these shorts made of? Fruit roll-up or something?
Oh God! Please don't describe. Don't. I regret everything. Now we have multiple people in chat using the Dave Lang thing. Donate for the kids, please.
Donate for the kids. I mean, here's the thing: the shooting game, dumping with this pistol feels very good.
We've broken our goals from last year, so things are pretty good.
Exactly.
So that way they don't end up.
Do you know why we beat that goal? Muv Luv.
Good God. Oh.
Arbitrary, you and I are gonna get banned from the Discord for this shit.
Less Muv Luv and the promise of something more, the promise of something worse than
It's one of the most beloved visual novels ever made.
which is still something worse than Mass Effect Andromeda.
Mass Effect Andromeda is one
Alright,
of the most
you know what?
divided.
We're gonna change the script. We're playing Clonod.
I mean, yeah.
That I should
I like that black cannon attack.
Every single time one of you asks, is it hentai? Like we have to kind of bite our tongues. It's like,
not the version we're playing, but period. Actually, you should probably look at Twitch's list of banned games just to make sure.
Fuck. Let me look.
I don't think it's like Yandere Simulator or anything, but
It's a prohibited game.
Which would.
That's actually banned.
I'm
No, Saitya Nobuda is not banned because I streamed that a while ago.
You can't play Porno Studio Tycoon.
So it's 3DX Chat, Artificial Girls 1, 2, and 3,
You can't
Artificial
play-
Academy 1 and 2, Battle Rape, BMX XXX, Cobra Club, Criminal Girls, Grammatical Murder,
Dramatic.
Cleansing,
Not grammatic. You said grammatic.
Grezzo 1 and 2, Harem Party, House Party, Unicam Studio, Uni Pop, Negligee, Porno Studio Tycoon, Purin 2, 5K, and that's it. Party, Radiator 2, Rayplay, Rinse and Repeat. All of those Sakura games. Second Life. I can read that one. The Guy game.
Oh, you won't say "suck my dick or die" out loud.
Maiden Rape Assault, Violent Semen Inferno.
Dude, that's more embarrassing to say.
Nope, that's not allowed.
What's Under Your Blanket, Witch Trainer, and Yandere Simulator.
Okay.
Those are the games that are
see?
banned.
Muv Luv, Twitch safe. At least, you know, the all ages version that we are playing.
Brokar attack. Wait, are those Turians?
Those are Natana's.
This chat got really uncomfortable.
Yeah, this bit sucks. This bit sucks.
Yeah, you need to.
So anyway, Mass Effect Andromeda is a bad game that I still think you should play because it's fascinatingly bad in the ways, in the lazy choices it makes. In the
Don't
ways...
waste your time. It's 40 hours long.
I finished it in 25.
So wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love Food Wars.
The new Uber movie.
Yeah.
What movie?
The PG.
Yes, Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0, yes.
Wait, what? So, say
3.0 plus 1.0. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Is this so did you say EVA?
Yeah.
I never watched it.
Oh boy.
I watched it for the first time earlier this year.
I don't really care what I watched.
Okay, so wait, did you watch the original television? Did you watch the Netflix?
No, I watched the Netflix version of
Did you watch
Evangelion.
the movie sequel to? Okay, good.
I watched Evangelion episodes 1 through 26, and then End of Evangelion. It was something else. I'm glad I watched it, but I don't think I liked it.
I deeply love that series, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think anyone who likes Evangelion, like, I am not a fan of that director. I don't think I've ever truly loved anything that he has made, but god damn it, do I respect everything. I respect Ano is a lunatic, and I love how he spent almost all of his career giving his audience the middle finger.
Shin Godzilla is really...
How was that? I was gonna say, how was that Shin Godzilla?
I think that Shin Godzilla is fine. It's probably the best modern Godzilla movie you could possibly make.
So here's the question: how old were y'all when y'all watched?
Okay,
Evangelion?
so I was 14 when I watched Evangelion, and it fucked me up for several years. If that's the question you're asking.
I've never watched it.
I
28,
watched
about to turn 29.
Evangelion, and well, remember, Arbitrary, for you and me, we didn't get the movie till years after.
I watched all that shit illegally on YouTube.
I only watch good animes, so.
So you watch Serial Experiment 20?
No, look. I watch like Eurocamp. I watch.
Yeah, I died.
Polar Bear Cafe. I watch that Isekai.
If you want to get into real fucked up shit, let's talk about like Elfen Lied.
No,
Elfen Lied is bad.
Elfen Lied is the edgy anime you watched in the early 2000s because someone
I have no need for
hey,
the
man,
edgy
it's
boosted
crazy,
content
bro.
you're speaking of.
Elfen Lied is just stupid.
Why do you do these things to yourself?
Let's make the darkest thing.
I've said this before and I will say it again. I want to watch so much bad anime shit to where at some point my heart just says fuck, and then I die, and then it's going to be reported on the national news.
Who did this to you?
To die as a result of anime.
Who did this to you?
CP is trying to get me to do a bad anime podcast with him.
May I recommend Death Not by Bad Anime, but something more pleasant,
A
perhaps?
Spectre. Special tactics and reconnaissance.
Anyway, hey,
Did
here's
the council's
the
dirty work for 15 years.
I feel like every
So you're used to being above the law.
every anime fan
good
has
thing there
just
are
a
no laws in
self-loathing
Andromeda,
streak in them where they want to go
The
watch
initiative was my retirement,
the worst.
definitely.
most
Oh,
I mean,
violent-
no. I'll watch bad. No, if I'm gonna watch like bad anime, I'll go watch bad anime. I don't need to watch like crime animes.
You'll go
Like
watch,
animes that should be a war
I don't
crime.
need to
Are you
watch
saying
anime
you're gonna
that
go
will
watch-
Those
put me in
pods are sturdier
jail,
than they
except
look.
for the part where I also
Most of the Turian population is still missing.
Are you saying you? Are you
I
saying
remember.
you go watch
Let me.
Doji?
Sam hasn't
I don't know if
transferred
you
to
all
me, so
remember
he's
the
alive.
Anime Lounge
Just don't know
back
where.
in the day.
back in the day.
We used to have an anime lounge
He
here.
hasn't made it back to the
Oh,
next
right, yeah.
No
Oh,
one
Zombie
makes
Pie,
it.
you've been on
He's
this
out there
Discord for
looking
long enough,
for
I
me.
think.
Yeah, right.
I don't know about anyone else here.
We don't need to throw anybody under the bus, right?
I'm not naming any names, but
images
you
were
watched a
posted
certain anime during
Wait, is
the
that why
first
the
anime
anime lounge
night.
was destroyed?
Nah,
Two of
son.
us. We should find
The
something.
anime lounge may or may not have destroyed
settlers
itself,
here need
or
your help.
forced action to be
I'm a
taken.
stopgap. Mason.
Basically, you know,
Here's my frequency.
I'm going to show a bunch
Call
of
when you
screen
find
caps
something.
and animated GIFs from these shows that probably I shouldn't admit that I watch.
Yeah, that's fair.
Man, there was some bad anime being talked about in the anime lounge.
I just don't understand, like, the battle. Like, notice how, like, you guys said that you didn't like Evangelion. It's like, that's totally fine. Like, there's a reason why you don't like Evangelion. It's like the fucking pull up your ass, like, literally, like, your head up your own ass, whole Christian imagery, thinking that by putting a bunch of crosses and making the screen completely red, that this is some sort of deep philosophical quandary that this show is addressing. Whatever. Fuck
All
that.
the naked 13-year-olds really wasn't. I went too hot on that.
Yeah, that's
there's a lot. There was a lot of bad
yeah,
anime
like,
being talked about.
Evangelion, the start of end of Evangelion is rough.
Yep.
Yeah, if you think that's bad, anime lounge. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, dude.
I know how deep
Arthur,
this
you
is,
actually
rabbit
just
hole.
mentioned one of the reasons why Anime Lounge needed to get closed out.
Oh, I see.
It's yo. People bring up like, oh, we should have an anime club. I'm like,
no.
Here,
and no one else knows about it really. Like,
Monogatari
there are
is the one show where it's like, this is my favorite show that I can never recommend to another human being. And that's my one problematic fave that I will stick by. Everything else is for perverts.
Let's just say these people had no problem sharing the anime.
Yeah, no, I only.
We had an anime night every Friday.
People kept picking the worst shit.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Like,
it was a bad
I'm
time.
talking like Sword Art Online worst shit, or like
No.
Not
going to
garden
jail
variety
worst
normal
shit.
people worship.
Okay.
Like, someone picked the wrong Fate Stay with Magical Girl show at one point.
Hey, you remember that time? Oh god.
I think I know what you're gonna say.
Where they turn into a mantis, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You watched that.
Yep. We did watch that.
We can talk about
what was that show called?
I don't remember the name. You don't need to.
We don't need to bring this up.
This
is for the kids.
You're about to play a visual novel. Maybe it's the safe version, but it's still a visual
You know,
novel.
we watched that same night.
It's a little.
Wow.
I believe at worst it will be a little steamy.
No, you know what we watched that same night, by the way? First episode of the Berserk reboot.
Oh right, we watched the Berserk reboot. That's right, we watched those bad Berserk.
Fucking bad. It was so bad.
And that's right. Now I remember. We watched those shitty Berserk movies. Shit. God,
That was the same night that, since I was living in a wooden high-rise, I had spiders all over my room.
Oh, that's not good.
You know,
That was bad. That was a bad time.
there's a reason why the only anime I've ever shown, like, my family members, like, your Studio Ghibli. I got my dad in Studio Ghibli. I'm very proud of him.
Have you shown them Grave of the Fireflies yet?
No. I told him because we have HBO Max now, so I told him like this movie's very sad.
Yeah, no, it is.
And then instead we watched Nausicaa, and Nausicaa's pretty rad, yo.
Pizza, you missed all the bad anime talk. That's good.
Sorry, I was on the phone call.
No. It was genuinely a positive thing that you didn't experience.
we had to remind people why there's no anime channel in the Discord.
No, Pizza wasn't here when the anime announced.
You weren't? Oh shit.
No.
I don't think I was.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, there aren't a lot of users still here.
Tragedy.
A lot of people left the server because of the anime
on
now.
the Discord into Evangelion, like
As someone who tricked people
Jeremy
into
Medina
watching
and I are going to hell for getting people to watch the rebuild.
EVA is a good show. I haven't watched it, but I don't think it's like a problematic wreck. It's a slightly problematic wreck if people haven't watched anime before. But
it's important.
Yes.
And also highly creative.
Yeah, sure. I can say that. I just haven't watched it. I don't feel the need to.
Okay, we're reaching the 90-minute mark.
The only reason I would play, I would watch EVA is to get all the memes.
Yeah.
Like the Joe Biden meme where he's the big face. I don't get it. Looks hilarious.
All you really need to know is I think his name is Genji. Like
getting the robot Shinji.
Genji. Oh,
Yeah.
I love Overwatch.
I'm talking about the guy, not Genji.
Gendo.
Gendo. Yeah, I don't want to say Genji. His dad just sitting there with his fingers interlinked and laying his face in it.
Yeah.
And
Oh
being a
god,
shitbag.
arbitrary. What's the one? Is it the PS1 or the N64 Evangelion game where you can play as Endo and be a decent father to Shinji?
I think that is that the visual? Is that the dating sim? Is that Girlfriend
No,
of
that's not
Steel?
the dating sim. I think it's the PlayStation 1 where you can even be like his security guard for whatever reason.
All right.
That game's interesting.
Yeah.
So anime.
Yeah. Speaking of anime, you know what an anime that I watch that I really like?
What?
Polar Bear Cafe.
Yeah, it's good
I
shit.
like a good slice of
Fucking
life.
great. I honestly, I these days I only watch slice of life. I don't watch like a ton of anime. I only watch slice of life.
Nichi Bros? You should watch Nichi Bros.
What is that?
Daily
How do you,
daily
can you
life of
type
high
that
school
out in a
boys.
channel where I can copy paste that into the internet?
This contains mature themes that could be considered inappropriate for some audiences. User discretion is advised.
Not these audiences.
Yeah, wait. How do you spell this show?
You could.
Which
Daily
show?
Lives of High School Boys.
Daily Lives of High School. Yeah. That show's great.
Yes.
How
if
is
you like Daily Lives of High School Boys? You should just watch Nichiro.
No, wait. I thought this was the show that you recommended.
What's the one with the polar bear?
That's the one with the suplexing the deer.
Which one? Which one?
Ichijo. You should watch High School Boys first.
Yeah.
And then watch what?
Ichijo. My Ordinary Life.
Nichijo's great.
My Ordinary Life.
This is
Okay,
they did not touch up these cutscenes.
Wait, I've heard of this My Ordinary Life anime. Alright, well, I need to move this. I really enjoyed Drew Camp as well. Like, I just want, like,
oh, God.
I want really cozy anime because it's like, you know, I want to feel good when I watch anime.
Sure. Slice of life. The genre.
Yeah.
Save
what I
in the
mean. I
name
only
of
watch
true
Slice of
love. That's right. It's time to help the kids.
Also, I should watch that baseball anime people talk about.
Oh, it's good.
My sister even recommended that to me, and she like only watches like Vampire Nights and shit.
That's good too.
What's that anime where if he kisses someone, he turns into them or switches souls with them?
Castlevania. You should watch Castlevania.
Yeah, Castlevania is legitimately good. I would say that I think Rory has mentioned it when he streamed it. Like, it has a really kind of awkward middle act in season 2,
Yeah.
but last 2 to 3
Castlevania's
episodes of
pretty
season
good.
2
I
are some of
haven't actually seen season 3. I kept meaning to watch it, but never got around to it.
What about the dragon?
last 2 to 3 episodes of season 2 are some of the best pure action animation I've seen.
It's so good. They skipped out on some Vampire General voice actors to get that stuff animated.
Yep, that's right. Some of those vampire generals just don't talk.
Is there voice acting in this game?
Yes. I did something terrible. I broke an ammonite fossil. It looked really expensive, and I didn't know what to do.
Do we have to?
Then Takaru-chan came over, and I thought he was going to help me, but then he went and tattled to the teacher instead. That was so mean.
Do you have to read it? Or if you're gonna read it, at least do a better voice.
Yeah, give me your best death metal.
No.
Give me your best Death Note voice.
Oh shit!
I'll take a potato chip and eat it. My teacher's really nice. Yep. I know I'm just gonna have to pay for a new one. My allowance isn't enough to pay for that. So Takaru-chan tried replacing it with a snail shell, with the snail still inside, but that didn't work at all. Then one of the other teachers came over, a much scarier one. Takaru-chan said the fossil had been reborn, or it shed its old shell or something, but this just made the new teacher even angrier. Takaru-chan said the fossil, in the end, he took the blame for me. Thank you, Takaru-chan.
This is a 5 PB joint, right?
So this is how they get 40 hours of writing out of it.
Yep.
It's all garbage.
I'm sorry. I just...
Oh, 5PB...
5PB is the Science Adventures
as Mages
people.
Incorporated.
Mages Incorporated?
Okay.
Correct. They are the studio behind the visual novel franchise, that includes the Science Adventure series, which most notably includes Steins Gate and Robotics Note. But they've also been the studio that created Corpse Party, Phantom Breaker, Bravely Default. So they do a lot. They've done a lot.
Steins Gate is very good.
Yes. You should have probably played that instead. But
yeah,
you wanted to see the world burn.
I went insane.
I've never played one of these games.
Oh boy, you are in for a treat.
No, I'm not. This is not a treat. Like, this is.
What is this?
As hell.
Just
creepy
say
as
what
hell. And the thing that makes it creepy as hell is this reads like something.
Is this the art for the entire thing?
No,
I hope not.
No.
Oh.
This reads like something for.
Don't understand. This is a cutscene.
And this reads like something for someone who's like 9 or 10 years old.
Oh boy, you have no idea.
But it has a version with porno in it.
So we're not going to talk about that anymore. We're just going to move on. But again, so let's talk about nihilism.
Oh boy, yeah.
boy.
My favorite
of
topic.
nihilism, or the nothing matters variety of nihilism.
So these games were written by a person who was super into nihilism. And these games start off like it's kind of hard to explain, but these
This
games
game
always
is
start off
intentionally the way it is.
This whole cutscene where it's like, oh, what is this generic anime shit? The writer here agrees with you and is going to literally burn down and torture all of these characters to show you that anime is bad. His name is Gen Urobuchi, and
No,
he's
this
been
isn't
doing
Urobuchi.
not Urobuchi.
I do not
Basically,
know.
No.
His hand. He was also like the creative lead of 5BP during this period of time.
Oh,
so
okay, so he probably did have some.
Had some say in this, like his technique and his style of themes. Like
he is the Madoka Magica guy.
Yes, he's the Puella Magica Madoka guy.
He is Fate Zero guy.
Madoka Magica.
Yes, he's the guy behind that, and his
the guy behind
influence
things start off all cheery and happy, and
everything starts off cheery and happy, and then you're literally going to watch the world burn. It's also important to know that he did the light novel for Black Lagoon. So
yeah,
too.
Fate Zero's really good, y'all. It's the only good Fate thing.
I think that
he also did. He also did.
Wait, this game has like.
And Psychopaths.
Yeah, he did Psychopaths, which I think is pretty great. It's got some awkward writing here and there.
I did not see the second or third season of Psychopaths though.
The second one is.
He's gonna out me as a fake anime fan. What the fuck is Fate actually?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Helmer, let me tell you about Fate.
All right.
Okay, so what if King Arthur was a pretty lady?
Yeah, but all that shit doesn't matter. Like, why are there like 50 million like, oh, Fate Stay Night, Fate.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
So, mostly because I feel like that franchise survived for a few years
on
only.
who summoned the people from the other world, right?
Okay, yeah.
And depending on who gets summoned and how they get summoned, the supernatural beings will take a different shape or form.
It's a battle royale with historical figures and wizards fighting each other in a city.
Why are there so many games and shit about? Like, what does the name mean?
It means it sounds cool.
Okay, alright, thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
There's one show that we will not, that should go unnamed, that you should stay away from because it might put you on a government watch list.
Oh, is it related to the Fate?
Yeah.
Is it?
Lear something.
He lost the robot game.
I don't know, it seems bad.
It is. The only good Fate thing is Fate Zero.
I think that first show is good.
I think Unlimited Blade Works is fun.
Yep.
It's supposed to be the quickest melee weapon in the entire game. See, this dude's too busy playing, like, Gundam. I'm sure as hell not going to lose next time.
But they've got anime about this shit, right? Stay Night. That's an anime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think 12 of them.
Okay, well, if we're talking about, like, the lineage of Fate Stay Night, so there's the original visual novel, Fate Stay Night, which has 3 parts. There is Fate Hollow Atraxia.
And there are spin-offs. You're forgetting the spin-offs.
Yes. Well, I'm starting at page 1, is Fate Stay Night, has 3 parts, and then there's Fate Hollow Atraxia, and then there's 8 million spin-offs. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I see animes happening.
Fate Stay or Fate Grand Order, which is a multi-billion-dollar money printing machine.
Yes.
Is Grand Order just a mobile
Grand
game?
Order is the gacha game.
Grand Order is the gacha game that literally makes $1 billion every year.
Oh, nice. They could run a small country.
Sumika, you're up pretty early, don't you think? Considering it's a Sunday and all. So, what can I do for you?
Are you in that Garugamesh ad? Oh no.
What? Did you do that?
Oh god.
Oh god, anime's happening.
No.
Arrow. Oh, yep. Yep,
hey.
Anime's happening.
What is it? Is that you?
This is...
Chopper!
Alright, yep, we did a bad thing.
Oh, we're going to hell. I didn't realize that this game started with lecherous groping.
You didn't think you should check this first?
I wanted to go in fresh, Justin.
This game inspired Attack on Titan.
This game inspired Attack on Titan.
I imagine that was the giant meg parts, not the
Sasageo.
Chick thing.
What?
So mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made. We can switch to an actual bonus game if we'd like.
How is it 100 hours?
Every character has a separate story arc. You have to level up across the continuum of like multiple
Streaming filth for the kids.
Yeah, arbitrary zombie pie. This is your mistake.
Did people pay money for you to play this?
Yes.
People paid money to charity for this.
God damn it, pizza.
You suffer, I suffer. We all suffer.
Aww.
Yeah,
we can switch to something more family friendly if you want, but
down with this shit.
Otherwise, I'm keeping.
You and the zombie made the promise. Y'all gotta roll with it.
Ah, fuck. Just speed through this shit, please.
Okay. Do you really think this would be that easy?
Oh, god damn it.
I don't need you to read everything out loud, though. That's a little bit too far.
Okay.
Fuck.
I'm sorry, chat.
I streamed a game, Arbitrary, as you may recall, and the C word was used, and I was not happy about that, but boy, is this on a different level.
The C word?
I believe he's referring to the one that sounds kind of like country without the try.
Yes.
Oh no.
I mean, if it's a British dev, like, you know.
No, he's Georgian from the country of Georgia.
Yeah.
You made her angry, now she's gonna punch you.
I don't know.
Anime
that
happened.
word isn't that bad, but
Cannot emphasize enough
come
when
from
it goes
the
to
Europe.
2D character cartoony art. These are cutscenes. These are the cutscenes in the game.
Yeah.
Cannot emphasize enough.
Someone just said, just checking in. Nope.
Nope. He noped the fuck out of here.
We have
Which is
41
the proper
viewers. When I checked in
response.
last, we had 48.
Scared away 7 people.
Just, come on. Just get through it. Just get through it. We have to get into the next robot scene.
Okay. We're helping your parents pick up things.
This isn't as bad as when I tried to start a blog series where I played bad visual novels that were less than $10.
Oh, I thought
That's fair.
the blog series where you play Final Fantasy games.
Right, yeah, you know, I gotta write that Final Fantasy 11 Part 2 part where I played the expansion packs.
Oh gosh.
How many more do you have left, by the way?
They keep making them.
But like,
are you saying like which games do I think are actually good? So I still haven't
how many
played
more do you
6.
have? Have you played all the Final Fantasy games?
No,
or?
no, of course not. So I played 1, I played 2, I haven't played 3, I haven't played 4, played 5, haven't played 6, played 7, played 8, played 9, played 10, played 10-2, played 11, played 12, played 13, going to play 13-2 next year. I've not played Lightning Returns. I've not played 14, and I have played 15, but I have not written about it and will wait.
And you've played 7 Remake.
I've played 7 Remake.
But would you classify that as 7 Remake Part 1?
Yeah. We'll see what they do
remake,
next.
right?
So
How much of the game did they actually remake?
Oh boy. That's actually a spoiler, so I'm not gonna answer that question.
Okay. Is it like discs?
Let's say you stay in Midgar in the remake.
Okay. I don't know enough about Final Fantasy VII to know exactly what it means, but I think I get it, the gist.
I remember getting out of Midgar when I played 7, and I don't even think that was 10 hours in.
Getting the part where you find about the Nibelheim incident does not happen in Remake. And it will be interesting to see how and if they present the Nibelheim incident. Would you not say arbitrary?
Yes. I need to. Why am I playing this instead of Final Fantasy VII Remake?
I mean, you still have an hour and 15 minutes to fix your mistake.
I want you to at least get into the next robot suit scene.
Okay.
Why?
Because the robot combat here, like, so the big question, the big issue that a lot of people have with visual novels is that you're literally just looking at still images that may be anime, and then you're like, there's a choice every now and again. But like with Muv Luv, it is a strategy series.
Wait, really? Wait, you were controlling the mech?
Yes.
It
That
is?
was just a cutscene. Oh.
There's strategy involved.
Okay. Alright.
I mean, if you don't want to put
She's
it to
talking
a vote
about
in the
making
chat.
you omelets.
Anime is happening. So here's the thing about this. Is that everyone who loves Muv Luv, here's the other part of this thing, is that everyone who loves Muv Luv is like, yeah, you just kind of have to get through extra.
Please remember to keep clicking.
It's supposed to be bad.
What?
This entire arc is purposely generic anime shit. So is that the game can burn everything here down to the ground.
Yeah, but you can do that without being like 40 hours of shit.
But is it as effective?
Yes, you can make decent.
Like,
you can make,
I mean, to the, like, remember Doki Doki Literature Club?
I sure
And how
do.
And the number one complaint about Doki Doki Literature Club is, man, that first part of that game where it's just a visual novel, sure, it goes on real long, but if it's not that long, then the big twist is less effective.
Okay, but what? And there might be too much to expand on here, but what about the first 40 hours of this? I guess I don't know how long, but like the first dozen or so hours of this. What about it being generic matters at the end? Like you can make a place seem like a nice, quaint paradise or something, and still make it fun and interesting.
I do feel like part of that is
are actually interesting.
I also think that like anime is very self-referential, and anime cares a lot about anime tropes.
The mental gymnastics required for this is impressive.
I feel like I'm at an intervention.
Yeah, the anime.
I feel like we're being called out.
I'm not calling anybody out. I'm just.
Yes, I'm going to play 40 hours of this visual novel, and then I'll get to the good bits where it's good.
I'd rather play the
Every
30
time
hours
on
of,
Community Endurance Run, I play a bad visual novel. That's just the bad visual novel part with none of the upside. And trust me,
you can
I always
read
feel
that. You can read that.
I played the secret ending on stream for charity of the Bad Boys
Hatoful
Love ending
Boyfriend.
for Hatoful
Yep.
Boyfriend, and boy, did I feel like crap for like a week.
That goes places.
Wait, what? Why? Wait, what?
There's a secret ending in Hatoful Boyfriend where it's you find out that game is not just about
Dating
anime
pigeons.
pigeon dating.
What?
The pigeon dating game
I wrote a
goes
pretty
places, man.
comprehensive blog series
Oh wait,
about
where
it.
can I find that?
Let me find that
Zombie
blog
Guy on
series.
timebomb.com.
You find out that the creator of Hatoful Boyfriend actually hates anime.
Oh.
And secretly is giving you hints about how anime is trash.
I mean, he's not wrong.
What?
So I'll post this in the Giant Bomb chat. You can read over this.
Is it on your blog? When did you
That's
make it?
Blog, but it's like from a year ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you write a lot, so I can't. Where can you post this?
Just am about
in the Giant Bomb chat.
No.
I'm on Twitch. I'm gonna be on Twitch. Don't worry.
Wait, you're posting it on Twitch?
Oh, I mean, this is already a blog I wrote.
Oh, you're in the Giant Bomb Discord. Oh no, sorry.
The link to
Okay,
it.
no, I found it. All right, okay, all right. How long? Oh boy. Okay.
It's a long blog, and no one read it, but I felt like I needed to write it after playing that game.
I can't wait to read this. Oh yes, the dating sim. Yes.
There's part of that game that becomes Shin Megami Tensei where you need to fight a shadow of another person's self so as that you can unlock.
It goes places.
You find out that there's a virus that killed humanity and there's only one colony left, and then the birds are planning to kill the humans. Then
it goes full Akira at the end.
I don't. Maybe anime is bad.
It is, yes.
Alright.
It's kind of garbage, except for a handful.
Anime is terrible. Also,
love it.
We can switch over to a different game.
I don't have a problem with that, but you want to put it to a vote in the chat?
Yeah, ZP, put a poll in the chat.
Wait a minute. Appreciate the conversations we've had. Okay, right now we have one vote saying no, don't skip. Okay, 2-1. Okay, it's tied. Great. Should we skip the anime? We have 2 votes saying yes, 2 votes saying no. It's a tie.
Why does it say poll is over
Wait,
already?
where's the poll at? Let me.
In the Giant Bomb chat.
Oh, never mind, it's not over.
Okay, we got 3 votes saying yes, skip anime. We got 4 votes. Okay.
Oh wait, I gotta vote. I paid the money for this.
No. We won the poll.
Shit, I actually need to probably restart this.
Wait, who's we? What?
I feel like there's a legitimate... Pizza has a legitimate request for a recount.
Oh, I see.
There's a constitutional constitutional right to a recount.
Oh, fucking Florida 2000 all over again.
Could we skip the anime?
I mean,
vote now.
It's on the Giant Bomb chat.
I'm in the chat.
Give me a minute. Skip the anime.
It's the same ass-burning silver as always.
What?
No. Hey, the second go, recount. Should we skip the anime? Fortitude again.
No, not skipping it.
Yeah.
Vote.
You're voting to skip the anime.
I
mean, I feel like this is a scientific experiment, and the fact that we have gotten the same results twice in a row means we can spend the last minute not making people call me out.
Could you pull up the look at this interface? Look at this UI. Like, compare this UI to the UI of Mass Effect Andromeda.
It's much simpler and more streamlined.
That's better,
right?
Yeah, better game.
All right,
Love is a
fine.
better game
Fine,
than
you
Mass Effect
assholes.
Andromeda.
We'll play a good game.
By the way, what does romancing a pigeon? Never mind.
No, ask because I'm an
ask
expert.
the question. What do you need to know about?
No.
Do you need an anatomy question?
I'm just gonna keep reading. I'm good. No. I'm just gonna keep on. I'm just gonna keep reading here. Okay, I'm just gonna keep reading.
Keep on reading.
You should play Kingdom Hearts instead.
I mean, I could play Kingdom Hearts.
We should play 100% Warner's Juice.
That's a compromise between anime and bullshit. So I'm for it.
Play the Kingdom Hearts rhythm game that came out. Ah, Legend of Grimrock.
You know, Yakuza.
Correct.
Legend of Grimrock 2 is a genuinely fantastic game that I recommend to everyone.
Austin Rivers has signed a 1-year deal with New York Knicks.
Wait, who?
Wow. I would not. How much? How much?
Undisclosed amount.
Wait, who?
How many years? What did you say?
1-year deal.
Okay, I have that 1 year is
Which player?
what I would sign for 8 to 7 points per game with Austin Rivers.
Wait, Austin Rivers?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Doc Rivers
what
is
a,
fun.
What a barn burner of a signing.
I mean, it's something.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah,
it's a good signing for them.
2 boards.
It's a good signing for them. It's a good
Plays
signing.
23 minutes and he averages about like 9 points and 2 boards. That's
He'll get
what you
more
need.
time.
Look, he's a real lunch pail guy, okay?
He's gonna get more time. He's also
Uh-huh.
gonna get more,
With that more time, he still shoots what? 40%, 30%, sub 30% from the field.
Isn't Austin Rivers like a good shooter? I thought that was his thing.
He is. He averages like mid to high 30s on threes.
Yeah, that's fine, right? That's good. 3-and-D kind of guy, right?
3-and-D.
Yeah, and a 1-year deal for a 3-and-D guy is acceptable.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
It'd be $19 million.
Who are your guards at this point? You gonna go with Frank the Tank to start? Because that ain't gonna work. Did you convince Coach Tibbs to start his bench players, or are you just gonna fucking stick with your starters? Like, boy.
So we're playing Legend of Grimrock 2 now, which is not an anime. It's a very good dungeon crawler. So if people want to donate for character names,
I was gonna say, what if you just load your latest save?
I have not played this game in a while.
Has Steam downloaded them, or?
I imagine that cloud save is from like at least 2 years ago. In any case, I'm not gonna.
Oh, you know what? What's the anime with the basketball players?
Oh, right, Slam Dunk.
Kuroku.
Oh, okay, that's the later one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Slam Dunk is rad.
Yeah, Slam Dunk is just anime nonsense in.
He dunks at basketball real good.
Dunks it real good.
Oh yeah.
Man, remember when you could make something that was a basketball like related to basketball, and it could be about post games and just dunks?
Yep.
Can't do that anymore.
Real fundamentals, I'm telling you. The players these days, you just
lose Bogdan. The pizza. We're gonna lose Bogdan for nothing.
Okay, wait. So this ending, huh? This ending is 5 hours.
Tatum signed
I mean that he's worth that money.
Mitchell got a max.
He's worth that money.
Wait, Mitchell who?
Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, Oh, right.
This basically means that Rudy Gobert is probably gonna leave.
Caldwell Pope got a 3-year deal. Ibaka got a deal with the Clippers. Sterling Brown is going to be a Rocket. Kent Bazemore is returning to the Warriors. A lot of movement today.
Yeah, and guess what? The Grizzlies, nothing. Actually, I think we signed DeAnthony Melton to a 4-year deal.
Yeah, that's.
Do you know who DeAnthony Melton is?
I mean, you
He's
already
a solid
got
dude.
the star of the future. You already got the star of the future. If you get someone too big that's ball dominant, you're gonna just take time away from Ja.
Yeah,
Like, what
Melton is not ball dominant.
I know that's part of the reason why you need to sign that player.
Yeah.
I mean,
4
it's kind of
years,
like when.
45 mil.
I mean, I want. I'm just gonna say this. I think I said it in the. I want whoever is Gordon Hayward's agent. I need him so as that I can make that money for
playing one game,
constantly being hurt.
Yeah. Okay, Gordon Hayward is kind of a new. I've literally, I don't remember this guy's name. I've like blocked this guy's name out from my memory. He signed with the Grizzlies for like hella money and then went to clubs when he was injured. 3-and-D guy from Houston. Small
Trevor
forward.
Ariza?
No, small forward, white guy.
Oh, wow. This is when the Grizzlies were like 90% white, right? When
This is when the Grizzlies were in the shits. Like
this is
bad.
is this pre or post Grit and Grind?
This is end tail to post. The dumps.
It's Grit and Grind.
This is like Mario Chalmers era. Andrew Harrison.
Yes.
No, not Andrew Harrison. What am I saying?
So
was it Chandler Parsons.
Chandler Parsons. Remember, the funny thing about Chandler Parsons is that one of the big missteps of Mark Cuban as the GM asked Dirk and convinced Dirk to take a pay cut so that they could make a big signing to kind of make him playoff relevant even though he was declining. So Dirk took a pay cut so as that they could sign Chandler Parsons.
Uh-huh. How much money did we pay him?
His contract was awful.
Yeah, let me check how much.
I mean,
Multi-year
you also
deal.
got like some of the best year. Like, Mike Conley was really good.
Yo, Mike Conley's that dude. 100%.
Mike Conley, I wish Mike Conley had gotten more respect. Like the fact that he
if people
second defensive All NBA team in his entire time in Memphis. That's all he has to do.
Grit and Grind Grizzlies will like always be my favorite era of basketball team. They're my team, right? But like Grit and Grind, like 2012 to. Actually, no. When did we go to fucking?
It's 20. Like it's kind of like how
2012 was the Western Conference Finals.
It was 2010 to about. I mean, so you lost Marc Gasol, which was like basically the end of Grit and Grind.
The end of Grit and Grind. Well, it ended in like 2017.
In 2017, basically.
The 16 to 7. By the way, which year do you say? The 2016 to 2017 season. What word do I use?
That's when 2017.
Yeah, no. But is that the 2016
Allen
season or is that the 27? That's the 2016 season, right?
Yeah, 2017-2018 is when you had the longest losing streak in your franchise history.
Oh yeah, no, 17-18. That's post. We had Mike Conley, but we traded him like part way, right?
No, you traded Mike Conley last season.
Was it? Oh, I don't fucking remember. I feel like he's been gone an eternity.
So, Legend of Grimrock 2, not anime.
This is a good video game.
Yeah, but yeah, we were making some really shitty drafts. Like, we drafted fucking... Oh my god, our drafts were so bad. That's why we couldn't keep it going, by the way. Our drafts were god-awful.
I mean, it was, like, just as bad as, like, the T-Wolves. I mean, fuck.
Look, 2013, we drafted Jamal Franklin in the second round. That was our only pick.
Right.
Year after that, one pick, number 22, Jordan Adams. Who the fuck's Jordan Adams?
I mean, yeah, okay.
Jarrell Martin.
I believe there's a weapon in your crate still, or right outside?
Yeah, there's a weapon in the
you
crate.
already got it. Never mind.
Okay.
I got the stick.
Jarrell Martin started like 40 games for us in 3 years.
Pizza's still here. If you want to talk about bad draft picks, god damn. Let's talk about the Knicks.
Remember when we drafted Wade Baldwin the fourth?
That's the one thing that you can say about the Knicks, is that the Knicks legitimately draft well. The problem is that they never re-sign their rookies, and it doesn't make any goddamn sense.
No, look. The problem for us is that we employed the fucking worst, like one of the worst drafters in NBA history in Chris Wallace.
Yeah. And I would say that.
It's just brutal, right?
Sure. So
like,
you
okay.
Consistently for all
Chris
these years.
Wallace picked like 2 good players in his I don't know how many years. Like Dylan Brooks in the second round was a steal, right?
Yeah.
We got him at 45. great player. He started like most of last season. You know,
Well, remember,
16
part
points
of
a
the
guy.
problem is that they kept trading their draft picks, even though they were bad, and those
Yeah.
draft picks were always going to be highly valued. So you only had one per like draft.
Yeah,
sometimes.
and then hey, we switch out fucking GM. Well, okay, Chris Wallace did draft in the 2018-19 season, but he picked Jaren Jackson and Jevin Carter, which is like a great draft. And then we get fucking John Morant, and then we signed, or we traded for Brandon Clark on draft night. And that's like the best draft we've had in, you know, since we got Mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's been. I would actually say that the Kings and the Minnesota Timberwolves have maybe possibly drafted worse.
Yeah. Maybe the Cleveland Cavaliers. I mean, no.
I mean, the T-Wolves especially.
The Cleveland Cavaliers haven't had great drafts either.
Drafted Kyrie.
Yeah, Kyrie was a good draft, but Colin Sexton, Anthony Bennett, the other guy.
Colin Sexton's. I legitimately thought Colin Sexton would be good.
Oh yeah, I think everyone did, and then no.
So I forget. How long after this game did the Grimrock people basically go bankrupt?
This game did not do very well. Especially compared to, like, the first game, which I feel like had that Humble Bundle money. Yeah, the Grimrock people went out of business, I believe, shortly after this, and founded a new studio where they made Druidstone. Which
was a small little hit that was also really janky when it released.
I will play some Druidstone at some point.
Game was janky when it first released.
Yep. So it's a European studio game.
I feel like, and I'm happy with this the way it is, but I feel like it would have done a lot better if they had not gone with a grid-based thing and had instead gone with you know, walking around.
Yeah, free roaming.
Yeah.
I disagree because this is a style of CRPG.
The Eye
this
of the
is an
Beholder
entire
like.
school of thought, and part of the reason why people liked Grimrock was that because it was a very solid version of this school of thought that is non-existent nowadays.
Yeah, but anytime I've introduced a few people to this game, and pretty much universally the reaction has been, I'd be more interested in this if it wasn't all on a grid.
Hey,
I mean, I don't think you're wrong. I understand where this came from, but
I think that these guys were maybe ahead of their time when we saw the like CRPG revival with like Divinity and like Path of Exile and Pillars of Eternity.
When did this come out? I thought, didn't this come
This
out like, right in the
was
middle of that?
15, 16?
Yeah,
that's
so
before.
If this was 2015, then Divinity 1, Pillars, and Wasteland 2 had already come out.
Yeah.
So that CRPG renaissance was in full swing already.
Just feel like that there was something about. Yeah, I think that there's also something to be said about how this game also the first game released as part of like a Humble Bundle package, and it was kind of like this aberration for a lot of people. It's like, oh hey,
I've never. Yeah. There aren't many games like this.
No.
Especially not anymore. Like there is a game that what's his name? It's called Aeon of Sands, and it's a fun neat little indie RPG doing the same thing. Fisk Zero.
Yes.
Introduced to me, and it's super neat, but I feel like the failure of this game is why there are not very many RPGs in this, as I like to call it, the rock-dropping, sidestep, and square dancing genre.
Yeah. I like it just the way it is. I just think that most people see this, most people who would be interested in this, that don't know of its lineage, look at it and say, "Ooh, that looks cool," and then they soon realize that it's on a grid, and then they're like, "Nah, I don't want to."
I think that the problem is like a lot of developers, especially indie developers, make this concerted decision because it's easier to program for. And
sure,
the grid
easier to
stuff,
program artificial intelligence for.
This grid stuff looks really goofy.
It
You're
feels
not
goofy
wrong.
at first, but it's
very like of an older era, of a bygone era.
Again, you are not wrong.
That's exactly what it's supposed to evoke. I'm just talking about like financial success.
Yeah.
And I don't think I don't think they should go crazy about it. But I would be interested in a game like this that is not on a grid.
Those games exist.
Yes. I mean,
let me tell you about
I
Lands of
Might and
Lore
Magic
3.
6. I could play Might and Magic 6 or Lands of Lore 3 or whatever, but a good one of these would be nice.
Are you saying Might and Magic 6 is not good?
Might and Magic 6 is probably fine. Isn't that the one where you get like space fantasy?
Might and Magic 6 is where you get laser guns at the end of the game, yeah.
They are lightning shooting sticks. Thank you very much.
No, you get like legitimately.
I know,
yeah.
but it's like elemental energy. It's like light energy, that type of stuff. Come on now.
So it's a laser
There's
gun?
some fantasy in.
You get laser guns from a spaceship.
The space. It makes sense in context.
It's great. Might and Magic 6 is great.
It's a bummer you weren't able to figure out how to stream that game.
I got 9 to kind of work, but I had to delete my archive because I accidentally doxed myself during that stream.
Oh, that seems like a bad time.
Yeah. So
when I bought Might and Magic 10, they gave me a copy of 6 on Steam.
Wow, that's right.
So did you not get it? I mean, is there not a Steam version that works?
No, I was streaming 9. Might and Magic 9 for my cursed RPG wheel. And
is 10 cursed enough for you to play?
10 is I think ZP and I disagree about this point. Because I like Might and Magic 10. I think it's scrappy. But I understand. Yeah, it is held together by duct tape.
Also, the only one of the CRPG Renaissance that was actually bankrolled by a big company.
Yeah.
Barely, but...
Yeah, that game was made by Twigs. Oh, that's right. I remember. I need the key. Yep.
Alright, so I found the contract details for Chandler Parsons' Memphis deal. You want to hear this?
Yeah, I want to hear it. Let's go.
4 years, right? 4 years for a player who hasn't played a full season. $94 million.
I remember when there was a
4
legitimate
years.
debate whether or not he or John Wall had the worst contract. Because at least John Wall will play a handful of games between...
Hey, I'm not here trash talking about John Wall. Listen, John Wall has
John
shown...
Wall was the fastest man in basketball, and he was a lot of fun to watch.
John Wall has shown a lot more and is like way younger
Multi-time All-Star, and I really like John Wall.
I believe in John Wall.
I hope that he is healthy.
Yeah.
I really do.
What's up with John Wall right now, actually?
The rumor is that he has asked for a trade, and Washington's like, your contract's literally the worst in the league. You want us to trade you?
Uh-huh. Oh, 4 year, 170 mil. I don't remember it being that big.
Yeah, they signed him to a supermax.
Damn. His high school mixtape though
was good.
Yeah. How much is Russell Westbrook making right now?
A lot.
A lot.
Too much maybe, for a triple-double.
I mean, there was that brief period where he looked like he had completely figured out how to be a good player on that Houston Rockets team. Like that pre-pandemic.
Oh, you mean when he was like just slashing to the rim?
Yeah, just slashing to the rim, attacking it like he's a center, and then switching to where PJ Tucker was defensively the center. It was good to watch. The problem is one, he got COVID. Two, he was still.
Did he?
Yes, he got COVID.
Wait, he's making.
Yeah, it's a bad contract. But Houston went full hog. What's this alien-looking water?
They're fishman.
What's the biggest contract in the NBA right now? LeBron James?
That's right. Step into the poison cloud.
Biggest contract in the NBA right now.
I'm gonna go to Basketball Reference. Yes, it's Steph.
Wait,
He's
still?
making 40 million per year.
Wait, still Steph?
Yep.
When
That's
was
what
he
Basketball
signed?
Reference is saying.
When was he signed?
He was given a contract with bird rights, I believe, last season. So it's 40 for this season, even though he was hurt. Then the next season coming up, he will make 43, and then will be 45. Dude, what were they gonna do? It was Steph.
It's just. When did he play last?
He didn't play last season, but every season before that, he was.
All right.
It's not. Like, what? You signed Steph to the Supermax. What are we talking about?
Yeah, no, of course you do. Yeah, no, I'm not doubting that. Like, it's Steph Curry. You sign him to the Supermax. But god damn, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, sure, but
I don't think Clay was super maxed, right?
no, and he's probably not gonna get that money.
Oh boy, what?
He'll be fine. He's got China money. He's basically Jimmer Fredette over there.
Wow.
What do you mean? He's super popular. He has his shoes with Anta.
He's
God, I hate those shoes.
What? No. Oh no. The KTs? The KTs are nice.
Steph's shoes are always trash. Holy shit. I don't understand why that man...
But the Clays?
I just don't like Anthos.
Yo, Pizza, I'm gonna post some in, like, Botlington.
I'm listening.
Like, KT5?
So... Grimrock seems fun.
Oh, what are those?
Yo, this game is rad as hell.
Oh, you're not playing Andromeda anymore?
No. We got the donation incentive for a bonus game, and then people started to judge me, and I felt uncomfortable, so we switched to a less judgmental video game.
Thank God. Thank you, whoever did the donation.
So we're playing some tile-based dungeon crawlers.
You keep showing me shoes, but I'm not.
The game's still set on Mass Effect Andromeda on this Twitch, by the way.
I'm not in charge. I do not have control over that.
Also, according to Nightwing or Wear Testers, these are good shoes.
Okay. I have a very particular taste in shoes.
If there's anyone I will trust the judgment of, if they're good basketball shoes, it's Nightwing. Or Chris from Wear Testers, I guess.
I don't doubt it. I have a very particular taste with shoes.
I mean, yes. But, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily wear all these casually. Maybe the top one, the first I like orange, I like white, so...
Want a good...
Klay Thompson's injury, they better pay that man before he... Torn Achilles is very hard to come back from.
Yo, these are $135? Oh boy, I thought these were way cheaper.
I don't know. I think you gotta level with Steph before you do that.
I think you need to make sure that
Or, I'm
Steph
sorry,
is like...
level with play before you do that.
To me, it's kind of insane how Mike Conley is the 17th highest paid player in the NBA right now.
I really wanted his switch into Utah to be good.
Oh yeah, no, it's been a bit of a shit show. Well, not a shit show, but it could be a lot better.
So I gotta say, the one thing that I really found annoying about Legend of Grimrock was exactly this, the night-day cycle, because I find a night-dark effect to be a lot more annoying and more of a hindrance than what you think.
I got
Hey,
this torch.
Isn't Damian Lillard the overall the highest, biggest contract? Guaranteed money?
Guaranteed money, yes, because he's signed
There
until
we go.
2024, 2025.
That's right. It's actually different in this game than it was in the first game.
So he is guaranteed until
He's gonna be making like 54 mil in the last.
$57 million.
So much money, but it's Damian Lillard. What are you gonna do? Ask the Portland Trailblazers. How do you do anything but sign Damian Lillard to?
Yeah, I mean, like they're in a situation to where until Damian Lillard makes the very clear decline in terms of his production,
which he has not.
He's
only increased.
And if you were the manager saying, "I don't think Damian Lillard's worth max money," it's like you might be right, but then
you're not keeping your job. Like in Portland, they set their clocks to Dame time.
The team has raised $1,600. Great job. We're at the last 30 minutes, basically. Feel free, if you can, to donate.
Absolutely.
Oh, this block.
Donate now.
Donate now.
Or you can. Well, I would say donate now and there, but actually you can keep donating.
Donate. Yeah. The pro tip is up after me. It seems like he's got some fun things planned. But stick around. You won't get Muv Luv Extra from anyone else here.
No.
Oh no. For better or for worse?
For better, for worse.
For better, for better?
For better or for better.
Slow. Stolen and done.
I do like how this style of game almost kind of forces you to use literally everything that pops out. Like, these games find a really good way to, force you to use all of your pickups. Like, you always feel resource poor, rather than, I have so many rocks, I've got so many twigs, and I don't know what to use.
Yeah.
You just farted
Stand there in that poison cloud, you ding dong.
There was a fart bell.
Yeah, you run away.
Yeah. This and Grimrock 1 and Divinity Original Sin 2 all do something that I kind of appreciate a lot. They start you out with literally nothing.
Yeah.
Like most RPGs start you off with, a nice looking set of armor and what seems like a decent sword. This is like, nah, you get rags.
You're using a bone club.
Yeah, and you always feel like
any
you're
new
one
thing
step
is
away from running out of stuff.
Yeah. At least for a little while.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
There's something to be said about how these games always have the issue of you end up having way too much shit.
Yeah.
There's that, and there's also when a game starts out difficult like this or Divinity Original Sin, they always have a really bad habit of having an easy final quarter or final third.
I sometimes kind of like that because I feel like you've spent all this time trying to level up your character, and now it's time for you to really see the fruits of your labor.
power curve in RPGs is an interesting thing. I
mean,
feel,
it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
The Mass Effect problem, or the XCOM problem of, at some point your power curve just plateaus and you are just rolling over everything.
Yeah. Or a reverse difficulty curve is what I usually call it in my head.
Yeah.
What you mean where it starts hard and gets easier?
Yeah. It's with any
that
time
actually
it
does
gets
more damage
difficult. I
than
feel like that
rapier.
happens.
Now I have a shovel.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can dig things up.
You could be a shovel knight.
That's also a very good video game.
It's a fantastic video game.
Never played it.
You should, if you like 2D platformers or 2D action games at all, you need to play Shovel Knight.
I'm good.
I have to resist digging up every square whenever I get the shovel.
Yeah. I remember where the I think I remember where the treasure is. I think it's this square. Nope. It's in the shadow of the tall oak.
I don't remember.
At the lone oak in the shadow of the blue light, there I buried it. Okay, so it's probably this one.
I still think that this is kind of, in a lot of ways, a great example of like first-person puzzle design.
Yep.
Obviously,
love extra
like
gain to level.
Yeah, the gold standard continues to be probably Portal and Portal 2, but like these games have some really clever, well done puzzle design.
Yeah. They're great. Portal 1 and 2, like I could see those being the best, but I actually played through both of those earlier this year. They're kind of easy. Like I haven't played those games in a long time.
Real gamer here.
But like those puzzles are pretty easy.
I feel like there's a bit more of a difficulty ramp in late game Portal 2, but
sort of, but
I feel like there's more in terms of like that puzzle design is in service of like environmental storytelling, so you have to make sacrifices in terms of your difficulty, otherwise people lose out.
Damn schools on those bathrooms.
Have you ever played Portal 2's co-op levels? Because those I feel like hard.
It's great.
Those do get more difficult.
Those are fucking the best.
That kind of is the real hard mode. But even then, I don't feel like it was that.
I know it's hard mode. I think it's more difficult because you have to coordinate. I don't think they're right.
And it oftentimes forces you to get angry at people that you don't want to get angry at, right?
Yep.
I always want to be angry at my friends, so it's just perfect for me.
Yeah. I am guilty of dropping my friends in sludge in Portal 2 as much as anybody else.
Did I miss something?
Yeah,
oh, do I have to?
Wait, isn't it? I thought there was a
How popular was the co-op in Portal 2?
Pretty popular for a little while, but it had.
I know you could get like cosmetic items.
Oh, yeah, you could get like hats and shit.
I think the biggest problem with Portal 2 is you can shoot things.
No, you can't. Portal 2?
No,
you can't shoot things.
Alright,
you
yeah,
can't.
gotta find the
like
sword. That's right.
You can't shoot any guns or anything apart from like shooting your portals down.
Yeah.
I mean, there's ways that
I'm gonna spend $60 on this game. And I can't shoot.
Oh wow!
Can't shoot people.
Oh, you said you cannot shoot. That's what's the problem. I thought you said that you can.
You tell me I gotta spend $60 on this game and it's got no multiplayer?
You're playing. You're doing a
where's
beta.
Where's the season pass?
There's no season pass for this here Portal 2. You can't shoot people with a gun.
It's in the level.
There was some co-op expansion pack content for Portal 2 that I quite enjoyed as well.
Oh, was there?
You're trying to sound like
there was. I never got around to playing that though.
I'm trying to do like a Larry the Cable Guy.
Peabody and those robot story. They get
wondering
they
what that accent
complete the story arc with those guys in a really satisfying way.
Oh, well.
Use game, but Crypt of the Necrodancer.
Right, that's another good
VR Crypt of the Necrodancer.
Yeah, first person Crypt of the Necrodancer. Let's go. Let's do it.
Sounds.
What are we waiting for?
Oh.
What, like you play it on a dance pad, but in VR?
Oh yeah.
All right. How much time do we got left?
We have
29 minutes.
29 minutes.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you need to go back out there.
So, arbitrary, if someone liked maybe Grimrock or likes Grimrock 2, what are the classics that they could probably go back to?
So here's the thing, is I think as someone who appreciates these games a lot, but also, like, they're hard for my brain, like, these games are intensive in a way that I find most other RPGs to not be. Genuinely.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't recommend Eye of the Beholder to anyone who
I'm saying Eye of the Beholder with the All-Seeing Eye mod that actually gives you a mini-map.
Yeah.
Seems entirely playable. I'm saying the original Lands of Lore is solid. It's got Patrick Stewart in it for 5 minutes. I think you're better off playing new games. Like Vaporum is not as.
Are you really not going to say like Descent or Ultima Underworld?
Oh well,
isn't Descent
Descent's like a shooter thing.
You're right, but it's like the idea of like good old school first person gameplay.
Oh
like,
well,
that's not
there's always Descent to Undermountain.
Old school first person game ever made.
Descent to Undermountain.
Isn't Descent to Undermountain supposed to be like one of the worst CRPGs?
It is one of the worst D&D games. It was Interplay's first game with the D&D license. Before they made Baldur's Gate.
Well, suppose it's
they made an oopsie whoopsie before they made the good stuff.
Ask Mento about Descent to Undermountain. Did I? Oh, I forgot to dig up some crap. I think.
We're just sitting here talking about stuff. Yeah, Eye of the Beholder, Lands of Lore.
I think Vaporum is pretty good. It's not as good as this game. Like, it kind of runs out of ideas in a way that this game doesn't.
Ultima Underworld seems totally playable from a mechanical perspective, but like the controls of that game are not at all standard. I have a really hard time getting used to that game.
I deeply respect that game, but yeah,
you might be right.
I mean, yeah, if we are talking first-person CRPGs, like blobbers, I believe is the term for RPGs where you're running around as a blob of characters.
Okay.
Listen, man, terminology's weird. Like, just ask the fighting game community about Okizimes.
What are you talking about?
Okizimes and
it's
meaty hits.
Potato.
Yeah. So
it's a literal translation from Japanese.
Yeah.
God damn it. As you waking up. Okiseme. Okiseme.
So if in that place, I think, as far as classic games of this style, there aren't that many like new games. But I think you cannot go wrong with Might and Magic. I'm gonna say that.
I think that some of those older Might and Magic games still hold up.
Yeah.
Bard's Tale is one of those too, isn't it?
Bard's Tale. Yeah, we were talking about Bard's Tale.
I don't like Bard's Tale 4.
It's
I don't-
totally fine.
It's fine.
If you're gonna,
You can play one.
if you're gonna play a first-person RPG and you've never played one before, play this or the first Grimrock. That's kind of your best options.
And then see if you like it. Then maybe try and check out the classics.
Yeah. Also, a lot of the other ones tend to be turn-based, whereas this is not.
Yeah. Actually,
I suppose this or Might and Magic 10.
Yep. Actually, if we're talking like, how do you introduce someone to games like this? I think it's very hard, and I feel like Justin, I basically was, you can attest to this, that like I was being like, hey, you should play these games for years, and it took you forever to get into a lot of them.
I mean, for me, a lot of it was, I didn't really get into RPGs until like I was getting close to finishing high school. So for me, a lot of it was, okay, I'm going to try out this kind of RPG and this kind of RPG and this kind of RPG. So like a lot of the early stuff I got into was Japanese RPGs.
Yeah.
Like Etrian Odyssey, Shin Megami Tensei, some Final Fantasies. And I was playing a ton of those. Those are easier to get into. They can be more obtuse, like when you get into the nitty gritty. But
I mean, I think ultimately it comes to like what gameplay school of thought you're able to wrap your mind around easiest. Because as someone who started with CRPGs and has gone down this long quest of trying to figure out like JRPGs. As someone who ate nothing but CRPGs, this switch to like the JRPG sensibilities has been rough, and I've been doing this for like 6 years.
Yeah. It's also a mindset. It's also a mindset thing. I like RPGs a lot, but they tend to, Western RPGs especially, tend to, every single one of them tends to like approach character building from like very different ways.
Well, you have to remember, like, Western RPG design was heavily influenced by the tabletop scene. The reason why it is because all of these early computer CRPG designers and programmers were inspired by Dungeons and Dragons.
I mean, it was the same thing for Japanese RPGs. Though,
Yeah,
right?
it was. Yeah, they just wanted to tell their story, though.
Yeah.
They were like
Japanese RPGs were kind of. My understanding is that they were kind of similar up until a little game called Dragon Quest came out.
Yeah.
Sure. And made them work on consoles.
Oh, I'm dumb.
Simplified them.
I'm an idiot.
You also have a comment in Giant Bomb chat saying, check out, in all caps, check out Warriors of the Eternal Sun for Genesis, and rock out to the soundtrack, and then finally skip the game and just listen to the soundtrack.
Warriors of the Eternal Sun. Okay, I'll go check down an emulator.
Yeah, but
did you switch to Grimrock 1 real fast? I looked away, and now it suddenly looks like Grimrock 1.
Yeah.
This game makes a hard switch towards like, hey, this all this cool open world stuff. We're gonna go back to what was.
Yeah, well, there are distinct dungeons, and this game's so good.
I think a lot of the stuff that's the stuff about RPGs that took, like CRPGs, that took a long time for me to get into was they're all mouse driven. When it comes to games like this where you're just kind of chilling and exploring a world, something about my brain really wants to do it on the couch with a controller. So that was part of it for me.
I don't know. I can hear what you're saying, but I played a lot that were keyboard driven, and I mean, it's again like interplay, yes. Early BioWare, yes. SSI, no, not SSI.
SSI, a bunch of.
Yeah, mouse or keyboard, but I still want to. Some part of me still wants to like sit down in a chair in front of a TV
like
away
how
from the
Arbitrary
computer.
is the only one who got that SSI reference.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what SSI did. They made a lot of these older games more.
Y'all want to stream Fantasy General?
Did they do Lords of Magic?
Lords of Magic is hella good. Or
That's
weird.
on GOG. There's like an enhanced edition of that on GOG now.
Huh. Master of Magic is real good too. Mento will agree with that.
But yeah, like understanding these games was never particularly hard. It was always just, am I in a mental state to really dig into a new RPG, all the time?
I actually find the more freeform style of CRPGs to continually be more interesting to me than the more guided and scripted nature of JRPGs. In part because I feel like the attitude, like the whole, one of the main driving appeals for me in terms of like role-playing games is that like wholesome kind of player-driven actual role-playing element where I'm the one who kind of has to add in fill in the blanks kind of stuff, kind of again like tabletop stuff. And so I think that again, as someone who's just come off playing, say, Final Fantasy XI Chrono Cross and is about to prepare themselves to play 13-2.
Hell yeah, you are.
13-2 is great.
It is some hot anime
Lightning
nonsense.
Lightning Return is fucking great too. Fuck y'all.
Hell yeah, Christian.
Series. I love that game.
As like this game in particular, though, Grimrock 2, I don't think it's particularly complex or hard to get into. Like, that's not to say it's like particularly simple.
But you do have to learn a new language, basically. Like, the sidestepping is not immediately obvious.
Yeah, like going from Persona games and Shin Megami Tensei games and Final Fantasy games and Bravely Default and such, and even Etrian Odyssey, like that was not. Those games all have like a very obvious shared ancestry in Dragon Quest, and it's so easy to jump between those games. You don't really feel like you're having to learn a new thing every time. I mean, you are learning new stuff, but
I think that leads to, in terms of me, like the fact that there is this sameness has been kind of one of the reasons why I continue to maintain that I continue to be a CRPG guy. It's like when I open the box and I start playing it, man, I got no. You really got to accept kind of what this developer is trying to pioneer and do within the scope of their own game. You can find different influences and different kind of points of reference with each game that one developer or a group of developers made from. So, to each their own.
Yeah. One of the things I'm unironically excited about with the poor financial choices I have made is I wanted to check it. This all came out because I wanted to try out some, some weird kind of not Final Fantasy alt PS2 era JRPGs. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Shadow Hearts holds up, because those games seem messed up in a way I can get behind.
I have a copy of Kingsfield: The Ancient City.
Hell yeah, I do too.
I need to play more of. I haven't really played much of it because I only have it on a PS2, and I don't have a good way to play it on an HD TV.
Well, Justin, if you have too much money,
I mean,
let me tell you about RetroTink.
I don't need to.
It's cool. It's a cool thing.
I spent. It wasn't long ago that I spent. Actually, it was a year ago. I spent $200 on one of those Super NTs.
Hell
which
yeah!
Is a
you did.
Fantastic piece of machinery.
You mean you actually got a Super NT? It wasn't a fake?
Yes. Yeah, I got it from their website. It is a Super NT. It took like 2 weeks to get here, but I got one. It's an amazing little piece of machine. It works so well on any HD TV. I put it in my 4K TV and it looks great. It's just up-resing to it. It looks great. But yeah, I really want something like that for PS2. Just a super simple thing.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh dear. I have made a mistake.
This is. You should not be fighting this boss this early.
No, this is you fight this boss this early.
Oh, well, you shouldn't be doing it where you're completely surrounded.
Yeah,
I should not be playing the game poorly.
You should be able to move now, huh? Now just push R and hope they don't attack you.
I actually like that was able to do that. It kind of reminds me of the Den of Thorns attack in D&D or Ensnare.
After when I finally got used to Pillars of Eternity, I think that was kind of the point where I was like, okay, I can get into these games a lot. It was that, and I'm pretty
Argument could be made that Pillars of Eternity is maybe the one or two best CRPGs made in the past 20 years.
Yep.
So probably
Pillars
is probably the correct answer.
Did you say 2 or 1?
Divinity Original Sin 2 is probably correct.
Yes.
On paper, yes. Like, I feel like Divinity Original Sin 2 actually moves the genre forward in a way that, like, Pillars more throwback style doesn't necessarily.
I think, well, I mean, Pillars 2 does the...
Yeah, Pillars 2 does a lot of really good stuff, though.
The thing with Divinity Original Sin 2 that kind of... It's a fantastic game. I think you should go play it.
It's
But
the
thing that holds me back from it...
storytelling?
No, it's loaded with inventory shit.
Yeah.
And the armor system they have, I don't particularly like it. The whole either physical armor...
Yeah.
No, physical armor and magic armor.
That is the one thing that is definitely a little annoying.
Yeah, it's. I think it limits how you have to build your characters a little more in ways that I don't particularly like. Because you have to make sure your party is either leaning strongly one or the other.
I beat the plant. How much time do we have left?
11 minutes and 30
All right.
seconds.
Do we want to just call it here? Get D-Pro in here?
You had to go all the way.
Yeah, okay. You're right.
Those are the rules.
Gotta last till the end.
But yeah, I can't wait for Baldur's Gate 3. I've played the early access version of that.
It will be interesting to see.
I really want them to make it a fully 3D game because they're 90% of the way there.
I'm interested to see how much of Larian comes through.
In terms of writing,
a lot.
In terms of writing, because that will make or break that game.
I'm not gonna make any bones about it. It's Divinity Original Sin 3 with a D&D coat of paint over top of it.
I played the early access as well, but again, the early access is still just the first act. I want to see, for example, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 have goofy moments and goofy characters, and so far it seems like Larian has a good grounding in terms of like the lighter elements of Baldur's Gate. They really do. It will be interesting to see how straight they can play it, and if they can strike that kind of weird, odd balancing act that especially Baldur's Gate 2 has.
All right, time to look up the gold key locations. Cuz I'm not too good to look for it up. Oh, right. I remember.
Why is this ship here?
That's a different shipwreck.
Oh.
Trade alert.
What happened?
Okay.
Timberwolves acquired Ed Davis from Knicks for Amari Spellman, Jacob Evans, and
That is
second
a definition of lateral movement.
Yep. Damn.
Good. It's still a move.
It's a real barn.
I'm sorry. When you said Ed Davis, I continue to think that we're getting Big Baby Davis back.
No, isn't he? Isn't his baby? It's like a power forward, right?
Ed Davis, goddamn, that guy could not stay in top shape. He won a ring in Boston.
No, Ed Davis. What position does he play?
Ed Davis is another player.
Yeah, he's another player.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Power forward, Utah Jazz.
Correct. He's fine. Again, that's the definition of lateral movement.
He played for the Grizzlies in 2013. Well.
Okay.
Yeah, no, actually, I changed my mind. This guy's fucking great.
What did you see?
Oh. He played for the Grizzlies in 2013.
That's actually where I recognize the name from.
Got the mortar and pestle. Now I can
pestle.
Yep, gonna see the one this game's pretty flexible with its classes, but you should really bring an alchemist because they can multiply alchemy ingredients, which means that you can basically have as many healing potions as you want.
Yeah.
It's
Alchemist. You should bring back Alchemist in D&D.
Isn't it one of the subclasses for Artificer?
Yes. But I don't like Artificers.
Pathfinder Alchemist is pretty good. Yo, this little treant's doing like 6 side flips. This game's good.
Well, you seem to have recovered the number of viewers back to 50.
After scaring them away.
There's also 80 in the Giant Bomb chat.
Yeah. It turns out that anime scares the viewers away.
Speaking of anime,
you were talking bad anime, that's why.
I am now downloading Yakuza
You
Like
were
a
talking
Dragon.
good anime, like I don't know.
Yakuza.
Yeah, Yakuza's good anime.
My first Yakuza game.
You're gonna have a good time.
I hear it's good. I hear it's good time. I want to play it.
I saw there was a place to get it 20% off. I'm like, okay, that's good enough. And while it downloads, I'll play the bad anime, World of Warcraft.
The worst anime.
True.
The worst
True,
anime of all
true.
time.
Lord Atlas, true.
See, I'm actually enjoying myself now, and I want to play through this entire game.
You also want to play through Muv Luv.
Hell yeah, I do.
Are you gonna stream this instead of Dragon Age 2 for?
No, nope. Dragon Age 2 every Saturday from now on. Dragon Age is Dragon Age 2's day.
Oh yeah, you playing through the whole thing?
Yep. Until I play it through completion, Saturday is going to be the designated Dragon Age day.
How many hours do you spend playing it on Saturdays?
Like 2 to 3. I'm not gonna.
That means that it's gonna take you at least, what, 15 weeks to finish that game?
I mean, I reserve the right to play off stream, and also I reserve the right to
That's not cool.
Take my poor choices for other days and make it a Dragon Age 2 day.
Did you ever finish Bearwick Saga?
No, I need to play more of Bearwick Saga. That game's bananas.
Seems like Fire Emblem for an even more hardcore Fire Emblem.
Well, Fire Emblem
people
man
like me who
got
think that
sued
maybe
for
the
making
3DS games ruined the entire franchise.
Yep, yeah, that is your stance.
I like the 3DS ones.
Oh, you're
Awakening
like Daigo.
completely
Daigo
ruined
only
the
plays.
franchise, and
Yeah,
we're not
Daigo
gonna
only
get into
plays
this
like
rant.
the really old Fire Emblems.
Oh yeah, fucking you have no idea. I am that guy.
You are. Hey, dude, I will stream
Gracious
Fire Emblem 1.
776 or bust.
Twitch is insisting that I'm offline. I don't think that's true.
Wait, are you saying that you think Fire Emblem Awakening ruined the franchise?
I absolutely 100% believe
He's
that.
one of those people, Justin.
Did you play Shadows of Valencia? So because it kind of dropped a lot of the companion stuff.
I love Shadows of Valencia.
I feel
it's
like the
weird.
franchise has not figured out what parts of its legacy mechanics it wants to deal with. If it wants to be touchy, feel good, light slice of life anime horseshit, and if you're gonna do that, then just completely ditch all of the mechanical trappings of the franchise because it's a complete anachronism.
I wanted to keep going with it.
There's no fucking final war, okay? Love cannot bloom on the battlefield.
I spent entirely too much time.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that
Awakening.
I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not saying that that is bad. I am saying that there is an innate anachronism with like the franchise continuing to hold on to
like
its
permadeath.
To permadeath, for example. Why would I ever buy into these mechanics if said permadeath mechanics cause me to miss out in possibly entire portions? So there's no buy-in by the player to actually buy into the game as intended by the developer. So the entire franchise should be either rehauled to curtail or basically to move towards those 3DS games, or they can just not and continue to be awkward.
I feel like
What if you have to play it again and again and again and again and again so you get everything?
And that's the other part of the series that I don't like, is I don't want to have to play it multiple times for upwards of 40 to 50 hours just to get the whole story or the whole part of the characters.
Hello,
I like Three Houses, but I have not finished all 4 routes, and I'm the guy with the Fire Emblem avatar.
Yeah, I'm like, look, man.
Fire Emblem community is on shambles.
And I would say that there's something about this new direction that the franchise has taken where it is basically not a strategy game. And I miss the times when the Fire Emblem franchise would give you like junk, and you would actually have to think about
like bad
troop
units.
placements, bad units, levymen. But everyone now, like the level of balance, especially in Three Houses, is just, it's a joke.
How long until you start yelling at us?
And it leads to like that weird, awkward point where you go into entire battles that you know takes anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes, but you know you're going to win. And it's still a time commitment, and it's still a grind.
So,
you've got 1 minute.
Okay, here's my 1 minute pitch about Fire Emblem. Also, I will play the first game on stream at least a little bit, because that seems like fun.
First game?
Yeah, they are re-releasing the very first Fire Emblem in English for the first time in December.
You should bring back Fire.
Anyway,
sorry.
I feel like Fire Emblem without permadeath is a bad strategy game because you can just sacrificial pawn your way to victory. Like that is my stance, and you know, if you want to play casual mode, that's fine, but just know that you are playing a much easier game.
But there's no motivation to actually play that mode if you're going to have anime.
But because of the way the games are structured now, you, with smaller, more intimate casts of characters, you can't really justify losing a character unless you're one of those people who's like, no, it's fine if I lose a character. I'm like, no, you're going to get screwed over because there are 12 characters in this game. Like, so it's kind of a dichotomy.
Yeah. I feel like Three Houses has pretty much told everyone what Nintendo actually wants to do with that franchise, and it's moved further in the casual.
It's better than Fates.
At least they got rid of the waifu shit from the last game, right?
What? You don't get? Yeah, that's false. Everybody was talking like, "Oh, it's fucked up that you can date your fucking student." At the end, it was a lie. False advertisement.
You can
God
totally
damn it! I mean, we always going to have Valkyria Chronicles, so don't worry about it.
No, we aren't. I love Valkyria Chronicles. Those games sell like shit. Ah, damn it.
Didn't they release the fourth one just now? That
I have never managed to actually beat
Right.
Valkyria Chronicles.
Arbitrary, you are done.
Thanks for watching.
You get a tank and then everybody dies. Spoiler
I
alert.
play it. I always seem to stop like 4 or 5 missions before the end.
Just watch the anime. The anime adaptation sucks.